Hello everyone and welcome to Malta. Sadly, these images do not accurately represent the current climate, but we're inside at the Portomasso Casino in St Julian's for the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. It's the last day of the festival. That means it's the final day of the main event, the six-handed final table, which is about to get underway. Here's how you can get in touch. We will bring you cards-up coverage of every single hand as we play down to a champion. We want you to tweet. Use the hashtag EPT Live. We want you to use the live chat on Twitch. Of course, you can also watch on Facebook Live. And of course, we're on Snapchat and Instagram as well. Hope you can be with us throughout the day as we crown a winner here in Malta. If you missed the action yesterday, you missed day 5, the penultimate day of the main event, which saw 14 players return as we did play down to the final 6. Of the final 14, the shortest stack was Ola Shemian. He got it in on the second hand of the day, and he got a double up. But there's always a but. All in again on the very next hand and out in 13th. Louis Carterius, next casualty from the feature table. And
I'll be back.
so the final table was set. We played on. Xi Zhengluo departed in 8th. And we almost finished with 5 players after a 3-way all-in. Thomas McNamara and Bastien Dola at risk. But it was McNamara who survived. And our €10 spin and go qualifier, Bastien Dola exited in 7th, cashing for more than €55,000.
Yeah.
6 players in contention for the trophy. This is the final 6 who'll be taking their seats very shortly. Matt Carlsen, the retired businessman originally from Sweden who now lives here in Malta, is the chip leader with a 75 big blind stack. The accomplished Russian pro Dmitry Yurasov, second in chips with 56 bigs. His friend Alexei Boyka from Belarus brings up the rear with a sub-20 big blind stack. An interesting mix of amateurs and pros, and an interesting mix of ages as well. Half the table, 3 of the final 6 over the age of 40, which I know sounds ridiculous, but it is unusual, an EPT final table. And let's have a look at what they are playing for today. In addition for the trophy, a first prize of more than 355 grand. Everyone is locked up, €76,790 with 6-figure scores guaranteed for the final 5. The lion's share of a near €2.3 million prize pool. So a cast of new characters taking to the stage today. We don't know that much about these guys, but they've got some good stories, and I think it's going to be good action based on what we've seen over the last few days. So make sure you're with us as we bring you cards-up coverage of every single hand from the EPT 13 Malta main event final table. Well, let's go down to the floor. Let's introduce the players. To do that, my colleague, Joe Stapleton.
Hello and welcome to Malta for the final table of the second to last European Poker Tour main event. 468 players began this event. 6 still remain, all vying for the €350,000 first place prize. Let's get swifty in here. The player in seat 1 has won a scoop and final table another. He final tabled a 10K high roller last season, but this is by far his best ever main event run. He clearly loves the game of Poika. From Belarus, Alexei Boyka.
Lives in Minsk, where he is good friends with the other finalist, Dmitry Yurasov. Boyka, the short stack coming into play with 19 big blinds.
At 59 years old, our next player is having the best poker year of his life. He's hot off a win at the Nordic Masters of Poker, and he even had Ola Shemian confused AF. Originally from Sweden, but now from just down the road here in Malta, Mats Carlsen.
Very popular with the locals here. Oh, watch your step, Mats. He's the chip leader, 75 bigs.
Finally.
The player in seat 3 won his way here on PokerStars for only €27. This is his third EPT main event, but his first cash. He owns several businesses, but today he's in the business of making final tables. From the United Kingdom, Peter Ockenden.
And because he's in for 27 euros, Peter says the pressure is off. He's enjoying the experience. Win or lose, he's just loving it right now.
The player in seat 4 made several of his biggest live scores in EPT high rollers. He plays the 10Ks. He plays the 25Ks. Here he is slumming it in this teeny tiny 5K for potentially the biggest score of his career from Russia, Dmitry Yurasov.
A very accomplished online player with a lot of big scores on PokerStars. He could be a dangerous force, very aggressive.
Our next player is a businessman who has potentially ruined a relaxing vacation by making it 6 long days in a poker tournament. But my guess is, despite his name, he's probably pretty happy about it. From Lebanon, Eli Saad.
Surrounded by women, married with 5 daughters, and even the pet dog is female. He's got around 40 bigs.
Our final tableist came into day 4 as the chip leader and has a handful of cashes on the European Poker Tour, but this is his first final table. He is guaranteed to have his biggest score ever here today at Malta. You may know him as Finn. From the United Kingdom, Thomas McNamara.
Finn is his middle name, and that's the name he wants to go by. We will oblige. Finn takes the 6th seat. He won that big pot at the end of play. He's got 36 big blinds at the start of this 6-handed final table. So the players are in their seats. We've got 1 hour, 20 minutes left to play at the 25-50 blind level, level 26. That's where we'll be kicking things off.
Hello, buddy. Hello. Hello. Hi.
So we'll play through this level, then we'll take a break, and then 90-minute levels throughout the day.
I reckon.
Let's get a big round of applause for all the players here at the final table.
Yeah, you must be
I said, let's get a big round of applause for all the players here at the final table. Dealer Daniela, you know what to do.
Good luck, everybody.
Heed the word of Stapleton.
Thank you. Good luck, gents. Good luck.
As we get going with the first hand of the day, please get in touch, hashtag EPT Live. Who's your horse? Who are you backing? Who do you think is going to win the EPT Malta main event?
Oh, it's still 50. It's still the last level. Yeah, you're right.
Blinds and antes posted. Cards are in the air. And coming up the stairs into the booth, taking his seat alongside me, James Hartigan, is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Have we talked yet about how much we love Mats Carlsen?
Mats Carlsen was asked at the start of play, as the oldest man in the tournament, if he thinks poker is a young man's game. His response? Absolutely. I'm exhausted. I don't have the mental capacity to deal with this. My brain is going. I have no stamina. They have a massive advantage over me.
I love a good honest response.
So action here has been folded around to the small blind. The shortest stack at the table, Alexei Boyka, crippled in that huge pot against Dola and McNamara, last hand of play on day 5. He is going to complete with 10-4 of spades. Carlsen checks his option with 8-5, and there is an 8 on the flop.
We got the hold cards.
Absolutely. We are on a 40-minute delay with live commentary. Cards up for every hand as we play down to a winner, as Boyka checks and Carlsen bets and takes it down.
40-minute delay. We really had our act together today, huh? Not bad.
So hand 1, a win for the chip leader. With more than 3.8 million. Second biggest stack is Yurasov with 2.8 million. And everyone else is below average. Well, let's hear from Mats Carlsen, because we spoke to him before the start of play.
Yes, my biggest cash so far is 50,000. So this is already more.
Do we have friends and family coming to watch you or watching?
Some friends, yeah. It's a small group. There are not many at all.
And is it true that you live here in Malta?
Yes, 11 years. So their locals support me as well. So, I mean, not, and yeah, they do. Yeah.
So you're fighting for the home crowd. I like that.
I play here once a week and the normal smaller tournaments, the €100 buy-in. Not every week, but that's what and then I play all the smaller, the Italian poker tour comes here and stuff, yeah. That's usually $300 or $500 or $600 euro buy-in. So this is, of course, much bigger. But I played EPT last year as well, and I play whatever comes here.
Now, are you a professional poker player? What do you do for a living?
I'm not a professional poker player, no, and I'm retired. I'm 58 years old. So I worked as in the finance before, so I have, you know, a master fortune. No, but I have enough that, you know, I live a low-key life, with, you know, do what I want and enjoy myself, and play poker, because I like playing poker.
Meanwhile, hand number 2 of the final table saw Yurosov open under the gun. He got 3-bet by his friend Alexei Boyka. He folded, so Boyka's moved up over $1 million, up over 20 big blinds. Hello to Kevin, who tweets, no work today. I can watch after hosting a school dance last night. Tired but excited to watch. Love the coverage. As does Smitty, who's all set up. He is multi-screening. He's got sport on one screen. He's got Joe Stapleson's face on another. Nice to see you're prioritizing poker on the slightly bigger of the 2 screens, and great to see that your dog is on your lap.
I like seeing those sleepy eyes of mine in full 1080p. Is that 480? I don't know what it is.
So both Saad and McNamara have folded. Boyka's out as well. Mats Carlsen gives up the button. Blind on blind. Peter Ockenden in the small. Ace King.
Playable.
And you mentioned, Joe, here's a guy who runs 2 businesses, one in Eindhoven, in Holland, and one in Rye, in the United Kingdom. He commutes between the 2 countries.
Finkel is Eindhoven. Eindhoven is Finkel.
Well, he's going to raise small to big with the Ace King. Dmitry Yurosov.
Oh, boy.
Ace 8 suited.
This could get real dicey blind on blind. He's not going to get in too much trouble pre-flop. It's not really a 3-betting hand pre-flop. Plays pretty well.
Well, it's domination rotation as Yurosov pairs his 8. Ockenden does not continue.
6-bet, 125.
You got to imagine he's down to pay off at least 1 bet. This bet's for smaller. This bet is smaller,
Yeah,
than the pre-flop raise.
125K.
5-4.
Black chips are 100,000, greens are 25,000, the blues are 5,000. 9 of diamonds pairs the board. And Ockenden is now drawing pretty thin.
Not sure Yurosov will fire twice at this.
5-check.
Maybe happy just to get to showdown now. He can get paid by some draws. Fairly draw-heavy board with all the straights out there.
So Ockenden checks for a second time.
Yep, looks like he's knows exactly where he's at.
6-bet,
You can get paid by smaller 8s. You can get paid by 7. Paid by 6s.
260,000. Question is, does he get paid by ace high?
I think some players, some aggressive players, are going to pay him with ace high. Looks like the answer is yes.
5-4.
So $1 million in the middle as we go to the river, which is the 10 of diamonds, giving us a straighty flushy paired board.
So excited for a card that changes nothing about this hand. Does change the board texture quite a bit, obviously.
I appreciate it doesn't affect either of the 2 hands as it goes check, check.
Ace King.
Ace King, no good. Ace 8 outflopped you. And Yurosov takes a not insignificant pot of Peter Ockenden, who drops down below the 35 big blind mark. Yurosov up over 3 million now. Bizarre question from Vasilis on Twitter. He says, hello guys from Greece. Joe, have you ever considered hosting the next Miss World competition?
All the time, pretty much every day.
I guess the more important question is, has anyone involved in the running of Miss World ever considered you as the host?
They have not returned my phone calls.
Saif has been waiting all day for this as it's 6 p.m. in Bangladesh, hoping it's going to be a good poker day. Thank you. So this is hand number 4. Folded to Mats Carlsen. The chip leader has 10-6 suited. He's going to put that big stack to work, raising.
We're finally going to get to see what this guy's been playing all week. I mean, James, you said he admitted to it, but there's several times throughout the course of this week where he just looked like he would rather be anywhere else. Just because, not that he's not having fun, but he's so stressed out, and I can't blame him.
Second hand in a row that Peter Ockenden has picked up ace-king. This time it's suited. This time he's on the button. So there is the 3-bet, 280k, folded around to Elisard in the big blind. He passes, action back on Carlsen.
What a net. Gotta wonder if Ockenden's ace-king snake bet. We would assume that Carlsen is out of here.
So Ockenden wins that pot. We spoke to him before the start of play, and we asked Peter about his tumultuous journey to the final table.
Yeah, there's been a roller coaster actually at the tournament, but I'm here for a $27 free roll, so you know it's all good. I packed some shorts in case I busted first day. I'm still here, so.
Tell us a bit more. You qualified online, did you?
Yeah, I did through PokerStars on a $27 satellite. It was a 2-tiered thing, 1C guaranteed package.
Do you think it changes the way you play? Like, when you think I might make a move here, you go for it because you qualified for so little, or?
Oh, I don't know about that. No, no, I played it exactly the same, but I think you have a different mindset when you want a free roll. You know, it's no real damage.
You've had some big cashes before. Is this your biggest result to date, though?
Certainly, yeah. I've had some sort of 50k cashes, but nothing like this.
And the players that have made it to this final table, you've had quite a lot of experience with them over the last few days. Do you think it's a tough bunch to play against?
Certainly one or two that are very tough there, yeah. I don't know the other two, but yeah, 2 or 3 of them I know quite well, and I've picked up on a few things. We'll see how it goes today.
So yeah, friends, family, have they made it over, or are they watching from home?
They're watching from home. I think there's a bit of live streaming going on in some pubs, local pubs I hear, so I've had loads of, you know, best wishes and lots of messages, so yeah, a few people rooting for me.
Well, back to the action where there's been an under-the-gun raise from Alexei Boyka and a 3-bet from Mats Carlsen under the gun +1. Boyka opened with king-queen, Carlsen 3-bet with 6s. Thomas McNamara has folded the big blind, so it's back on Boyka. With 20 big blinds, Joe, what do you do here with king-queen facing a 3-bet?
I'd probably just ditch it. I don't know what's right. I know what I think that I'm going to be dominated a fair percentage of the time. And that's what Boyka does do. Ditches it. Ding dong ditch.
Carlsen up to 3.9 million. Closing back in on the 4 million mark. So reminder that we've got the last of our bounty bonus games today.
Yes.
This will be kicking off in an hour and 40 minutes. God, I had to think about that one. 4 o'clock Central European time. You can claim your ticket from Poker School online, and then you can register. And remember, there are $1.10 rebuys and add-ons available, and they are worth using because when the tournament becomes a freeze-out, there are bounties on the 3 EPT Live commentators. $150 for knocking out J. Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, or Waster, which is Matt Broughton's online handle.
Somebody has won my bounty every day so far this week. unbelievable.
So $500 guaranteed, but big money on the bounties. It's a 6-max Zoom event, a lot of fun to play. And of course, because it's Zoom, everyone stands an equal chance of coming up against the commentators and claiming those bounties.
Flop My Nuts on Twitch asks, hey Joe, I know you don't normally do shout outs, so can you not do a shout out for my birthday today?
8 raise 110.
Yes, no problem.
First hand we've seen Ali Saad play, raises the button with Queen Jack. It's Boyka's big blind. Queen 6, ugh.
Well, we know this guy knows how to get out of Domination Nation and into Domination Reversation.
See one call.
Well, he defends.
Gotta defend your big blind. Can't let him have it. Boom. Got him again.
Domination rotation. Gut shot for Saad, though.
It's pretty tough to know he has the best hand right now.
Check, check on the flop. Ace on the turn.
8 check.
Still no betting. Well, Boyka's best with a pair of 6s.
Still not sure he really wants to value bet it. He just wants a showdown, and he has got it.
Show princess.
Well, having watched the first few hands, Chris Ward believes that Mats Carlsen looks confident. And Chris says, I like his chances to take this thing down. Bill McMillan also rooting for the old guy Carlsen, proving that old guys have still got it. Hashtag not dead yet. Hashtag EPT Live if you want to get in touch with the booth. As we move on to hand number 7 of the final table.
Professional poker player and millionaire Ledbury on Twitch says, WTF, check on the turn? Sorry, I just assumed with him being so critical of that check on the turn that he must be a professional poker player and a millionaire. Is that not the case?
Peter Ockenden is first to speak here.
Nice.
He folds, as does Dmitry Yurasov.
8 fold.
Ali Saad is out. Finn McNamara on the button as Ace-King.
Ace-King, and they're both the same, what is that? The
Suit?
The symbol thing, suit.
Yeah, that's spades, Joe.
Yes, I knew it was spades. Oh boy.
Yeah. The raise is to 110,000, and Boyka's woken up with jacks in the small blind. And with these stacks, I don't see how it doesn't all go in pre.
It's never not going in here. Or rarely.
Boyka the effective stack, by the way, with 22 bigs behind. McNamara doesn't have too much more. He's got 32 bigs.
See money raise.
No real shot to see a 3-bet from Boyka. Carlsen gives up the big. Action back on McNamara. Wait for it. The triangle's about to be deployed.
How much do you have behind, please?
1.1 to start.
Sometimes you just gotta take a minute to realize the gravity of the situation.
I'm all in.
And a call, and we are off to the races. One of the classicest races of all underway at the final table. Jacks against Ace-King. It's for Boyka's tournament life. He's the player with the pocket pair, and he needs it to hold.
Valero.
If Boyka doubles up,
Good luck.
McNamara will be left with 10 bigs. Roman Koronev.
like surf versus turf. One of these two hands has the slight mathematical advantage.
Koronev is railing both Alexei and Dmitry at this final table. King high flop. McNamara takes the lead.
So sick.
And Boyka now drawing to 2 outs.
Close, it's close.
Picks up additional outs on the turn.
Hiya.
A jack or a 10 saves Alexei Boyka. 6 cards he can hit to survive. The river card is a 10!
Wow.
Boyka doubles through McNamara.
Runner, 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 straight.
To be fair, he got it in with the best hand.
Вальты в туз король, ривером стрит закрыли.
He doubles up to 2.4 million, is now third in chips. McNamara, bottom of the leaderboard, with just over 10 big blinds.
And you know what I always say, James, for real this time. You want to win a poker tournament, learn to flip like a 15-year-old Romanian girl.
So confirmation that Boyka sits behind his friend Dmitry Urasov now, ahead of Ockenden, Sard and McNamara. McNamara very much in the danger zone now.
Danger zone.
Well, I'll tell you who loved that 10 on the river. Roman Koronev.
No additional sound effects necessary.
600. Gordon? Something like that, yeah.
So Dmitry Urasov was asked who the biggest threat he felt was at the final table. And he said that he felt that Boyka was the other accomplished player in inverted commas, but Boyka didn't have many chips. But Urasov said if Boyka gets a double up, if Boyka gets a stack, he will become a threat. McNamara with ace-9.
I can't believe we might be about to lose this guy. We just learned his nickname. Should we all pick Jedi names?
Well, it's not a nickname, it's his middle name. He just prefers to go by that.
Yeah, well, if I had the middle name of a Jedi, I would go with it too.
Finn wasn't a Jedi.
Come on. He's got nothing going on there.
Just a bit tasty with a lightsaber, that's all. So McNamara's all in. Does not meet any resistance. And obviously McNamara came close to making a final table in Dublin last season. This is his first EPT final table, and I imagine he's quite delighted to be in the final 6 of the main event here in Malta.
Yeah, my first TV final table. Really excited, yeah. I've been awake like quite a few hours now. Got to the casino quite early, so yeah, I've just been like pacing up and down, sort of with a lot of nervous energy. But yeah, just looking forward to getting started.
So what's your last thought at night before you do fall asleep?
Well, last night I spent most of last night just frantically like trying to book flights, not only for myself to get home, but try and get some people out here because my girlfriend and a few friends were like really keen to come and sit on the rail and support me. But it just wasn't happening with there's very few flights direct back to the UK, and they've got work and stuff tomorrow. So we really tried, but it wasn't possible.
Sorry to cut Mr. McNamara short there, but it seems he is all in with Queen Jack. Mads Carlsen is the player who's asked for a count on the button. What I like about all these players, Joe, is how honest they are about the fact they are quite nervous to be at this final table today, be playing for the biggest score of their careers. Carlsen with the same hand.
James, his are red.
Well, he folds. Let's see what the blinds have. Ockenden in the small has Jack Deuce. That'll go in the muck. Urasov. Even worse, 8 deuce. So another shove gets through.
McNamara will Macnascaria.
Yeah, none of these guys have ever been here before, and they are feeling the pressure. Poor Eli Sard says he didn't sleep a wink last night. Says he just had aces, kings, queens going round in his head.
totally understand that. I've had nights like that, and I've never been on a stage remotely this big.
Peter Dunn asks, when was the last time someone representing Ireland reached a final table on the EPT? There was an Irishman at the final table of EPT Dublin back in February.
Patrick Clark.
Yep, former Irish Open winner.
And we've got an Irish grand final champion from a couple years ago.
Do you know that was 3.5 years ago now? It seems like a couple of events ago that O'Dwyer won his EPT.
Back when Mats Carlsen was only 55.
McNamara all in again, shoves under the gun with ace-8. Arkenden's got 6s on the button.
Seven should be.
765.
I think if you're a really big stack, this call's a little easier. But Ockenden makes it regardless.
Urasov folds the small, Saad gives up the big, and we are off to the races. Ace-8 against 6s. Oh, Saad hasn't folded yet, but he's gonna fold. Okay, now they can go on their backs. Now we can deal out the board. And McNamara is going to need to hit an ace or an 8 to survive.
Like Friday night versus Saturday night, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Clip here.
Brit on Brit action. Sixes somehow holding, despite 3 overcards hitting the board.
He's not going to want to see too many more of those.
Whereas the prospect of being counterfeited now, McNamara picks up additional outs. Aces, jacks, 8s and 7s all working for him. 12 cards he can hit. That is not one of them. And that will see the end of Thomas Finn McNamara, our 6th place finisher in the EPT Malta main event. He cashes for 76,790 euros.
Finn, we hardly knew ye.
Clip, Matt. Clip, mate.
It's heartbreaking. Loses 2 flips. Out of the tournament.
Peter Ockenden moves up over the 50 big blind mark after eliminating his fellow countryman. Ellie Saad becomes the shortest stack at the table with 35 bigs.
So she's a good dealer. Right?
Maybe some romance in the works there.
Carlsen still chip leader, Urasov still 2nd on the leaderboard. Ockenden now 3rd in chips, just ahead of Boyka, and Saad bringing up the rear. But no one's short stacked, and blinds are going to stay at this level for another 54 minutes. By the way, during the breaks today, we're hoping to repeat EPT Not Live at EPT Live in 4 segments, for those of you who missed the in-vision version of the podcast yesterday. Should point out the audio version is currently available to download from SoundCloud, iTunes, Stitcher, and all other homes of podcasts.
If you come over to my house, I'll play it for you live. I mean, not live, but you know.
Because it's not live.
Right.
Title's a bit of a giveaway, really.
It's in the name.
Ockenden is open from the cutoff with King Queen.
Oh, Ellie.
Folds the 6-3. Boyka in the big. Well, if he defends with queen 6, I think he's going to defend with king 8. Plus it's suited.
Same shape.
Two pairs.
And Boyka flops a flush draw, top pair for Ockenden. We should see a few more chips go into the middle.
Ockenden
240.
value bets here as a 2-to-1 favorite. But with that draw, Boyka's going nowhere.
I don't know how, but he managed to give a really bad price. I mean, he's still got a call. He's got the second nut flush draw. But
Yeah, it's a big bet, right? 310,000 in the middle, and he continues for 240.
yeah, if I'm Boyka, I might be tempted to raise here. I might think that this big bet means that he just doesn't want any action.
240?
Yes. So don't call.
Boyka just calls.
So a gut shot to go with his flush draw now. Still roughly 20% equity for Boyka as he checks the action to Ockenden.
Not sure he wants to hit that gut shot. He probably thinks he does.
My bet 385.
But everyone loves a chop pot.
Much rather hit the diamond. That's true, though. Everyone does love a chop pot.
So into a pot of nearly 800,000, Ockenden bets less than half the pot, 385k.
Bet sizing seems a little random, but whatever. You got top pair, you bet.
So don't call.
Boyka calls again. So we now have more than 1.5 million in the pot. And there is a diamond on the river. Boyka gets there. Straighty flushy ped board.
Not really sure that. Look, if I'm Ockenden, I'm probably. Well, let's see what happens first. I'm definitely not going to bet if it's checked to me.
No, the question is, will it get checked to him though, or is Boyka just going to go for value? And if he does go for value, how much? And look at the stack to pot ratio. Near enough 1.6 million in the middle, and that's what Boyka's got behind.
Yeah, I don't think that you can expect that your opponent is going to try to value bet worse or bluff at this board. So Boyka has to bet.
I think a shove would be awesome here, purely because it absolutely polarizes his range and puts Ockenden in a really hard spot, because on the occasions when Boyka's bluffing a missed draw, Ockenden might be tempted to call with a queen.
So one side of it. The other side is that sometimes you just get snapped off by a full house. Goes for the small bet.
Sit on bet.
around 400K.
450,000. See, this just looks so value-y.
Look, you got stationed twice. Then they lead river. I think they almost always have it here. Nobody's like really double floating you and then bluffing. Occasionally it'll be like a missed straight draw, but even a lot of the straight draws got there on the turn.
So hard to call with one pair on this board.
Yeah.
For such a teasing bet.
Even,
granted, we have that information. We can see what they have, but
sure.
even so.
I mean, even some straight draws made like trip tens. He's just giving him a really stellar price, that's all. And that's what he's hoping.
Well, whatever happens here, whether Ockenden calls or folds, we're going to see some significant movement on the leaderboard after this hand. Wow, Ockenden heroes.
You chase that flush? You chase that flush?
Oof. And Alexei Boyka catapults to second in chips. In fact, he is closing in on the chip lead now. Remember, he came in as the short stack. He had fewer than 20 big blinds. That was only 11 hands ago. And now, Boyka is playing 3.6 million. Obviously, he's had some decent results in the past. $672,000 in total live earnings. And Ockenden, now the low man at the table, with fewer than 30 big blinds. On the subject of McNamara, who we saw eliminated a short while ago, Steve Mark says, do you reckon McNamara got tilted after that big loss? No, I don't. I mean, he lost a huge flip for sure, but I think he's used to that. He seems like an experienced player, and the spots he was getting it in there with middling aces, with 10 big blinds, what else are you going to do?
I would disagree. I would think he's definitely tilted, but I don't think it's affecting his play.
Okay, sure.
There's no way he's not tilted.
Of course, you're going to be affected by that, but I guess what I think Steve was implying is it's somehow impacted on his play.
Everything he did after the fact is there's really almost no other way you can do it.
So quite big swings when you think about it.
So on Twitch, our stream glitched for a second, so no one got to see the end of that hand. Ockenden did call the river value bet of 400,000.
So a king high flop here. Saad decided to raise with small suited connectors. Carlsen defended his big blind with king 3, and boom, he's got top pair.
He looks so uncomfortable.
Check, check. Saad picks up a piece on the turn, pairing his 3.
His piece has him drawing dead. I just know this look from Carlsen all too well. Like, oh God, now I flop top pair. Oh geez. Oh geez, why? Oh.
And now I've improved to 2 pair, but there's like 2 flush draws out there. What do I do? You bet, sir.
Oh, okay, I bet this much. Oh God, just fold.
Carlsen bets 150,000. Saad calls. I hope for his sake the river's not a 3 or a 4. Close.
Saad, river's a straight. Draw.
You gonna value bet 2 pair on that board?
Yes. It was a fairly big bet that got called on the turn. So I would think my opponent is going to have something he can pay me off with here fairly regularly. I guess one reason a big bet would get called on the turn is if you picked up a flush draw.
Carlsen bets 350,000. If there's one thing we saw yesterday, it's that Elisard does not like to be pushed around. And he has been known to call light in spots where he thinks his opponent is trying to bluff him off a pot.
You know who else liked to call light and isn't in the tournament anymore? Olashemian. Just real quick here while Saad considers his action, which is a fold.
He's let it go. So Carlsen consolidates his chip lead at this 5-handed final table, moves up over the 4 million mark, playing around 80 big blinds. So thank you to everyone who entered yesterday's Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition. Here are the names of the 5 winners. Pygmalion 69, Gonzo Mouse, Surgeon 199, the Zakaj, and Mort 11. By the way, Gonzo Mouse was the player who knocked me out of the Bounty Bonanza yesterday.
Boy, he had a good day.
Those 5 players will all receive 3 $10 Spin and Go Bahamas qualifier tickets. Well done, guys. Remember, the Spin and Go Bahamas qualifiers start in November. They'll be running for 4 weeks, and there'll be another chance to win today, another round of our Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition a bit later on. In fact, we might kick that off in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Yes.
Meanwhile, you should definitely register for today's EPT Live Bounty bonus. 3,700 players in so far.
Cool.
Just use your ticket from PokerStars Online to register and try and claim a bounty. Try and win yourself 150 bucks. So Yurosov in action here. Raises under the gun with Jack 10.
På muggen alltså. Det tog så lång tid innan vi startade. Så att, va? Nej. Jo, jag vill ha sitta.
Arkenden deciding whether to defend with 4-3. He decides to fold. Jane Windsor says, Joe, your narrative of what goes on in Carlsen's head is exactly how I think at the poker table.
Oh, God, why? No, I just, please more Jack 4s so I can just fold. Jack 4 and aces, those are the only hands I want. Hey, I was thinking we could do a little competition. We'll do it for Twitter, because I do a lot of Twitch competition. We do this one for Twitter.
Sure.
Send me your Simpsons-styles Halloween names for the players at this table, or maybe some of the people that you see around the tournament area. And if you tickle us, I'll send you a prize.
Just to give a really bad example to illustrate how you might do it, Alexi Buka.
Yeah, Alexi Bucher, Thomas Magniscara.
Tag your tweets, EPT Live.
Yes, please. See if I can do another one. Matt's Boris Karloff's son.
That was good. I'm going to give that one a prize.
Yes, I want the coffee mug.
It's quite sad, Joe, that after all these years of service, you have to win an EPT Live competition to get a PokerStars coffee mug.
I have so little PokerStars swag, like almost nothing. I have a water bottle from the PCA, which was the PCA at the time.
Fine. That's retrospectively, you know the rules.
If I get one this year, it'll be from the PokerStars Championship Bahamas, though.
Correct.
I have 2 beach towels, which have been used exactly 0 times. And I think that might be it.
So Ockenden completes from the small with 9 deuce. Ace-6 suited for Yurosov, and looks like he's put a raise in. Made it 150,000 total. And Ockenden is forced to fold. So 2 players at the table with sub-30 big blind stacks. Those players being Saad and Ockenden. Yurosov playing 65 big blinds. So you've got 3 really big stacks and 2 guys who are kind of in that middle ground. They don't have a ton of chips, but they're not quite in shovel fold territory.
Jeff Jones has come out of the gate pretty strong with our scary name competition. Drag me to Heli Sod.
Like it.
Strong. Did you see Drag Me to Hell?
I did. It scared the bejesus out of me.
I loved it. Loved it. I showed it to the girl I was dating at the time, and she said it was one of the worst movies she's ever seen.
No.
She's no longer with us. No, I mean, like us as a couple are no longer.
Wow, I was going to say, I mean, obviously I enter into some fierce disagreements with people about movies, but I don't kill them for their opinions. So Carlsen, the chip leader, is raised with King Queen. Businessman Peter Ockenden has Jack 7 suited on the button.
Doc Ock. No, Dan, not like Joe Stinkleton.
Just Sard left in this hand. He's in the big blind.
Undersea Monkey's got it right. Peter Ockendammed.
Yes. Keep tabs on the good ones, Joe. What are we giving away, by the way?
Let's see what we got left. We got playing cards. We got coffee mugs. Sorry, we've got scary playing cards and spooky coffee mugs.
Oh, you really know how to sell it. So Sard's still ahead here with ace high, but Carlsen still has live cards, plus he has the gut shot. Happy to continue this board. 150,000. And Sard has folded. Update on the EPT Live bounty bonus, getting close to 4,000 runners. A quick reminder of how to join the game. You need to go to Poker School Online. If you're already a member, sign in. If you're not already a member, join. It's free to do. And then you can claim your free tickets. You'll see the banner, the promotion for the EPT Live bounty bonus. Claim your tickets. Granted, you can only use the one for today now, but that'll help you sign up for today's game in the PokerStars lobby. Just search EPT Live, you'll find it. Sign up, and remember, $500 guaranteed prize pool, but the big money's in the bounties. When the tournament becomes a freeze-out, once the rebuy period is over, $150 to be earned by knocking out Matt, Joe, or myself.
For some reason, we've gotten 3 really terrible ones about Peter Ockenden, but I kind of like them. Can I read them?
All right.
Matt says Peter Scarecrow Ockenden.
Oh, God, that's bad.
Leonid says Peter, okay, then I'm spooked Ockenden. Tom says Pete, tear your eyes out Ockenden.
No, I don't think they're getting the rules. They don't understand how it works. Whenever you do these kind of games, Joe, it's very clear the people who get it and the people who don't get it. There's no in between.
The people who get it are always like friends of the show and members of the poker media. It's always like Frank Optord. We're getting closer with Peter shocking them. James, rip out my heart again. Okay.
Last time I checked, I was not at the final table.
No, I said some of the other surrounding names is okay. Yeah.
Okay. Ockenden opens, and God, this guy's just getting beaten up on right now. Urasov 3 bets with ace-5. I mean, I love Jack 9 of diamonds. It's a beautiful hand, but I do not want to play it out of position without the betting lead against this guy.
I do. There's so much you can make with this hand. This is where I call misfold every time.
But I'm not sure you should be doing that.
No,
with fewer
you
than 20
shouldn't.
big blinds. You've got to conserve those chips, and he wisely folds. So while we've got your Halloween competition running, Joe, it's time to spin. And go to the Bahamas. Your chance to qualify for the PokerStars Championship at the Atlantis Resort in January. You're welcome. Match any of these hands with your winning hole cards during a real money spin and go. Today's cards being tens, specifically the 10 of hearts, 10 of spades, aces, ace of spades, ace of clubs, and threes, or trays, 3 of clubs, 3 of diamonds. Just tweet a screenshot, boom link, along with the hand ID and the hashtag EPT win. And everyone who enters will go into the draw, of course, providing they meet the requirements, and 5 winners are going to get 3 $10 Bahamas Spin and Go tickets. We'll do the draw after midnight tonight.
And just keep in mind, guys, it's not any pocket 10s or any aces or any pair of 3s. You have to match the symbol thingies,
Suits.
the suits, yeah. Why can't I remember suits today? It's weird. Does this one work? Dmitry Gulasov? I made me laugh, but it's not good.
Now, obviously, this is the last day of our stream from Malta, so we will have to announce the winners of the final Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition on Twitter. So make sure you're following at EPT Live to get the names of the winners in the next 48 hours or so.
Jeff Jones has gotten back just in case he hasn't solidified a win. He says, if I didn't already win something, we can go full Simpsons. Dmitry House of Horror-Asov.
Yes,
Come
Jeff.
on.
Now, he's had 2 good ones. He definitely gets a prize, 100%.
Pick up the action here.
So Yurosov open with Jack 7, Carlsen called with Queen 10. Actually, Queen 10 the hand for Yurosov, the pre-flop aggressor. Carlsen still ahead, having paired his 7 on the flop. Now pairs his Jack on the turn. Yurosov up and down.
Big draw. Yep, up and down.
So a second barrel from Yurosov. Semi-bluffing for 360,000. So Carlsen check called flop. Is this another check call spot, or do you think you have to raise it now?
I like a check call. You probably have the best hand, but there's a lot of draws out there. I don't think you're necessarily going to fold out those draws. You might not have the best hand. And also you can give your opponent the opportunity to bluff the river if they miss their draw. Looks like he's gonna go for a raise, and I don't think it's terrible by any means. Want to protect a little bit.
Should be
Oh,
800.
he
I
stacked
think.
them so carefully, and then they just all went crashing down. So Carlsen does elect to check raise. I think it's 800,000 total.
Look at him. Oh, this poor guy.
800?
Surely Yurosov can't fold this.
I can't fold this.
Yurosov calls. This hand going to the river, 2.2 million near enough in the pot. Yurosov looking to improve on the river. Well, he does, but it's not enough. He now has top pair, but it's not going to beat Carlsen's 2 pair.
Still kind of a scary card, though, for Carlsen.
You don't scare Mats Carlsen. Mats Carlsen scares you.
About 180, yeah. I've been.
Two,
Two.
300.
2 million.
2 million, 300.
I mean, I think he's scared by this entire situation, not necessarily the queen on the river or any of these players in particular. think Carlsen does have to consider a little bit having a little more of a poker face. You know, we can see the hole cards, but he certainly looks stressed out, and I don't think you're particularly stressed out when you have the nuts. I'm not sure that you need this long over your decisions. So Yurosov may be able to make a read here that Carlsen's got something he can get him to fold, possibly. I mean, maybe this will help him to get a just call.
I mean, we're reaching 2 minutes on this decision, but we often talk about decision timers where people are facing an aggressive action and deciding what to do. Carlsen is just deciding whether to check or bet.
I have little time for an opening tank. I get it in this case. This guy's not a pro tanking because he's thinking about every eventuality or...
Yeah, I mean, he's got a strong hand, 2 pair, but how strong is 2 pair on that board? Also, if he doesn't bet, he then opens the door for Yurosov to bluff him off it. So he does decide to bet and just kind of grab some chips. I'm not sure he really thought about the sizing much.
No, he definitely was not thinking about sizing that entire time. That's really small bet.
550,000 into 2.2 million, and in a way, considering Yurosov's hand, it's almost the perfect bet. It's like Yurosov frustratedly makes the call. He pays him off.
I wish I hadn't killed that fish.
And Mats Carlsen has moved up to nearly 6 million in chips. He's got 118 big blinds. Yurosov is down to 3rd in chips. He's dropped below the 40 big blind mark. Look at that. He's added 2 million to his stack in the course of 17 hands.
I mean, look. That's some awesome bets. Like check raise to pot on the turn, then bet quarter pot river, get paid, rub $50 on your nipples. I mean, he did the same thing to Olashemi a handful of times.
He did say he believes that his strength, his advantage, is that no one really knows what he's doing and no one knows how to play against him.
All right, let's burn through some more of these competition entries.
Please do.
By the way, Jeff Jones, let's give him a choice of what he wants, since he tickled us twice. I like this one from Christian. Toby Tombstone.
Good.
We've gotten too many now that I can't read the bad ones anymore. Dimitri, scare your ass off. Okay.
Yeah, some of them are just...
Dominic Panka.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, considering some of the ones I've just been looking at, that's good. Oh dear. Potential cooler alert. Yurosov raising with 8s, and Boyka has got kings.
Tut Ali awake at night, sad at the state of your own existence.
Oh, can we end this competition soon, please? I honestly can't bear it. So a 3-bet from Boyka on the button. Gets rid of Carlsen in the small, Ockenden in the big. Has 9-7.
Peter. Good boy.
So Yurosov just had his lunch eaten by Mats Carlsen.
Does he have any lunch left? Protect your lunch. Write your name on it. Put it in the back of the fridge. Oh, no.
Well, at least he isn't putting a fourth bet. He just calls. He's going set mining. Well, neither player's going to like the ace.
Maybe this will help Yurosov lose less on the hand. Man, why is there always an ace? Annoying. Check, check. Jack on the turn. So Boyka's at least got a straight draw now. As if kings weren't enough with that stupid ace out there. Soft checks again. Not a good board at all for 2-8s.
Still no bet from Boyka.
I mean, to a lot of people, that's going to look, because they can see the whole cards, it's going to look like, oh, he's not getting value out of this. But, like, what really can even call him? He 3-bet before the flop. Every ace on the planet can call him. Pretty tough to get called by anything else.
Gets checked to showdown. 8's no good. Yurosov loses 2 in a row. At least this was a small pot. Yurosov drops below the 30 big blind mark. Boyka's second in chips with close to 4 million. But Carlsen, the monster chip leader right now, with 5.86 million. So Carlsen and Boyka, they're the biggest winners so far. Yurosov, most of that was lost in that one pot against Mats Carlsen. And Ockenden was up, and then he went down.
Awkward, and then
Saad also down around 745,000 with 20 minutes left on the level. 20 minutes until the first break of the day. And a reminder that during that break, you'll get to see part 1 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live Malta Edition, just in case you missed it yesterday, or if you'd like to see it again.
I'm willing to award prizes in this competition, by the way. We're done.
Okay, well, let's just see what happens in this hand, Joe, because Saad's picked up queens under the gun.
Okay, if I get more, I'm going to have to read them to you. You did this to yourself.
This is hand 19 of the final table. Carlsen with Jack 10 on the button. Calls in position. Ockenden in the small blind. Has Carlsen dominated? King 10. He's going to call as well. So Dmitry Yurosov getting a great price in the big blind. If he's got something playable. He's called. He does have something playable.
Yeah,
8-7.
wow. Plenty of playable hands.
80% of the players going to the flop. 4-way action. King 8-5. Top pair for Ockenden. Second pair for Yurosov. The only player who really hasn't got anything right now is Mats Carlsen. Action's been checked to Mats. I love it. He's going to be the guy who's got absolutely nothing who's going to do the betting.
Look how much more comfortable he is betting with absolute air.
Well, he's going to get called in at least one spot. Ockenden is in, Yurosov is out. Frustrating flop for Saad. But he makes a good lay down.
Nice fold, buddy.
Heads up to the turn.
Bet call on a dry board. Gotta ditch the queens.
Ace of diamonds. Stupid. And be interesting to see whether Carlsen fires again and whether Ockenden starts worrying about the ace.
I mean, this is a great time to keep bluffing.
Well, he picked up equity. Picked up a gut shot. Action's still on Ockenden, by the way.
Yeah. What are you looking at, buddy?
Ockenden checks.
So much do you have? 800? 900.
900. About 900.
So now what Mats Carlsen is thinking about is why he asked that question. He's like, I asked him how much he had. Now I have to figure out why I asked him that.
Well, I think he's looking at what's in the pot and how much Ockenden has. And the answer is there's more in the middle that Ockenden has left. If Carlsen had shoved there and Ockenden had folded the best hand, Mats Carlsen would be my new hero.
8-9 Jack 10, is that anything?
4 cards straight. If it was Canadian stud, he'd be beating Ockenden's pair, but it's not. It's Hold'em.
Canadian stud, Mike McDonald.
Molly.
Ockenden shoves river.
Wow. Is this a bluff or a value bet?
I don't know. I'm assuming it's a value bet.
It seems to me more like a, I have the best hand, I'm gonna bet.
No, I won't fold it.
He made it look like a tough decision. Not this time.
So Ockenden suddenly leapfrogs Yurosov on the leaderboard. Peter back to 3rd position. Qualify for just 27 euros. And
No, it's personal.
dividers time
Yeah, okay.
Always has been, hasn't it?
between his hometown of Hastings and Eindhoven in Holland. You might remember the first few days we had been playing under the Dutch flag.
You might remember the Battle of Hastings in 1066, James.
Remember it well.
Oh,
Those Normans. Whew. Will they ever learn?
One in the eye for you, Harold.
All right, let's get through a couple more of these and then close it. Ready? Because I
Yep.
missed this one.
Okay.
The Thomas Texas Chainsaw Massacre Namera. Okay, that got a laugh from James.
It's so complicated, it's great.
Anything that trips me up is good, right? Ace 10 under the gun. I think we have no more of these, so.
Oh, that's nice and simple. Boyka opens under the gun, and we have Ockenden with 10-8 on the button.
Just one more terrible one. Carlsen, Saad, Yurosov, Ockenden's a scary monster.
Yeah, you see, don't encourage them. Oh, hello. Ace Queen for Yurosov.
Okay, competition's closed. I will announce the winners after this hand. Domination Nation, Russia v. Belarusia.
Yurosov decides he will just call. Sard in the big blind. As 8-5, he folds. Heads up to the flop.
Sard looking a little frustrated. He's down to 23 big blinds. And once again, the dominated becomes the dominator.
As Boyka hits top pair. Yurosov has checked the action to him. So even though Yurosov is Russian, he lives in Minsk, in Belarus, where he met Alexei Boyka, and the two are good friends.
They have ever so much fun.
140,000 the C-bet from Boyka.
Yurosov just ditches ace-queen, huh? Nice one. All right, here we go. Here's the winners.
Okay.
Jeff Jones for Drag Me to Heli Sad, and also Dmitry House of Horosov. Christian Rojas for Toby Tombstone, and Steve Ryan for the Tomas Texas Chainsaw Massacre Manera. Congratulations. You're going to all get a deck of playing cards.
Meanwhile, we are still running our Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition. A reminder that we tweeted the hands you want to match a little bit earlier. Make sure you're following at EPT Live on Twitter. And also, you've only got, well, actually, there is late registration for the first 30 minutes. But if you want to be in the game from the start, you've only got about 40 minutes to register for today's EPT Live Bounty Bonus Tournament. 5,000 players near enough in so far. Come join us. Carlsen's raised with 10-8 suited. Arkenden folds. Sard with king 3 of diamonds. Decides he's going to play this. Hasn't had the opportunity to play too many pots. So the biggest stack and the smallest stack go to the flop.
Pretty good flop for Carlsen. Again.
Absolutely. Queen 10-8. 2 pair for the chip leader.
Oh, not 2 pair again. Oh, jeez.
Nothing for Sard to be excited about. Should point out that as well as the final table of the main event, it's also the final day of the High Roller, the 10K event, which is closing out the festival here in Malta. 6 players remain in that. Pierre Neville is the chip leader. Theo Jorgensen and Stefan Jedlicka also at that final table. Live updates of the 10K event available via the PokerStarsblog.com. Jason Seagull believes that he was well and truly robbed for his Dominic Panker suggestion. Wasn't that good. And also, the minute you start complaining, you're definitely out. So Boyka in the small blind. It's been folded to him.
Makes it 150.
This is a very Mats Carlsen type hand here. 8-5 of spades.
So do we think he's going to flop 2 5s or just 2 spades? Oh, wow.
I didn't expect him to do that.
I want to blow the 4-bet alert alarm. It's not even a 4-bet. It's just a giant stack of green for no reason.
Oh, I love it.
Just going to 3-bet you to 500K. Boom!
I love it. Boyka's raised with 150,000. Carlsen's 3-bet is $500,000 and Boyka folds. Mats Carlsen, you are our hero. You are certainly the player that poker needs. 5.8 million now. Carlsen with 117 big blinds. Pretty big lead over Boyka, who sits second in chips. Everyone else below average, below 50 bigs, with Elisard bringing up the rear. Just 6 minutes left to play at this blind level. Then we'll go to 30-60. The anti-doubles from 5K to 10K.
Mats Carlsen is a ducking animal.
Now here's an interesting question, Joe. All these players are aware of the dynamic. They all understand that their whole cards will be displayed to the world 40 seconds after they've played the hand. When that information starts coming in, when players like Yurosov and Boyka start analyzing that data, do you think that will change the way they play against Carlsen?
I do. I don't know that all of them will do it. Meaning, I don't know that all of them will go back and look. Maybe none of them will.
I'm thinking that Yurosov and Boyka are going to be utilizing
There's no
that
way that the guys who are really advanced online players aren't going to look at it. Guys like Ockenden, Saad, I'm not so sure. But I do think it'll change how they play against them, yes. I don't know that it'll really sort of give them any insight because it is kind of random. But I'm sure it will change the way they play against them.
So this was raised by Boyka from the button. Ockenden defended his big blind. Boyka has flop best. Second pair. Action goes check, check. Turn card is another deuce. And interestingly, Ockenden decides to lead after Boyka failed to c-bet the flop. Ockenden with nothing but jack high. Boyka calls.
Pretty quickly.
Might take another barrel to try and get him off this. Eight on the river. Let's see if Ockenden keeps up the pressure. Also might want to examine his bet sizing. It was 80 into 270.
That's practically a check. I think if he bets real small on the turn and then big on the river, he can kind of try to rep a deuce. He really shouldn't have very many deuces, but...
Jane Windsor thinks that if these players see the cards and try to draw any conclusions from it, they're going to be even more confused than they were already.
There we go. That's over pot, I think. 425 into 430.
Pretty much full pot. Got to admire Ockenden having the stones to do this. Can Boyka make a soul read and call here with second pair?
And Boyka folds the best hand.
Nice bluff from Peter Ockenden. Hovering around the 40 big blind mark. So just 2 minutes to go on the level, probably 1 or 2 more hands to play. And when we come back from break, after you've seen EPT Not Live at EPT Live, we will be kicking off today's EPT Live bounty bonus. Obviously running on PokerStars. You can register using a ticket that you claim from Poker School Online. It's a rebuy tournament, and after the rebuy period is closed, there will be bounties on myself, Joe, and Matt. That's Waster, Joe Stapleton, and J. Hartigan. We are worth $150 each if you knock us out. 6 max zoom, $500 guaranteed. It's the last one of Malta. Hope to see you there. Sard first to act here. Ace 10. Lays it down.
What?
Folded ace 10, 5-handed.
Under the gun?
Yep.
What?
So Boyka starts the action with ace 8.
What is happening? He's the shortest stack. It's not even like there's a shorter stack that can go out before him. What just happened?
Well, he folded.
Is Graphical Hue hitting the sauce again?
Ockenden with deuces in the small blind. Yurosov getting a good price in the big blind. Calls as well. So this is pretty much guaranteed to be the last hand of the level. Players will take a 20-minute break after this hand, and we'll bring you part 1 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live. Queen, Queen 8. This is all Boyka.
Sod's looking at this board being like, yep, that's why you fold ace 10. Mm-hmm. Who wants to play ace 10 on this board? Which, by the way, wouldn't be the best hand. Deuce is good. Also the 8. All of them beating ace 10.
Boyka happy to continue into 2 opponents. I'd say an easy fold for both Ockenden and Yurosov.
I don't know. Ockenden is a bit of a wild card. There he goes. Okay. Yeah, okay, you were right. Fine. Whatever. Shut up. Leave me alone.
So that brings to an end the first level. What a level. So much movement.
Was that just one level?
On the leaderboard. 1 elimination. We lost Thomas McNamara. Mats Carlsen started the day as chip leader, and he has built on that chip lead up to nearly 6 million now. He will still have near enough 100 big blinds when we come back at 30-60 with a 10K ante. We're going to have Maria Ho on as a guest and analyst during the next level of play. Back in 20 minutes from the EPT Malta main event. Meanwhile, enjoy part 1 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live.
On TV, online, and on Sidekick. I don't even know what that is. This is EPT Not Live.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to EPT Not Live. I am Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton. Wait, it's EPT Not Live at EPT Live.
Correct.
Wow, you gotta get
Malta edition.
You gotta get the branding right. That is right. My work wife, James Hartigan, always there to correct me. We are in Malta. Don't forget my work abusive stepdad, Matt Broughton. He is here. Coming up on today's show, just a quick recap of what has happened so far here in Malta. There is a live spin and go wheel out there. Matt and James, spin and go wheel out there. Matt and James and I got to give it a spin, literally and figuratively. I got in trouble for touching it. We did not get that on camera, but we did get some footage of us playing that spin and go for your eyes and ear holes. Typically, it costs 500 euros to play. We did not play for that amount, but I did convince these two to play for 50 euros. More on that later. I f***ed up another trophy presentation. Really,
how is this news anymore?
Anything could have come after that, though. I f***ed up blank. Could really come at any point. Yes, another trophy presentation, but this one's really good. This is the best one yet. That is coming up later in the show. Tournament director Toby Stone witnessed that. He's on the show today, and we'll be playing a game with him called The Stone Bubble. And I still don't know really know what that game is.
I kind of have to take responsibility for this one because we kind of partridged that. We came up with a name and go, that sounds good. Now let's work backwards and come up with a format for what it is.
I'm convinced 99% of actual television is come up with that way. Anyway.
Monkey tennis.
Today on Superfan vs. Stapes, it's Andrew Milto, and his special subject is Adam Carolla. And
had you heard of Adam Carolla before I asked you to come up with the questions?
No, when you said it to me, I thought I'll just pretend to be cool. Yeah, fine, leave it with me, James. And I'm thinking, who the
well, guys, this is a podcast, and Adam Carolla only had the first most successful podcast.
I know.
Of all
I'd heard
time.
of him. I'd heard of him.
In the world.
In the world?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There may be another one that's outside, in another country at this point. But
I'm just baiting you. I know. I've got loads of facts about him.
Okay, very good. Well, hopefully that's one of the questions. Yes, and speaking of that superfan, I ran into him the other day, and he did me a real solid. But I'm going to thank him personally when he's on the show later. And we've got, well, speaking of solids, we've got prizes up the wazoo to give away. We've got lots of Step 2 and Phase C tickets. I didn't get that right.
It's Phase 2.
Phase 2.
Yes, Phase 2
Step
tickets.
C tickets we're giving away today to start folks on their way to the Bahamas.
That's right. I think we set in the end, and it was kind of like we made it up as we went along. We set 3 different competitions on last week's podcast, all 3 of which involve some form of photo or screen grab. So we'll work our way through those.
We're going to paint a word picture for the audio-only podcast.
Oh, yes.
And we're going to start people on their way to the Bahamas, and I think we decided we were going to give away 10 of these things, and I think we had exactly 10 submissions. So
perfect. If you entered, you are
that'll
the winner.
learn you to not enter our competitions, you dinguses. That is part of our social media segment, which is coming up right now. And I figured since we have a visual medium this time, I would kick things off with not exactly social media beefs, but I wanted to show people, because sometimes when I read the messages that I get, it doesn't really give the full picture. When I'm reading them out loud.
The problem is when you read them out loud, you normally correct the atrocious spelling.
Well, sometimes the spelling is so bad that I can't even express it orally, right? Like so now we have this visual medium. So there's this folder on Facebook. James, I don't have one. Matt, you do, and you may actually have. There's a hidden message folder on Facebook where it really filters out.
Yes.
Like there's one where it's like, this person isn't your friend. Are you sure to accept? There's another even more hiddener one.
Oh.
That really up messages go to.
Wow. Is this like the bottom layer of Inception? This is like kind of
right.
This is like that. Even Facebook didn't even think that you deserve to be notified of this message. And I get messages in this inbox occasionally, and I've been saving some to show you guys on the show today. This is from Renzo Mamami Ayala, who says, "You are a sucker. EPT Aldi's champion made the kid have done that you will never do. A shoal."
What was that in response to? Hang on, 8/29. So that's the 29th of August. That would be in reference to Sebastian Mallets, I guess?
Okay. I think he's trying to say EPT Ladies Champion when he says EPT Aldi's Champion, but your guess is as good as mine, guys.
Oh, maybe it wasn't about Sebastian
I mean, he's
Mallets.
right. You'll never be an EPT Ladies Champion. So, I mean, he has a point if that's the point he might be making.
It could be. Maybe
You
he's
ashole.
I'm definitely a shoal. Coming up next here. Oh, this is from a guy, by the way. Let's keep in mind, his name is Philippe Sender. Already sounds like spam to me. Hi, I'm organizing a poker tournament called the Billionaire International Poker Tournament. The entry for this tournament is $1.1 million US. For this price, you'll have private plane flights, limousine transportations, housing in a luxurious yacht, private party, every nignitz on the yacht, in the yacht, excuse me. Those yachts will be sailing on the French Riviera near the French city of Cannes during the Cannes Movie Festival and the Formula One Grand Prix of Monaco. The game will be on a big ship cruising outside the limite of the French territorial waters. We will have 72 players, 9 tables of 8 players.
Did anyone check the math, by the way?
Math checks out. I did. I got out a calculator immediately. The math checks out. In the final game, with the last 8th players, will be in a casino in Cannes or Monaco.
Yeah.
TBC.
If you want to participate, let me know, and we'll go forward. If you know some other players who want to join this tournament, they will be welcome.
I love the fact that this guy thinks that you have the money to play a €1 million tournament.
I think that but Philippe Sender, the sender of this message, probably thinks that I maybe have like a €100 holding fee.
It could be. I mean, I've seen you play some 1.1 tournaments, but those were very different. And
different
interesting.
symbols at the end of the 1.1.
Yeah,
usually.
and different of all the spellings. He got yacht right, which is generally where everyone falls down. It's a crazy word.
Right, I'm like a native English speaker, and sometimes I will misspell yacht.
Yatch.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The guy pronounced it yatched. Here's the thing: when you got that message, when you started reading it, did you think that this was building up to "We would love you to host this"? You didn't think this was an invitation to play.
Absolutely, right? Because I've gotten cockamamie offers like this before for people having $1 million buy-in tournaments, which actually is a thing now. But a couple years ago, when the first person pitched it to me, I was like, and then the guy threatened to sue me. So I knew that wasn't legit. But Philippe Sender sounds legit. I did send him a couple of bucks to hold my place in the tournament.
Right.
Here we go. Ian McKinnon says, dealer at Monaco, be a man.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think we've got one more here. Hey, Joe.
Sven!
I just watched the video of the final table Dublin and wondered how you know my name when I was blended in at the rail.
This
Now,
is
if
the guy
you
who
guys-
was railing Gilles Berniers at the
Yeah.
Dublin main event final table, and Sven became the star of the TV highlight
I mentioned
show.
Sven probably more times than I mentioned Dmitry Urbanovich because he was not blended in at the rail in the slightest.
Deuce! Hey, Deuce! Come on!
So I said, first of all, you're anything but blended in, but secondly, that's what TV producers are for, my friend. And he said, okay, this blended in was just a bad translation out of German. I don't know what he could have meant instead. And if this is what TV producers are for, then you did a great job. Now, I almost corrected him, wanted to be like, it wasn't me who did it, but I think maybe he means the collective you. So I just wanted to give
the production team. Yes.
a round of applause to the production team for figuring out who the very, very noticeable big German dude with a beard on the rail was. But I'm glad Sven got in touch because we made Sven a star. You're welcome, Sven. You're welcome.
Okay, we've got some prizes to give away. We've got some competitions. We are trying to send some of our listeners, some of the EPT Live viewers, to the Bahamas for the first ever PokerStars Championship. Which competition do you want to do first, Jeff?
We're going to start with the chat box catchphrase, catch on, which was an epic fail.
Okay, this was a desperate attempt, and desperate is the operative word in that sentence, to get our fans to try and populate some of the cliches from EPT Live and from the TV shows into the chat on PokerStars. Stuff like everyone loves a chop pot, Domination Nation.
Now's when the real poker starts.
Exactly. And yeah, we were trying to get people to do it and then see what kind of reaction they got from the other players at the table.
I was anticipating like hundreds of submissions, and then the ones that got the best reactions would be the winner.
Yeah.
Turns out we didn't get hundreds of submissions. Turns out nobody reacted. So the people who submitted won prizes.
Well done.
Like John Jacobs, who says, trying to get EPT Not Live catchphrases to catch on at PokerStars Spain. It is not working out too well. And there's what he said there. Basically, this was a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop bounty. No? No one? And then I love this response. ¿Qué dice? I don't understand. So well done, John Jacobs. You've won yourself a Phase 2 ticket. Moving on to Sam Warger, who says, no one seemed as excited as me for the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, where she writes in the chat,
Post-bubble bust-out bonanza time.
To deafening silence. Congratulations.
Come on. Talk at the table,
Well,
people.
At least the sound of your email will go off saying that you've got yourself a Phase 2 ticket. Coming up next here is Deborah Ireland, who says, no one will talk to me. I still had a chip in a chair, and then I didn't. Opponent collects my chips. In scornful silence, of course, she tried to use my catchphrase of "I still have a chip in a chair."
Do you know what? She would have got bonus points had she written, "I still have a chip in a chair," open brackets, copyright Joe Stapleton 2009.
Well, she did get bonus points, which is why we included her, because she also tried again by saying your catchphrase is still getting no response from my opponent, and there she tried. It's a straighty flushy board.
Oh, well
Your
done.
favorite,
Well,
James.
I have to say, the fact that Kate has submitted 2 definitely makes her worthy of a
So
prize.
she's in for phase
Yes.
2. I think that's all we've got for the chat box ones. Coming up next is, again, we sort of Alan Partridge this one. I was like, you know what? I just want to do a contest called Bahamas in Pajamas. So send us pictures of you in your pajamas, and if we like them, we'll send you a phase 2 ticket. Up first is Pedro Almeida.
Oh, please.
Who's wearing his
man.
Donald Trump onesie, which is really remarkably undefined down there, considering how
Strangely-
tight it is.
Strangely smooth for a
You'd
human.
yeah, you'd expect to see more. And
Oh,
there he
no,
is.
I don't need to see more.
Mexico will pay for
Take
the
it
wall.
away. Surely he should be giving us $27, not the other way
He
around.
almost looks like a superhero.
Wasn't he in like RoboCop 2?
Yeah, he does. Yes, he looks like the guy that was addicted to crank or whatever it was in RoboCop 2.
I can't remember.
Next up here is Adam Hibbard, who says, I hope a onesie qualifies as pajamas. Yes, it does when we don't have any submissions. Absolutely.
That's a lot of product right there. I do hope he lives with a woman.
Me too. My goodness. I hope he didn't use all that for this photo because it really seems like a waste. And finally, Jonathan. Jonathan is his Bahamas and Pajamas who enjoys bananas and hopefully a phase 2 ticket.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely, Jonathan.
I love the fact the photo's at an awkward angle as well, which makes it look like his garden's on a kind of like 45-degree incline.
I feel like there's maybe 2 bananas in that photo. Really,
That's-
think about it.
That's like the most minimal effort garden ever. It's like AstroTurf, bit of wood chipped down the sides, just one hanging basket, which every year he tends to.
It's got a fence at least. It's more than I have. All right, finally, one last competition we had. Now, James was in this amazing photo, this paparazzi photo, where he's got this, what do we call a gormless expression?
I describe myself as a gormless.
Basically, James is chowing down while this celebrity con is being photographed, and I was like, this needs to be photoshopped into everything. I will give prizes to people who photoshop the into some good stuff. First up here, we have Andrew Spears, who said, who knew that James Hardigan was present at the moon landings? I, for one, didn't see that. Next up, we've got Spear, who submitted a couple. Spear's American, so he couldn't win a prize. But first of all, James, right there, present at the assassination of Lincoln. Unbelievable. What was that like? Did you enjoy the play, Mr. Hardigan?
It was mediocre.
Spear has another one here. I mean, that is almost
His eyes really do follow you around
like
the room.
it's like that was the original muse for it. It's entirely possible. And Adam, of course. Now I'm so glad somebody went with this one, who decided James loves a good free meal, and James is in fact chowing down in the photo. So that's very fitting. Nice work there, Da Vinci's Demons indeed. And then finally, we had a late submission yesterday where Hardigan was at the top of the leaderboard for the bounty bonanza,
Bounty
Bonus.
the bounty bonus tournament. So James was pretty shocked to be at the top of the leaderboard for that. So anyway, congratulations to all the winners there.
And Mickey Peterson, by the way, I don't know if you saw his tweet. He said,
No.
he said, the obvious challenge should be change your avatar on Stars to that picture.
Oh man, yeah, because you can only change that like once a year or something, right?
That would be
That's
brilliant.
serious. It's almost like getting it tattooed on you. That's like the poker version of a tattoo.
That's some real commitment.
So here's
right
the
there.
thing. If I can persuade the live events team to separate with some more phase 2 tickets, if anyone sends in a screenshot of their PokerStars avatar having been changed to that picture, are we going to give out some more prizes?
Sure, but we'll have to do a drawing at that point if like more than
Sure.
whoever does it. But yeah, absolutely. And we want to give away more of these phase 2 tickets anyway. So come up with some fun stuff. Impress us. Maybe we'll just grant you one.
Sure.
I'm gonna grant Matt Broughton one if he tells a good story about his W Coupe final. final
you know what?
stream.
It's so funny you should say that. Well, ordinarily, between like Barcelona and Malta, I don't really have anything PokerStars related, but I was very fortunate this year to get involved in the W Coupe Twitch streams. And this kind of connects to something we've been reminiscing a bit, and we were talking about 5 or 6 years ago when me and you were kind of working together for the first time doing the W Coupe radio shows. And one of the very first ones we did, Joe kind of was in control, as he is now. He had like all the soundboard with all the like the intro music.
That was a really bad first show. I was sweating. I was just like sick.
And it was like, okay, and there's all these idents. Hi, I'm Daniel Negreanu. You're listening to, and it was a little bit. It wasn't a car crash, but it wasn't as smooth as we've come to know Joe. So they said, well, look, Matt, why don't you have a go at it? And I was like, oh god, okay. And so we swapped roles. And actually, I found I really enjoyed the multitaskingness of it. And probably after about a week, I'd made it so complicated.
Like a video game for Matt.
It was. And I had everything color-coded and arranged on screen. So when it comes to the W-Coop Twitch show that I was doing, it was like, not every single day, but it was most days for a week. Sorry, for a month.
I think I have one of those idents, actually. Hello, everyone. This is Liv Marie, and you're listening to PokerStars Radio. Game's on!
So there was a lot, as you might imagine, because as we did it for 2 weeks, and as the weeks rolled by, we just added more and more guff to this output. And I fell foul of exactly the same compulsive I didn't, after the first show, it'd be great if I had like another screen that did this, and third show, it'd be great if I had some music behind it. I should have some music. If I had a soundboard, and you actually came in after I'd been in a couple of days, and you saw I already had a kind of an iPad here and an iPad there and microphones, and by the end of the month's run, it had got pretty crazy, but I was feeling like, okay, last show, let's make it really great. So start the broadcast. I've got this plate up. I've got some music playing.
So this is your new show.
This is I'm now talking about the new W-Coop Twitch stuff.
The one
so
you just did.
Yeah. So and it's after the whole of September. It's the very final show. Going to make this awesome. Everything has finally come together. Got the plate up. I can see the viewers are coming in. I've got this sound effect. I do this thing where I stay off the camera, and now I turn that off, and I got this thing. Let's get ready to rumble. There's another button. Bam, 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 bam. Music kicks in. I come in. I'm going, hi guys, thanks again for tuning in. It's been absolutely fabulous to have you with us. We got this coming up on the show, that coming up on the show, and I can see the chat scrolling. Everyone's loving it. Da 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 da. I go for about 2 or 3 minutes doing all this stuff at the top of the show, changing visuals. And I can see the chat scrolling. I'm thinking, oh, the guys are loving this. I go, okay, let's
That's
go.
like a very gratifying thing, like when you do a good gag and you're like,
Yeah.
you see the chat.
And I'm thinking, okay, well, let's go and say hello to some of the guys already tuned in. And all I can see is, Matt, you're muted. Matt, your mic's off. Matt, we can't hear you. Matt. And so I've just blown the best 3 minutes of my life just broadcasting silently to this audience and I'm juggling and pressing and queuing stuff, and I'm having the best time of my life, and all I've got is like 600 comments going, we can't hear you, oi, hello. And that was how I closed the whole of a month's broadcast, by just being a complete.
You know how we should close this segment? They should just mute us right now.
I'm thinking aces or kings.
Cocktails, TV table.
What? She goes after me every time. I have no idea why.
Hey,
You call and it's over, baby.
Welcome back to the Portomasso Casino in St Julian's, Malta for the final day of the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour Festival. The final day, the final table of the EPT 13 Malta main event, and we are down to 5 players. Matt Carlson came in as the chip leader. He has boosted that chip lead. He is playing close to 100 big blinds right now as we go to the 30,000, 60,000 blind level. Running ante of 10,000. 90 more minutes of poker to play with me, James Hartigan, and Matt Broughton.
Hello, everybody. How are you today? Are you enjoying our final table? Because I am. Rather impressed by Matt's. Just an absolute hero as far as I'm concerned.
Carlsen knew he'd be an underdog despite having the chip lead. In fact, he hadn't even looked at what the other stacks were. I don't think he was even aware that he had the biggest stack. But he's been wielding those chips, doing a lot of damage.
I love it. He's just living in the moment, looking at his cards, doing what he wants, not getting too stressed out about it.
So first hand back from the break, first hand of level 27. Boyka from Belarus raises under the gun with Queen 10. Folded around to the big blind, Elie Saad, who is the shortest stack at the table, down to 15 big blinds. And he folds as well. So let's introduce our next guest commentator here on EPT Live. Very pleased to have with us in the booth, Maria Ho.
Hi.
Maria, always a pleasure to be in your company, and it was a pleasure to have you playing in the EPT Malta main event, and we saw you clinging on for dear life on the bubble and saw you creep into the cash.
Yes, I definitely had one of the shortest stacks I've ever had close to the bubble, so I really had to squeak by with 4 big blinds into the money, I think.
Oh, 120.
Now, in your EPT Malta main event journey, I appreciate you made it to kind of the second level of day 3. Did you encounter any of the 5 gentlemen who've made it to this final stage?
No, I cannot say that I've played against any of them during this tournament.
And there's probably no reason why you'd have encountered them anywhere else. They're not players who are necessarily known in the poker world. Obviously, we have several amateurs at this final table. Only 2 pros remaining, those being Alexei Boyka and Dmitry Yurasov, who would admit themselves that they're mainly online players.
Yeah, you're lucky you missed the last player out was the chap who was sat between you and Ben Phillips on that bubble.
Oh.
Literally looking to his right and sighing, and looking to his left and sighing.
That one.
Yeah,
Oh, I have a little story.
Yeah, you had a little bit of a chit-chat with him, didn't you?
I forgot.
Oh, wait, how do you guys know?
This is Thomas McNamara's tape.
Yeah.
Talking about, yeah.
Yeah. It was a little rude, to say the least. I feel like I have all the power right now with the mic, and I can like tell my side of the story right now. No.
Well, let's just see how this hand plays out. Carlsen open under the gun with ace-deuce. Boyka defends his big blind with ace-tray, a 10-8-5 flop. And if there's one thing Carlsen's proved, Maria, during the first level, and indeed over the last few days, although it's only today we've actually seen the kind of hands he's been playing, he is wild, he is unpredictable. So Boyka pairs his 3 on the turn, with the action going check-check on the flop. See, this is where Carlsen could easily just grab a tower of green and put it in.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, he has so much equity with like the nut flush draw, gut shot, straight draw. And you said he's crazy, so.
What's not to love? 250,000, boom, gets the job done. Boyka folds the best hand. And Carlsen moves over the 6 million mark. So, Matt, you were, of course, out on the floor. There's a few little hashtag fun facts about our friend Matt Carlsen. You were on the floor, Matt, during the bubble, and you were actually watching the table that had Ben Phillips, our eventual bubble boy, Thomas McNamara, who burst the bubble, and Maria. So what was going down?
Well, it was, to be honest, it's only because I was just guarding those 2 tables because they were kind of like isolated from the rest of the field. And mostly my eyes were on Ben Phillips because he was the short stack that we were kind of waiting. But of course, then between him stalling and then you sometimes taking your time, I don't like to stir up trouble, but I just remember going in, everyone get the cameras over here because it's all kicking off between Maria and this guy, Thomas McNamara, quickly, quickly. But by the time they could run across the room, you'd kind of, it wasn't a very long spat, was it?
No, and I think, you know, I'm pretty friendly and cordial at the tables, and it was the first time that I actually took some time to think about my hand, and he immediately said something, and I think it was just like the frustrations were mounting for him, given the fact that Ben was stalling and all of that, and he immediately just jumped on me, and I was like, whoa, this is like the first real decision I've had, so
Yeah.
I just want a little bit of time.
Because I remember you saying to him, you don't even know what cards you got. I think you suffered the brunt of his frustration actually with Ben, because Ben was really stalling, like horribly stalling. And then there was the guy, Joran Soons, who was a couple round to your left, and he suddenly kind of became like the table policeman that was just going clock, 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 which I'm glad he did, really.
No, absolutely. And I think all players are entitled in that situation when we're on the bubble to call the clock. But when people can't see my cards just because I had a shorter stack, I don't think that's fair to assume that anytime I do take some time that that's just because I'm stalling, because you will have some decisions sometimes in those situations.
Yeah.
Carlsen just won another hand, up to 6.2 million. We've played 27 hands so far at this final table. Meanwhile, in just over 4 minutes' time, we'll be kicking off the 5th and final EPT Live Bounty Bonus Tournament, 6 max Zoom, kicking off at the top of the hour. 6,500 players are in. A reminder, there are $150 bounties once it becomes a freeze out. Please remember that during the rebuy period, no bounties in play, but after the rebuy and add-on period has ended, you can get $150 for knocking out either Waster, that's Matt Broughton,
Hello.
Joe Stapleton, who's Joe Stapleton, and J. Hartigan. Hello. So remember to sign up using a ticket from Poker School online. Make sure you got plenty of dollars in your PokerStars account. Utilize those rebuys and add-ons to get yourself into the freeze-out stage and be in contention to claim a bounty. Urasov has opened here with Queen Jack. Sard's finally got a hand, Ace King. He shoves.
I can't see Urasov calling because it's for most of his chips, and I think he was planning on just raise folding off of his like 16, 18 big blind stack, right?
So Sard now becomes the second shortest stack. Urasov, now the low man at the table. Kneel before Sard. Your ruler. Today begins a new order.
Keep your head down. Keep your head down, and it will pass.
Is this an actual quote from something, or he just made...
It's from his favorite movie, Superman 2.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever heard
I'm warning you,
quote.
if you engage with James, he will tell you more about Superman 2. That's all I'm going to say, Maria. I'll leave it up to you. Your decision.
I recommend you don't. Urasov, look at that. The poor guy's lost nearly 2 million from the start of the day. He was second in chips coming into this final table. He's now down to 15 bigs. And he was many people's pick to win this. Based on the last 2 days, people felt, look, he's aggressive, he's clearly accomplished. You know, he's obviously had results in high roller events. And because he was only just behind Carlsen, people thought, right, he's going to do this. But I shouldn't write him off, of course.
No, it did feel like after watching him yesterday, he just looked like the more dangerous, more aggressive, really just going to punish anyone that gets involved with him. But not a great day at the office so far. Long levels, though. Plenty of time to come back. Fingers crossed.
145.
I love these blind-on-blind confrontations. I love the dynamic in these situations. Ockenden raising small to big with King 4 suited. Urasov with 8-5 off in the big.
There's some hands I wouldn't peel with off of his stack size, even though I'm in the big blind and I'm only facing like a 2.4x raise. But, you know, 8-5 offsuit.
So Urasov flops a gut shot. Ockenden has paired his 4. No c-bet. Urasov checks behind and hits his straight on the turn.
Way to realize your equity. I don't really think, please say his last name for me, his opponent. Ockenden?
Exactly, just say what you see. Ockenden.
Perfect. I don't think he's going to call here with bottom pair, obviously, because he has no club redraw. But it's always nice to hit a gut shot when you don't have to put a whole lot in pre.
I'm sure he won't mind, by the way, if you call him Peter.
All right. Peter seems like it's an easier name for me to pronounce, especially since I'm like 2 drinks in already.
Well, Maria, it's barely 4 o'clock.
Girlfriend, hello.
I don't feel like I should say this saying like, oh, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, because it's only an hour from 5 o'clock, so I don't even feel like I need to justify this, really.
And the worst thing is the clocks go back, so it's practically 3 o'clock. So I don't want to like make you sound even worse. But that's right, you're on holiday, really, when you think about it, aren't you? You know.
I am, and something about the weather being like this combined with sometimes the last day of a poker
Yeah.
series, you're like, it's
Now's
time
the
to drink.
Now's the time.
The weather is interesting, to say the least. So Urasov bet 175,000 on the turn. Ockenden called. He's checked this 3 on the river.
Uh-oh. Prepare to lose James. The bounty bonus has started.
I've been much better the last 2 days.
Oh.
Ooh, I'm going to get to watch how you guys play.
Oh, prepare to
I can tell
be
you already.
dazzled.
Can we do some live commentary on what I'm seeing right
The
now?
answer is badly.
$690,000 in the middle. $425.
I mean, we saw Ockenden make a light call earlier on, but surely with a 4 on that board. I mean, again, it's blind on blind, but
But I think he should be thinking if Urasov wanted to bluff, he might have chosen to do that on the flop. I think when some people check back flops and are barreling turn and rivers, I think it's a little more credible. Plus, Ockenden doesn't block any flushes. I mean, that's why calling the turn is a little problematic, because you show up at the river with kind of a weak range and then you're put in this position. But
when he makes the right decision, he lets it go. So Urasov just over 20 big blinds now, and Sard now the low man at the table. And there is the aforementioned Thomas Finn McNamara, our 6th place finisher, the man who burst the bubble in the main event and who had a mild altercation with Maria Ho on day 3 of the main event.
I'm going to keep it classy and not say anything else, because I feel like the 2 drinks plus what happened, I could get a little unfiltered here.
Well, there's a question from somebody called Dark Magnetic Storm on Twitch, and he's kind of new to this and wondering, are those chips real money? It feels like a classic Twitch troll, but I'm led to believe it isn't. First time watching us. Well, no, do you know, it's the sort of thing that just comes up at least every 3rd comment, so we'll treat this one like a real one. So the way the tournament poker works is that you pay your buy-in, and that buy-in might be different. Might be €5, might be 500, might be 5,000, and you will get a set amount of chips. Those chips don't have a cash value. They are your tools. They are your ammo to try and take it down. So imagine 5 of us got together and we all put 10 quid in the middle, and then we all gave each other 2,000 or 6,000 chips, as many chips as we wanted, to control how long the game takes, and whoever ends up with all of the chips is the winner. But you can't just, this guy, he couldn't just go, do you know what, I've had enough of this, pick up his chips, walk out,
No.
take them to the cashier desk.
As we always say, the chips themselves have no cash value, and that's why there's no symbol, euro, dollar, or pound against the actual amounts that are bet and raised. Everyone paid 5,000 euros to enter this tournament. 468 runners, creating a prize pool of nearly 2.3 million euros. And they are now playing for 6-figure sums. Next player out gets 104,000 euros. The winner, just over 355,000. So Urasov has raised with the king 10. Ali Sard in the big blind with 10-7. And I think Sard is going to defend, and he is dominated, heading to the flop, ace 3-3. Urasov continuing with king high, which is the best hand. And Saad folds. And this is why you don't write off Dmitry Yurasov. He's gone from being 5th on the leaderboard to 3rd on the leaderboard in the space of 2 or 3 hands. Now playing 25 big blinds.
Yeah, Ali Saad's going to start feeling the pressure, down to under $1 million. Suit. Don't forget, by the way, boys and girls, the bounty bonus underway. Late reg for another 25 minutes, so it's not too late to get in there. About 6,300 of us right now. 150 bucks on me, Joe and James's heads once it turns into the freeze out. Right now, rebuys available. Good luck.
And I did look over and see James show up to the river with 6 deuce, I believe. So guys, get on in here.
There's some value to be had across the tables.
Yeah, we've had a few members of Team Pro in the booth this time over the last few days, Maria, and we've made them earn their money. That basically we just sat back and played and said, you talk about what's on the screen.
Yeah, things get very quiet until one of us is knocked out, and then it's all back on the mic.
Ah, multitasking sucks. I think we have a raise here from Peter Ockenden. Pocket threes. I mean, have you ever found yourself in this situation, Maria, where you've come into a final table and through not playing any big pots, you've just seen your stack whittled down through not having hands, and then frustration starts to set in?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really tough because they should be considering ICM because we're at a final table versus just like when you find yourself short in a tournament, but there's still, you know, like 6, 7, 8 tables left. So it's a very different situation, but based on Saad going all in here, yeah, I mean, it's not like ace-3 of clubs is a bad hand to go all in with, but I'm saying there could be a little bit of that patience wearing thin. And when you are the shortest stack, then ICM doesn't really apply to you.
And because Saad has been by far the quietest guy at this final table, no real surprise that Ockenden quickly throws away the threes.
And that's kind of the important part about preserving fold equity, too, is because obviously if he had something like 10 big blinds or less, then in that spot, Ockenden wouldn't have loved it, but he would have had to call there and would have pleasantly found out that he had him dominated. But when you do have fold equity and you make some light shoves and you have a tight image, then they're going to get through.
Kneel before Saad. I see you are practiced in worshipping things that fly. Good.
Again, just keep your head down.
Wow, of all your accomplishments in poker, Maria, apparently you will be remembered as a Season 2 finalist on Shark Cage. Way to be on brand, people. So folded to Saad on the button. Now this final table, Maria, is interesting for us for a variety of reasons. The fact, as we've said, that 3 out of the 5 players here are amateurs and are quite happy to admit that they are nervous coming in, that they didn't expect to get this far. And also the fact that those 3 players also are in their 40s and 50s. Which is nice to see.
I love that. I mean, honestly, I think that it kind of just goes to show that people are still picking up the game of poker maybe, you know, later on in life. I'm not saying that they're wrecks just because they haven't been playing that long necessarily, but I'm saying there's a good chance that maybe some of them just got into poker more recently, and so maybe poker isn't dead.
Why? Who was suggesting it is? I mean...
Not a topic of conversation that ever comes up in the industry at all.
No.
So Carlsen goes to the flop dominated, and he's dominated after the flop.
Not entirely sure that's English, James, but we'll come back to that.
You know what I meant, though?
I did. So therefore it was English, I guess.
Check on the flop. Carlsen drawing dead on the turn. And interesting how many hands being played right now are blind on blind. Roman Koronev and Vladimir Troianovsky reigning the Russian and the Belarusian at this final table. Delayed c-bet from Boyka. Carlson folds.
Nice swift action, not too much deliberation. Oh,
Guys, this is a little better. So other than Shark Cage 2 finalists, I'm also a really, really good poker player.
And that's in like uppercase, so they must really be sure of it.
If we had the ability to do bold and underline, we'd have done that as well.
You would have.
Yeah.
You guys could also just put 3 reallys, but...
yeah.
But no, I'm not really that good.
It could have been worse. It could have been like italicized, which is kind of slightly sarcastic, like, oh, a really good poker player. So I think we'll consider that a win.
So Sam, the Manic Flea, asked about other events you might have played in this week, Maria. Have you cashed in any other events? Have you played any other events? I don't know what you've been doing since exiting the main.
So before the main, I played the IPT High Roller event. It didn't do well in that. But then after I busted the main, I jumped in the 1K single reentry and got 6 in it. So Maltese flag on the Hendon mob.
So flag chasing is still a thing. People still go for that, do they?
I mean, I don't personally flag chase, but it is kind of cool to like look through your results and just have a bunch of different results from various places. I should put that in my Twitter bio. Professional flag chaser.
Nice. Oh, hello, bigger pair. Boyka button raised with the 5s. Ockenden's got the 9s in the big. He's got 20 big blinds. Is this a get it in situation, Maria? Well, he's decided to do it.
Yeah.
Question is it a call for Boyka? Do you really want to be calling off a 20 big blind shove with 5s?
I would definitely not call off with 5s here. Unless, you know, I mean, even if you did actually have a crazy dynamic with this specific player, you're just not doing well enough against their range to really justify this. I mean, why flip for what would be a third of his stack here? No, thank you.
One, 285.
Let's be honest, when you get it in with 9s here and the guy doesn't snap call, you're happy.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that Boyka already knows he's going to fold, but I think it's okay to just take a little bit of time here, just so, you know, Ockenden doesn't perceive that, you know, Boyka's raising light on the button necessarily, or that he can, you know, keep shoving this stack size against him and he's going to get a lot of folds necessarily, because I don't think 5s is that much of a real consideration here.
There's the fold.
It's only a million. It's only a million.
Have a pair.
And just to clarify once again, a million chips with no cash value. Well, yes, I know they do have a cash value, but you know what I mean.
Let's not get into that. We're just covering the first stage of understanding.
It always amused me on some of those TV shows from the early 2000s, mainly the American TV shows, where they would talk about every bet being in dollars, like it's a $1 million chip pot. No, it's not.
Nah.
I know. I think that's where the confusion comes from, is because we did it to you guys. Now you guys have to field all of these questions because of American Poker Program.
Do you know what, Maria? We accept your apology on behalf of the nation.
Oh, so many things we have to apologize for lately, though, right? So many more things than that. It's the least of our worries.
Yeah, I was just going to say that is the smallest worry on our plates right now. Blind on blind, yet again.
Wow, we're up to nearly 8,000 runners, by the way, in the bounty bonus, with still about 15 minutes of late reg available.
Oh, fabulous. That's fabulous. Yeah, 8,128 to beat from yesterday's field. Let's make this last one the best one.
I think we will.
I'm pretty confident.
Quietly confident. So once again, blind on blind. Ockenden completes with 3 deuce, and Dmitry Urasov checks his option with 6-4.
I do find this interesting, just watching good players play rubbish hands. I know that everyone loves all the big, huge, sexy car crash coolers, but considering for most people this is what 90% of bread and butter poker is just playing relatively nothingy hands with best part of 0 connection.
Well, Urasov with absolutely nothing but 70,000. Bottom pair for Ockenden, and in this situation, Maria, where it is blind on blind, if you have a pair, do you think you have to call at least one street?
Yeah, I think calling one is fine, but once again, it's just so hard because you are going to show up to the river with, you know, a really weak holding, and what are you going to do when you're faced with multiple streets of betting? But yeah, I mean, you can't really fold bottom pair here on the flop to just one barrel. Even though you're just like, what turn and river cards are going to be good for your hand? If you don't improve, you know, you're still going to be put in a tough spot. And it looks like Urasov is going to continue to fire. So this kind of becomes the problem when you call with bottom pair. And I think the reason that you guys are seeing so many blind versus blind confrontations is probably because the way the stack sizes are set up and where people are sitting. I think some of the people with the chip lead, like Carlson and Boyka, seem a little bit, you know, they should be opening kind of a ton because they can easily, you know, raise fold to any of the shorter 20 big blind stack shoves. But I think maybe they're not really taking advantage of that situation because they don't want to have to, you know, raise fold a lot. But if your opponents aren't shoving over your raise, then you should take advantage.
So we mentioned, of course, that the high roller is also being played today. And let's have a check-in on the final table of that event. 5 players remaining in seat 1, Christian Eggers. In seat 2, my name is Michael Caine. Theo Jorgensen, the short stack, is in the 3 seat. And Pierre Novell, former November 9er, 2-time runner-up on the EPT, is in seat 4. He shares the chip lead with Stefan Jedlichka, a guy we saw earlier this week win the IPT High Roller.
I mean, they are really, really, really good poker players. I don't want to like kind of torture you with it, but
3 reallys minimum.
3, I mean, you know,
minimum.
Easily.
Well, don't forget that we will, of course, continue to bring you live updates from the High Roller via the PokerStarsblog.com. I appreciate that they are textual rather than videographic updates, but if you want to follow that tournament, head to the blog. 10s against Jack 10. Boyka opened under the gun. Carlson just called. Ockenden on the button with 9-6. He folds. Urasov in the small blind. Ooh, King Jack suited.
Okay, so this is where I kind of like Carlson's flat here with 10s. I'm not sure if this was his intention, but because there are a lot of 20 big blind stacks behind him, maybe somebody's going to take this spot to squeeze and shove. I don't think King Jack of Hearts is that hand because it plays so well post-flop that he probably just wants to see a flop with it. But if somebody, you know, had ace-x or something, they might shove now, and Carlson could easily call it off with 10s. But
well, huge value for the ordinarily junky 8-4 diamonds. I say that actually, that's not doing a full service to the 8-4 diamonds. Probably going to be hard to not want to take a flop with your fingers crossed here. Nearly everybody in it. 2, 3, 4. Tens still good. No real surprise on such a low flop. Check round to Carson. There's 570,000 in the pot. He bets out 300k.
It's like a third of Sod's stack to call, but he does have top pair and a backdoor flush draw, and he might be like, that might be okay, but no.
Kind of borderline decision.
Carlsen continues to boss it up to 6.4 million. Still playing more than 100 big blinds. There's still more than an hour to run on this blind level.
Alfred Molina joins us in the background there. James is just off filming. Said to say hello. Knows you're a big fan.
Senor. Do you remember the beginning of Raiders of the Lost Ark? Go with the
No.
spiders. Oh, no.
Throw me the idol. I throw you the whip.
Are you guys those people that just know a lot of movie trivia and quotes and other...
Yeah, we are those really annoying nerds who have no positive contribution to make to society.
Oh, okay, great. Just
We're here.
checking.
We're here for a lot of hours. We have to just find something.
We have discovered, though, that a lot of people in our audience actually share our predilection for nerdy stuff.
I like nerdy stuff. I'm a huge nerd.
Good question from Megan, actually, for Maria. When you're at this type of event, how much do you notice the cameras and do they disrupt your play?
That is a good question. You know, at this point in my career, just based on how long I've been playing, no, it doesn't really disrupt the way that I play, but I do notice that it definitely affects other people, and so it's a really interesting dynamic to be aware of when people might want to call more because they want to be involved in pots when cameras are around, and the players that kind of are taking, you know, that into account. You just have to know what side they're on. Are they trying to, you know, make a hero call because the cameras are there, or are they acting up or playing more hands because of it? So.
Because I guess also, again, going back to that bubble time when I was out on your table, is it's a lot different once you're set up here and everything's just ticking over. But when you have those kind of mobile crews, suddenly all come running over and suddenly there's this boom mic, just like, especially when it's just clearly dangling over you and you're like, well, I was going to say something, but now I don't know if I want to, or I wasn't going to say anything, but now I feel like I should. It's this kind of, everyone's here.
Yeah. I've seen people panic under those situations, like where they would make maybe a bad call that they normally wouldn't because they just feel kind of a lot of pressure to either make something happen for the cameras. So, yeah, I feel really fortunate that I'm no longer affected by it, but I'm sure in the beginning I was, just like everybody else would naturally be.
So this is hand 37 of the final table. We've been five-handed for a while. We lost Thomas McNamara during the first level. No eliminations since the break. Sard has Jack 10. Still the short stack of the table with 16 bigs.
And probably going to look like an awesome hand considering how dry things have been for him, you know. An opportunity to be the first to get the chips in on the button. Jack 10, it's going to look like gold.
So he's raised it to 125k. 125. Carlsen, the chip leader, is in the big, and he'll defend with King 7. Ace, Jack 9, all hearts. Sard The second pair and the better flush draw checks behind.
I think Saad should have felt really good about this flop because with his 14 big blind stack, Carlsen would have jammed pre with an ace here. So I'm kind of surprised to not see him c-bet.
Well, it's gone check on the turn as well. Saad now has a luck on this. It is a straighty flushy paired board. Check to showdown. And with his jack, Saad wins. Chips up to a mighty 20 big blind stack. Kneel before Saad.
I must say, when you said Saad wins, I was just waiting for you to go, I always win.
I win. I always win.
See, I knew it was there somewhere. Oh, dear.
Matt, why do you say this to me when you know that I will kill you for it?
Kill me? The only person with Superman's address? Yeah. I'm really sorry about this.
You guys don't need me here anymore, right? I don't.
You've just chosen a really strange time. You've met us at a really strange time in our lives. It's once there are a whole bunch of the audience that are kind of unfairly rooting for Elie Saad to get knocked out just to end the Superman, the Superman 2 pain.
I genuinely believe that the majority of the audience is with you every step of the way, Maria. So Saad back in the action here, raising with eights. By the way, registration.
Yes. I think we lost him to a hand there. I could be wrong.
No, it just keeps flicking. I'm trying to read the lobby and it keeps flicking back to the table. Right. Late registration ends in 4 minutes time and we currently have 8,600 runners. This is looking good.
Sweet.
So Ockenden peeled this pre, which is fine. You know, nowadays people are pretty much peeling to any 2.3 or less, 2.3x or smaller raise sizes, which I think is fine. I really enjoy the fact that people are kind of wanting to see more flops now, and it's fine to play out of position with almost any 2 cards as long as you feel pretty comfortable post.
The thing is, there was a time when I would have thought people would go, I mean, that's just spewy. I mean, you know, any 2 cards, this guy's just playing, he's just gambling. But it gets to the point where you go, well, actually, if you don't open up hugely, you're just hardly ever going to play a hand from the blinds here. Yeah, everyone knows they're just going to get free money from you.
And when you just think about, you know, what hands you have against what hands you're up against, the price that you're getting when someone's opening min or, you know, 2.1x, which is kind of standard raise sizing these days, it's like there's no hand you're that big of a dog against, you know, to not peel from the big blind.
And of course, then when you get a decent hand, it's kind of disguised because it's not like, well, here comes Tighty McTightingson with his aces. I keep doing that stupid thing in a Zoom tournament where I keep trying to change my opening mounts, forgetting that I'm never going to see these people ever again. You know, I'm thinking,
you're
right,
like, balance.
Yeah, don't do the 2.3. Let's take it to the 2.5, just in case anyone's paying attention. 1, no one's paying attention. 2, I'm never going to see these guys. Ooh.
Ooh.
I rock.
3 outer on the turn for
Exactly.
the win, Matt.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to suggest I play slightly looser than I might do otherwise, but I do like to give the kids something to play with.
So this is Boyka opening with Queen Jack. Ockenden with Queen 9.
Yeah, could be about to get himself into some trouble here. No, dodges.
Okay, round to Yurosov in the big blind. Ace 10. So Eurosov, the effective stack here. We're 27 bigs behind. By the way, I do appreciate people saying hello in the chat box, but if you think there is any chance of me replying, you've got another thing coming.
Guys, he's too busy reciting movie quotes here to
Yeah, there's a lot.
respond to
There's
you.
a lot going on up there in Hartigan's head right now. The check on the 6-4 deuce double spade flop brings the king of clubs. Ace high still ahead.
And if Boyka does choose to go for the delayed c-bet here, I think he's going to see Urasov call one. I mean, Urasov's hand is not super under up, but it is a little bit. You know, he definitely doesn't have that many good aces because he didn't 3-bet pre. But he also feels like there's a good chance ace high could be good. So I don't see him just check folding here to a turn bet.
Remember, these two guys, very good friends. Both live in Minsk, in Belarus. They're going to the river.
And I think you're going to see Boyka give up on this card because, for multiple reasons. I mean, Urasov could definitely have a 6, but, you know, when the board pairs and you get called on the turn, you're not really going to fire the river.
Yep. The ace takes it down. Urasov up to just over 2 million in chips now, about 34 bigs with 3/4 of an hour left.
So, of course, when play concludes here in Malta, the European Poker Tour moves on to Prague. That will be officially the last EPT event, because then we begin a new era with the PokerStars Championship kicking off in 2017. The very first event at the Bahamas at the Atlantis Resort and Casino, taking place from the 6th to the 14th of January 2017. Satellites are running right now, and in November there'll be $10 spin and go qualifiers running pretty much for the whole of November.
I still think they should have just changed the E to the Everywhere, just the Everywhere Poker Tour, and then they could have just kept so many of the banners, saved a fortune in canvas.
There was my other suggestion, which is the first event, PokerStars Championship Atlantis.
Yeah.
Abbreviates as PCA.
Again, a whole load of canvas, a load of felt, just immediately saved. But did they ask us? No. No, they did not. Ah, some hands. Thank you, poker gods.
Ace-9 against Jack-10.
The power of the sun in the palm of my hand. It's another way. It's a different Spider-Man this time.
Any movies that end in man, you guys got it covered.
He is, if we're going to talk about nerds of superhero stuff, Matt Broughton has that one crushed.
I like superhero movies. I like all the Marvel comics stuff.
Yeah,
And
I think they're all very fun. They're all entertaining. They're not trying to be too clever. They're just.
Ooh,
just
look at this. Top for Ockenden. Open-ended straight draw for Carlsen. Carlsen raised from the cutoff. Ockenden called on the button.
yeah, I mean, considering the fact that there's 400K in the middle already and Ockenden only has 1.34 million behind, if he chooses to raise here, all the chips are going to go in. Especially because Carlsen's crazy with a K.
Kurt raising with a KER.
Ah.
$550.
There's the race.
$550.
Much more there?
That's 600-700. That's 700.
He doesn't have enough where you're going to bet fold an open-ended straight draw and 2 overcards.
And we can see from the percentages, this is practically a flip. It's a race.
Races never really happen in tournament poker, right? It's not a thing.
Never.
Interesting that with the 2 overs and the up and down draw, Carlsen is actually the slight statistical favourite.
I'm all in.
Oh.
A shove from Carlsen. Well, Ockenden was not raising with the intention of folding. Surely not.
Surely not. I mean, I know he might not feel good about it because it looks like Carlsen could have an overpair, but once you raise, you are committed.
Yeah, he knows he can't get away from it, and we are off to the races. Look at Carlsen, 14 out, 7s, 10s, jacks, queens.
Is it too many though, James? Is it too many outs?
We all know what happens when people have too many outs. I know I've suffered from too many out syndrome. Never gets there.
You just sit watching the turn and the river come and go without hitting any of them.
So it's Ockenden's tournament life that's on the line here. He needs his pair to hold, or we'll be down to 4 players.
Ooh.
10 on the turn, that's one of Carlsen's outs. So now Ockenden has a redraw opportunity, needs an ace or a 9 on the river. Will Barry Greenstein deliver? No. And we lose Peter Ockenden in 5th place, cashing for 104,340 euros. Remember, this guy satellited into this tournament, qualified on stars for just 27 euros. Great ROI.
That's the way it is.
But the Brits are gone, 6 and 5.
Almost 50%, eh?
Yeah.
More or less.
Probably just because I don't feel like the Brits really showed up to rail. I feel like Brits make a really great rail, and where were his friends?
I don't know. You're absolutely right. Normally, by this point, we'd have the place mostly half in flames and the rest just covered in beer.
Shoe bombs, left and right.
Just we know how to support a guy at a table.
Mats Carlsen up to 7.8 million, 130 big blinds. He's got nearly a 3-to-1 advantage over Alexei Boyka, who's second in chips.
I mean, I'd love it if you just went. Should we talk about the deal now, guys? Do you want to look at the numbers? Should we just see how things are?
By the way, should we point out that Elie Saad has managed to ladder up 2 spots since coming into this final table?
Yeah, I forgot he was there, but he is much more wealthy than he was the last time I noticed him.
And honestly, Carlsen is in such a commanding position now to really just abuse some of these other stacks, and I really want to see him do that.
He might, because as you know, he is
crazy.
Well, Carlsen's not going to play this hand. It's on Urasov, who has king-queen on the button. And Boyka folds the big. It's raise and take it.
Easy peasy poker. Life is good.
Mats Carlsen is a very happy man right now. On course to win an EPT title if he can go wire to wire. After busting Ockenden, he went off to high-five his rail. Let's relive that moment. Booyah!
Superfluous slow-mo replay. I like it. You guys are funny back here.
Well, you know,
let me hang out with you guys.
We don't get that many moments of like drama, so we like to stretch them out. If they last 1 second, we try and make them at least 2 or 3. We're going to make a whole mini feature around just that handshake. Any key changes we can expect as we get down to four-handed? Does anything really change from 5 to four-handed on these sort of situations?
I mean, not necessarily. I think just with the chip count differentials, though, I think that you will be seeing, or should be seeing, you know, Carlsen definitely open up his game a lot more. And, you know, Boyka, unfortunately, with the second chip stack, is to his right. So he might want to tighten up a little bit if he sees Carlsen starting to open a lot more.
Well, this is Boyka v. Carlsen, blind on blind. It was unraised pre. Carlsen has whiffed. Boyka has got bottom pair.
You know, nowadays, you know, most players, good players, have a limping strategy from the small blind when they're pretty deep, and especially if they have a good, who they consider to be a good player to their left. But in this situation, it's interesting because Carlsen doesn't really have any equity with a hand like 5 deuce offsuit, and I would have liked to see him raise pre with a hand like that versus letting it go limped. But because you'd just be happy to, you know, take it down pre, and if the person is employing a limping strategy, then they definitely have weak hands in their limping range, and there are hands that they will limp fold, and then you would be pretty happy with taking it down pre with 5 deuce offsuit. And like I said, I don't think Boyka is looking to get into any huge confrontations with Carlsen, given the fact that he's the chip leader and Boyka's in a pretty good spot, being in second in chips. So.
Yeah, it's almost like Boyka's slightly hamstrung by his own position versus those short stacks.
So Carlsen wins another pot, moves up over the 7.8 million mark, 131 big blinds, 49 bigs for Boyka, 36 big blind stack for Yurosov, Eli Saad with just 15 big blinds. Just to put things into perspective, the average stack, 3.5 million. So one player with more than double the tournament average, everyone else below average. And one guy in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
I could have done that one.
Well,
I know that one.
There might be another opportunity to do it.
Guys, let me know.
Okay.
There's a few things that I can join in on.
I mean, if we get a chop pot, it's going to be the most musical moment.
Guys,
I mean,
let me tell you, I use that all the time.
And no one's punched you yet?
No, they just save that for Stapes.
the universe has to balance, so wherever you are in the world, if you sing that, someone just goes up to him and just punches him in the arm.
Amazing.
And he doesn't know why, he just knows that probably somewhere in the world you've sung Everyone Loves a Chop Pot. It's fair.
So Carlsen is in the small blind. He completes Dmitry Yurosov in the big blind with 6-4.
Checks his option. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me,
right.
James Hardigan. Excuse me.
Queen 8 against 6-4. And the flop is 8-6 deuce. Top pair for Carlsen, second pair for Yurosov.
And I mean, not only does Yurosov have second pair here, but I think people are going to start feeling like Carlsen is probably going to take advantage of his huge chip lead.
Yeah.
So he's not going to get a lot of credibility when he just leads or, you know, continues to fire. So Yurosov might just keep on calling.
So 125,000 apiece, 9 on the turn.
You know, I think at these final tables you were asking, you know, if it's a little different from five-handed to four-handed. I think other than obviously ICM considerations, the most important thing that really makes the difference between somebody who is a great player, I think, versus a good player in final table situations is their ability to adjust to game flow. And I think this is kind of one of those things where, okay, what does Yurosov think Carlsen is doing now that Carlsen does have such a huge chip lead over everybody else? Does he think Carlsen's the kind of person that's going to abuse the other players, or does he think that Carlsen's going to continue to kind of play the same game he's been playing?
Yeah. And the tricky thing, I guess, is actually in most instances we've seen Carlsen is actually picking up some hands, some reasonable connections. So unless we get to showdown, they just can't know. Because he might just think this guy just keeps on coming and keeps on coming. But actually, we can see it's just kind of card-related action.
$400.
So Carlsen bets again. 400,000. That's pretty much full pot. Yurosov calls. Queen on the river, 2-pair for Carlsen.
And I think maybe Yurosov took that bet size as Carlsen trying to, blow him off the hand, then value there.
$1.2 million in the middle. Interesting to see what he comes out with here.
The thing is the flush draw missed, so, even though Yurosov has such a weak hand, because the flush draw missed, if Carlsen bet kind of on the bigger side, maybe he could have gotten, worse hands, obviously, to hero. But I think, 30% pot on the river would be good, but it looks like Carlsen bet a little more than that.
Half pot, 600K into 1.2 million. Don't do a shemmy in Yurosov. Don't call.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? For the pros, just Carlsen's such an unknown quantity. And you don't want to make the mistake of underestimating him, but also you don't want to get too funky with trying to read loads into what he's doing if he's just playing kind of ABC game.
Yeah, and I mean, if Yurosov had a hand like 10-6 or, Jack-6 where he blocks some straights and stuff, then maybe that would be different. But in this case, I just really don't see him being able to make this call here with his holding and for almost half of his stack.
Oh, he's heroed.
Oh, no.
Hey.
2-pair for Carlsen. The 6 no good. Yurosov loses a huge pot to the chip leader.
Well, we saw Aleš Šemjan really struggle against Carlsen, and now that's Carlsen taking scalps. James Hartigan.
Feel the pain.
Getting involved in some soundbox action.
Yeah, I actually asked Joe to point out which one it was because I don't want to do what he does, which is just press a random button and hope for the best. Look at that! 9 million chips, 151 big blinds. I mean, he's got close to half the chips in play now. This is getting silly.
What did you say the average was? 3 and a bit?
3.5.
3.5 million, and he's got 9 million chips. Love it.
There's definitely one on the sound machine that just based on the picture I want to press
Oh,
because
go for it.
I have
Listen.
the humor of a 4-year-old.
I think, yeah, well done. Good choice. I'm a big fan of this one.
Ooh, fancy. I like
Yeah.
that one. Like it.
There are so many. There's so many. Some are in bits. Some have been retired. Some are new editions. It's an ongoing mission of Joe's to just own every single version there is in the world. There's a special trailer truck that carries it from stop to stop.
I want to see if Sard can ladder up another spot. I mean, if Yurosov goes out...
I mean, if he can fold into runner-up spot, that would be just hero.
So just to be clear, the first payout today, Sixth place, which McNamara claimed, was 76,700. Fifth place, claimed by Ockenden, 104,000. Fourth, 141,000. Third, 192,000. If Yurosov goes out ahead of him, Saad would have ladded up by more than 120k.
It's amazing. I mean, sometimes there's a lot to be said for just being card dead. You can't get involved, and then meanwhile, the world just explodes around you, and you suddenly find you're suddenly a bit richer than you were a minute ago.
I mean, just based on the way that Saad's been playing, I would not be surprised if he ends up laddering another spot, because Yurosov definitely will be shoving with his 15 big blind stack a lot lighter, I think, than Saad would be willing to. So.
By the way, Maria, Nicole Allen has tweeted to say, love listening to Maria, one of my favorite players. Saw you and Tiffany back in the day on The Amazing Race.
Oh, hi, Nicole. Thank you. And I always, when people say that they watch me on Amazing Race, I'm like, that's not my finest moment. I prefer you not watch me on The Amazing Race, but thank you anyway.
So Saad has moved all in, small to big, shoving with King 5, Boyka with Queen 10 of diamonds. So 15, near enough, 15 big blind shove. Queen 10 suited.
I mean, I think he knows how tight Saad is, and that's why he's kind of tanking. But obviously, Broadway suited cards are good. Blind versus blind, you know, against most pros for sure. I'm sure Boyka would have called.
Boyka officially second in chips with 50 big blinds, some way behind Mr. Mats Carlsen.
By the way, I've neglected to ask James, have you anywhere near your record of 7 rebuys on the game?
I took the top up at the start, and I haven't rebought since. So now you've asked me, chances are I'm going to end up firing off multiple bullets in the next 5 minutes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to curse you.
So Saad's shove gets through. So a bit later on today, we will be revealing the password for this, the EPT Live free roll. Registration's closed in the bounty bonus, but at 9:15 this evening, Central European time, there will be the chance to play the free roll. $2,000 in the prize pool. You'll find it in the lobby by searching EPT Live, all one word. And the password will be revealed a bit later on.
Tease. You guys are going to miss us when this is all concluded. Every single day, you'll be thinking, well, what do I do now? Where do I go for my free poker? Where do I watch?
Well, the good news is only a month and a half to wait until we're back, because Prague kicks off on the 13th of December. Obviously, the festival starts before that, but as far as our live streaming is concerned, Tuesday the 13th of December is our first date on PokerStars TV from the Czech Republic.
You coming to Prague, Maria?
I won't be coming to Prague because...
Christmas shopping.
Hold on a second.
Oh,
Saad's just moved all in.
Excuse me.
Call.
Boyka's going to call because he's got 10s. Carlsen folds and the cards go on their back. We're off to the races. Saad needs to connect.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You don't mean it.
Yeah.
Why say it when you don't mean it?
Liar.
General, care to step outside?
Man, this could be it.
This could be it for your Superman quotes, is what it could be it for.
He was doing it to him while we were safe out here. The lights were on.
There's a king on the flop.
Bazinga.
And he's got the diamond locked up for the backdoor flush draw, so looking pretty good.
Just has to fade a 10 on the river. Only 2 cards in the deck, which would see him eliminated. Double up coming for Saad. No!
Oh!
Double up denied!
Oh, where's the button? Oh, it's too late. Oh, it's too late. I've missed the opportunity. Oh, my lord.
See what happens when you say good luck and you don't mean it? You hit a 10 on the river. That's what happens.
But he's still smiling. Elisard out in 4th place, cashing for 141,780 euros, taking us down to 3 players in the EPT Malta main event. So Boyka now in a bit of a better spot, 67 bigs. As a round of applause rings out for the man from Lebanon. He'll go home to his family.
Thank you, thank you.
Nearly 150k richer. But Boyka, 4 million. Carlsen, 9 million. Yurosov, 855,000.
So
Wow.
I'm squeezed between the Russians.
Hmm?
Am I squeezed between the Russians now?
Yeah.
But one of you is Belarus.
Yeah, we both live in Belarus.
Both Belarus, okay.
So they're friends that talk poker too, and like friends, or just
Yes.
friends from? Okay, interesting.
All the Maria Ho fans are sounding off on Twitter. Dorian says Maria's voice is so hyper seductive. It's like you brought her there to mesmerize us, so we stick around. Not complaining though, it works.
Ooh, sounds a little bit creepy. I mean, it's a nice compliment, but I'm not sure.
Well, I guess I know what I could be doing if I wasn't playing poker for a living.
900.
1-800 number or 900 numbers? Are those still a thing?
I
Guys?
don't know. Premium lines make a lot of money. I know a guy. I was watching a documentary about a guy who was sick of being pestering by sales calls, so he changed his own number to a premium number. So if he got called by a sales guy, he'd already made $3,000 in about a month. He said, "I know I'm not going to be able to retire, and I keep them talking for as long as possible because it costs them a fortune."
He made a fortune on it, didn't he?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's so brilliant. Why didn't I think of that?
I know. The only problem is, of course, if his nan rings him, she has to sell the house.
Yurosov gets a walk there.
Yeah, about 3 million.
And you were halfway through explaining why no Prague.
Oh, because I am going to be busy in the States, and also I don't do well in cold weather. I'm an LA girl, and I try not to travel for poker tournaments that are not in optimal weather for me.
Like Malta, which is just the scariest thing
To
you've
be
ever
fair,
seen.
the last few days have been fantastic, and then suddenly it turned. And when I say it turned, I mean we're talking almost hurricane force winds and sheets of water falling from the skies.
It was the kitten that grew up to be a bear. It went from
What?
just- well, it doesn't make any sense.
No.
Everyone will be saying it in a year's time. Yeah, it's a very popular metaphor in Hornchurch.
Our friend Mr. Stapleton points out that Maria is an LA girl and she's always very careful to not post photos of herself at the bar a few feet from my house until she's long gone.
I do have like a Stapes delay for my posts.
Is it like GPS so that once you get 10 miles away,
Like instead
it
of
releases?
latergram, it's like later Stapesagram. I don't know, but you know what I mean. Where
Yeah.
it's like, yeah,
Wise, very wise.
because he'll just show up. He's done it before.
Carlsen and Boyka went to this flop. Mats raised the button. Boyka defended his big blind. Carlsen continues and wins the pot. 9.1 million now.
Yeah, Maria, Joe's told me that quite often he sleeps fully clothed just in case his phone tings with a notification, and then he just immediately runs out.
So Mats Carlsen is Swedish. He worked in Holland for many years, worked in Amsterdam in the financial trade sector, then came to Malta more than a decade ago to work in the gaming industry, is now retired, and has happily just been sitting back and enjoying the experience of playing in this EPT main event.
I mean, it's got to work for you. Just no pressure, no worries, just enjoying a game that you love playing.
Yeah,
Having the time of his life.
No, nobody. The time of
We can't afford it.
Guys!
We can't afford it.
Maria, you're going to break
Hello?
the budget in royalty payments.
I just want to know where you guys were at. You guys will harmonize with each other, but nobody's going to back me up here?
I mean, believe me, I have been to karaoke with James, and no one loves singing more than James. In the whole of the world. He's right up there. But he knows when we just can't afford. We can't afford the rights. He'll sing you an original composition or something from the audio network at the drop of a hat. Other than that,
So a reminder that 50% of the final table has fallen over the first 2 levels, leaving us with these 3 players. Mats Carlsen sits atop the leaderboard. Alexei Boyka, the pro from Belarus, second in chips. And the other professional player, Dmitry Yurasov, originally from Russia, now living in Belarus with his friend Alexei Boyka, is playing a 17 big blind stack. Well, Maria, we're not going to push our luck. We're going to let you back into the wild.
Thank you.
But thank you so much for coming in and spending some time with us. And thank you for the awesome analysis and for going along with all the stupid stuff that we do.
I had a great time, believe it or not. And it's always fun to make fun of Stapes when he can't defend himself. So.
I know. Stapes without a microphone is a glorious opportunity, isn't it? It's just too good to be true.
All in.
Oh!
Well, don't go just yet, Maria, because something dramatic might happen. Did Boyka call? Sure enough. So Yurasov all in with King 10 against Alexei Boyka's 10s. And Yurasov at risk with just 1 live card.
Давай разочек мне сегодня. One time.
One time.
One time, let me beat my friend with a worse hand than him for a lot of money.
Yeah, we've had David Yan and Max Silver. Here we are again. Final table situation. Couple of mates going head to head.
Oh, king on the flop.
Тривер сложнее будет поймать.
Давай, вот давай без этого. Все, отойду нахрен.
I mean, never say never.
That's true. I've had a 1-outer hit on the river before, to my detriment.
Well, let's not forget that Boyka did hit a 10 on the river against Saad. This time, it's 1 out. Nope, so Yurasov gets the double up. And that sees these guys not that far apart now. 45 bigs for Boyka, 35 bigs for Yurasov. So we are going to play on 3-handed, and we will now say thank you once again to Maria Hove for joining us on EPT Live. Much appreciated, Maria.
Thanks for having me.
A pleasure. Thank you very much.
Our thanks to Maria as we play on here in the EPT Malta main event. Just 17 minutes to go, by the way, until the break, until the end of this level. And during the break, part 2 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live. And I believe it's the segment with tournament director Toby Stone and Joe's game, the Stone Bubble.
Bubble. It's one of the best games ever.
So yeah, Carlsen with a 3-1 chip lead over both opponents.
Be really interesting to see how this plays out. You know, you could imagine how this might go if Yurasov had that huge chip lead. And probably much the same for Boyka, but with Carlsen in charge of these chips, I wonder how he's going to change gears. Or if he is, or whether he's just going to keep ticking over as he has been.
Yeah.
You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it and all that. It's the kitten that grew up to be a bear, Joe. I mean, Joe, Christ.
Just stop.
Oh, just stop.
Just.
There I was trying to invent a new catchphrase out of nowhere, and as a result, I've forgotten who I'm working with. It's too much multitasking. Ace-8, 3-handed. Gold.
Now played 50 hands at this final table, which has taken us from 6 to 3 players. 2 pros, 1 amateur, and it's the amateur who's got all of the chips right now.
Now I have about 1.5 behind. No, it's about, yeah, about 2, yeah.
$1,700,000.
Getting close to the end of the rebuy period, Matt, and I've got a feeling that my bounty's going to go pretty quickly today on the other side of the break.
Oh, yeah.
You're not very well stacked.
No, I mean, obviously I can take the add-on, but that's not really going to help me. So Carlsen calls the 3-bet. He is dominated, but domination or rotation as Carlsen pairs his 4.
Well, that's kind of half of this issue that I think our players have got with Carlsen, as well as being an unknown quantity and trying to work out his bet sizing and his moves. He does just keep hitting a lot of hands. Not in a huge way, but just enough to keep putting these guys into tricky spots. We've already seen that one hero call from Urasov that went horribly wrong. And you could see from his reaction, just don't know where they are at any point against his plan. So check back to Carlsen.
So you had 1-7 behind you. Yeah.
There's no point trying to get too clever with this guy. He's absolutely right. Just let it go, move on to the next hand. Carlsen up to 9.5 million now. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this level he was well up above 10 million. Actually, by that point, he'll probably have all of the chips. I think there's like 14 million chips in play. He's got 9.5 million of them.
It's brilliant. I got to be honest, it's very selfish of me, but sometimes this is just so much better. And you know, it's always nice to watch the best in the world, and when we have our superstar lineups, that's great. But actually, I find the poker itself always much more interesting where there are 1 or 2 unknown quantities, because you just get to see not only the best in the world play the best in the world, but the best in the world try and work out how to unravel a mystery and just crack the code. And it's kind of fun. It's impressive when they get it right, but it's kind of fun when they just can't come to just nail it exactly what to do in these spots.
So Urasov has opened with Jack 10, and Mats Carlsen is sitting there in the big blind with King 10 of diamonds.
I call. 130, yeah.
He's going to defend, and once again, have a domination situation. $9.95. Carlsen, pretty much a 4-1 favourite. Urasov, of course, with position, with the betting lead. It's been checked to him. But this is where Carlsen could just do something random, like put in a check raise. Alternatively, he might just decide, I've won quite a few pots recently, haven't really connected with this board, let's just move on to the next one.
Don't forget, he is crazy. He's cooled.
Wow, with the best hand.
I did not expect that. I thought, as you say, he'd either make a move or just get out of town, but what's the worst that can happen?
Okay, so Urasov now open-ended, and that might make him barrel here. His equity has increased on the turn. Imagine if he gets stationed again and then bricks river.
Once again, 3,000, 6,000, and 1,000 NT.
Yeah, nah, it's fine. Nice, another one for Yurosov. Sort of just shy of 2 million. Not exactly comfortable, but not hanging on anymore by a long thread.
Everyone now guaranteed 192,000 euros, 261,000 for the runner-up, 355,000 for the winner. Plus the EPT Malta main event trophy. So confirmation that during the next break, which is about 9 minutes away, we'll have episode 2 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live, or part 2 rather, as Toby Stone takes part in a game called the Stone Bubble. And also, it's a really interesting interview. I actually learned a lot about Toby. I found out stuff about him not in the menu.
Yeah, yeah. Opened up, seemed to be quite comfortable, told us all sorts of things. And of course now the action is going to start kicking off in the bounty bonus. So what's your starting stack after the add-on?
8,100. So I reckon my bounty's going to get claimed pretty quickly once we get the action underway again.
Right, I got 10 grand. What you got, Jim? He's got 33. 33, wow, okay.
So Carlsen raising small to big. Jack 9 of hearts. Beautiful little hand. Yurosov. Ace, Queen of Spades. Hello.
Just so worried about the flop. I can't help it.
Kai says it must be so fun playing an EPT with all the chips. I guarantee you, obviously he's stressed. Obviously he's finding it a taxing experience, but I also imagine that Mats Carlsen is having the time of his life right now.
Good luck in the bounty bonus, everyone. Game on.
Yurosov just calls.
Sneaky.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see another bet there.
Jack 9, the under...
Oh, come on!
Well, I said I was just worried about the flop.
Jack high flop sees Carlsen become a 3-1 favourite.
I mean, sometimes the gods are on your side. Wow.
Action goes check, check. Okay, things get interesting. Carlsen checks for a second time. And Yurosov, now he's picked up this draw.
Hmm?
210,000.
There we go. I'm out of the bounty bonus, by the way. Congratulations to Evgenikas from Ukraine, who claimed my bounty.
Carlsen chewing this over, actually.
Wouldn't it be great if he, like, on his fingers, went 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh! Oh!
Oh, hang on. It's not a lock. Just going to call this. Sneakers.
Yurosov, suspicious. All pairs on the river. Carlsen has a lock on this. Yurosov is not going to try and bluff it. A frustrated check as Carlsen shows the winning hand. And Yurosov's like, what can I do? come on!
Carlson slightly embarrassed. That's fine. Yeah, you're just thinking, what do I do? How on earth am I going to ever beat this chap?
Look at this. Yurosov back down to 25 big blinds. Carlson playing 161 big blinds.
What's the largest number of big blinds we've ever seen anyone sitting on a final table, I wonder?
Oh, sorry. No, it goes so quick. I'm getting confused.
4 minutes to go on the level, by the way. 4 minutes until you get to see the second installment of EPT Not Live at EPT Live. Smitty says Max must be thinking lols. I'm not sure who Max is, but certainly Matt Carlson.
Yes.
Is definitely enjoying himself. He's picked up another premium hand here. Ace Jack on the button.
I can't help it, but I really do want Yurosov to take him on.
No, Yurosov's like, no.
Done. Never playing a hand against this bloke again.
However, Boyka with King Queen.
I mean, is heading for a world of hurt. Of that, I'm quite sure.
10 Queen King.
There's going to be something up there. Oh! Okay.
So Boyka hits top pair. Action goes check, check. No queen on the turn. Boyka now an 86% favourite. Still checking. And Carlson wisely checks behind.
Well, that's disappointing. It's when probability does what it's meant to do, you kind of feel you've been let down somewhat.
Meanwhile, the bad lookalikes are coming in. A few members of our production team, by the way, think that Alexei Boyka looks like Tom Hiddleston.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Only with the glasses on. With the glasses off, no. But I will allow that.
And Kaz says, I didn't grow up in an ITV family, but Carlson is like that bloke off the bill. I think he's talking about Burnside.
I never watched the bill.
Christopher Ellison, I know who he means. Boyka value bets river. Now, as long as Carlson doesn't get carried away here and starts running some strange bluff on the river.
So I have an 8, do you?
Everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be all right.
Is agreeing with whatever he's thinking, which always makes decision-making easier. Oh, I thought he was going to fold there. Still, hands look more like folding hands than doing something crazy hands.
It's a break anyway now.
30 seconds left on the clock, ticking into the next break. Yurosov's off. He's had enough. I don't blame him. I do feel for the guy. So Carlson lets it go. And that will bring us to the end of level 27. Boyka winning the last hand of the level, getting his stack up to nearly 50 big blinds. And of course, when we come back from break, the blinds will be up to 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. So suddenly, Boyka and Yurosov become a lot shallower, 35 and 19 big blinds respectively, 120 bigs for Mats Carlsen, who leads three-handed in the EPT Malta main event. More action in 20 minutes' time. In the meanwhile, enjoy part 2 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live.
So we are still in the middle of the main event here in Malta, but there is one event already in the books. That's the 25K high roller. And as per usual, well, we had a winner in the high roller whose name escapes me right. David Yan. David Yan.
You are getting worse and worse.
Man,
Look, we do a lot of stuff. I don't know. Do you remember who won a couple days ago?
Which event?
See, he doesn't even remember what event.
I have the name of everybody's winner for every event ever in my head.
Do you really?
Yeah. Oh.
That
sounds like a challenge.
If I even knew enough to quiz you on that. But the thing is, I couldn't even name what our last stop. Barcelona. Yeah, so the 25K high roller went down. David Yan won. And bizarrely, not bizarrely, but it was an interesting story, was that Max Silver was also at the final table.
Yes, he was. And the weird thing is, they're very good friends, and they decided to share an apartment here in Malta. So effectively, they're roommates. And they both made the final table, sat next to each other at the final table, and obviously once Max was eliminated, he hung around because he was railing his buddy.
Exactly. And typically when we do the trophy presentation, it's usually the winner and then a couple of suits, Toby being one of them, and then the runner-up. But in this case, it wasn't the runner-up. It was Max Silver, who went out in fourth. Welcome to the winner's presentation for EPT 13 Malta, the 25K high roller. Here to present the trophy, we've got Marco Yellen, the GM of Portomaso Casino. We've got Cedric Below, the EPT manager. And, of course, we've got tournament director Toby Stone. Before we give away this trophy, let's get a big round of applause for our winner's roommate and our runner-up, Max Silver.
He's just here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, Max here. God. So he's the runner-up. Boy, that was awkward. I always make sure I have something for the screw-up reel. Okay, here we go.
Oh,
oh my
Christ
God.
alive.
You look just so confused, like, what? What's wrong?
Now, look,
oh.
I will, to a certain degree, forgive you for not remembering who won a poker tournament 2 days ago. You were commentating on this literally minutes before you went down there.
Yes, and you know what it was? Minutes before I went down there, it was handed when I went down there because the heads up was so short. Now, to be fair to both sides of this, Max had already gone out in fourth when I left to go do the winner interview. However, I saw exactly 0 hands of heads up, so it's not like I had just watched David Yan. Because of the delay and everything, heads up lasted less than half an hour, so I didn't get to see Hajayev play. See, I remembered that. Hajayev.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see them play heads up at all. So when I get down there, I really was just like, okay, here's the winner and here's the runner-up.
What a brutal needle, though.
It wasn't really. I eventually
you ladded him up two spots.
I thought there was going to be a little more to this. I eventually go over and give Max like a big hug afterward, and I'm like, hey man, sorry, I was like probably the worst unintentional needle of all time.
Of all the people you could do it to, though, Max Silver.
It was fine to do it to him, but I'm also really embarrassed because I did it in front of Marco and in front of Cedric and of course in front of tournament director Toby Stone, who is our guest right now.
You see, he's smiling there, but on the inside, he's thinking, what a...
Well, the thing is, I am really, I just feel like the suits make me really nervous. That's why I always screw up these things. Do you consider yourself a suit?
Absolutely, yeah. I've got a suit on, so...
No getting around it.
I can't get away from it.
You're always
really.
impeccably dressed.
I'm a wedding tie on today.
A wedding tie? Your wedding
Everybody
tie?
calls my wedding tie. Yeah, it's very wedding-y.
It represents both sides of like the male groom. It's got some blue, it's got some pink. It's got the whole thing going on.
Toby, I always get the impression that you hate this part of the job, that you hate standing there, being official, being on camera. When we're on the bubble and you're on the floor and the cameras are on you, you never seem particularly happy about it.
Not really, no. I mean, if you ask me what my job is, I'm a floor. I'm a poker guy. But suddenly you put a camera in my face, and I've never had media training or anything like that. So, I mean, I have no problem taking a microphone and announcing all the information to the players about line levels, about what we're doing during the day, about the dinner break. That's something I've done for a long time, and I'm quite natural doing that. But once you put a camera on me, then I'm like, what's going on, you know? And before I've had to do not exactly what you do, but on the IPT a few years ago, I had to like do some kind of presentation with some huge camera coming in at me from afar, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm not a presentator. I'm a floor guy. Leave me alone, you know?
I mean, it's amazing is that he is so uncomfortable with it and is so good at it. You know, he wants no part of it. Yet I really want to be a part of it, and I'm terrible at it. Why does it work out this way?
Oh, the universe.
I was just thinking, thank God it's not me, you know?
Well, luckily I've screwed up so many times at this point that it's kind of like become a thing, so I can just go, classic Stapes. I've noticed, Toby, that in addition to being an impeccable dresser, you've got like a pretty sweet bod under there. You've got like some ripped. What is the regimen?
Probably.
Should we do some crunches right now?
Yeah, we can do 1,000 if you want.
Can you do 1,000 crunches?
I can in one gym session, yeah.
I don't think that the three of us could do 1,000 combined today, let alone in a gym session. Is that what, do you do like 8-minute abs?
No, I do like, I go to the gym probably 3 or 4 times a week, and I do sit-ups before pretty much every like set of a different exercise. So I can do like 25 or 30.
So that's his rest. His rest.
Kind of, yeah.
Sit-ups. Wow.
I can do a sit-up like for 15 minutes. I do in between every single set.
Have you always been like that, or
on and off? Since I was about 20.
Since you were 20 years
More or
old.
less.
Tell us what it was like growing up on the mean streets of wherever your accent's from.
Well, I'm from. I'll tell the truth. I don't usually tell the truth, but I'm from Bradford. But I
Is that
left.
embarrassing?
It's a little. Yeah, if you're from England, you'll usually I lie and say
Better
Leeds.
or worse than Hull?
Not sure, actually.
It's a race.
I think it's worse.
Like Bradford versus Hull.
It's a coin flip. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I don't really have a Bradford accent anymore. I have like a northern accent because I left over 20 years ago. No, I left actually 30 years ago, Bradford. So my accent's very soft. But you can tell I'm a northerner. But you couldn't really put it in Yorkshire. I think most people can't put me in Yorkshire. They just say northern, like Manchester or...
And at what age was like getting into like poker your escape from Bradford?
No, I'd already left Bradford when I was 16. That was escaping my life, basically.
Did you run away from
as
home?
soon as possible? You know, my mum kicked me out.
Really?
Yeah, it was rough growing up in Bradford.
Were you a
I wasn't
bad
brought
boy?
up, I was dragged up.
Really?
You
Oh my
know?
goodness. Were you a bad boy?
Do I have to really answer that? I was a bit of a tearaway. Yeah. I was a little bit of a tearaway.
What's the worst thing that you did?
The worst thing I did?
Did you ever glass anybody?
No, I was never violent, but I once robbed my auntie's house because I had her key.
Nice.
So, and she.
No, if you have a key, it's just borrowing. She would want me to have this.
And she was saving up her. We used to get like family allowance payments. I don't know if you get that in the States, but
Sure.
it's money for kids. So she was saving up her family allowance payments. They were like little checks that you could go to the post office. And I signed them all for like 6 months and ran away to Ilkley.
So your life story
My
is basically poacher turned gamekeeper because you're a tearaway, and now suddenly you're someone who has to keep people in order.
Yeah.
How did you get into this business?
I was living in Birmingham and I was unemployed, and I found an advert saying if you want to work in a casino, you do some training for like 6 weeks and they guarantee you a job afterwards. So that was it. And I went to work in Birmingham Rainbow Casino, which was the biggest poker room in probably Europe at that time. And we used to run the National British Hold'em Championships. This is 91 or 92.
The NB.
It was massive, yeah. Back then it was massive. I don't remember the buy-in. It was probably 100 quid buy-in. But we used to clear out the whole restaurant, clear out like all the gaming tables from everywhere. And we'd put
the patio, the restaurant,
15
the
tables or
vestibules.
something. I don't know. It was like 15 tables, and that was like the biggest event like in Europe anyway.
And so that's how you got your first experience tournament directing, was this 15-table tournament in a restaurant?
Yep, pretty much. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
The thing is, I can tell you that was legendary. Like when
Yeah,
I
it
got
was,
into
yeah.
live
It
poker,
was, yeah.
like mid-90s,
Yeah.
the rainbows. Oh my God, it's like
Yeah.
so huge. They've like 15 tables. You know, it was like,
Yeah.
Did any big stars come out of that, or big stars
probably
at the
some,
time?
probably some like if you know like Derek Baxter and some old English players. I used to deal a lot of high-end cash games to those guys. So Derek Baxter, Lucy Rocash.
Rocash, yeah.
You know, probably a lot of that kind of crew.
Did you write a song about Lucy Rocash?
Yeah.
Did she threaten you in the same way that Dave Elliott did?
No, she was just unhappy with me.
Okay.
In a passive-aggressive way.
It's so funny that we had Rocash and then Moneymaker. Those are like the two big poker booms, I guess. The English poker boom, Lucy Rocash.
She brought a lot of women over 60 into the game.
Excellent.
Not really.
Okay. And so what was your progression? You started as a dealer?
I started as a casino dealer, and then very soon they trained me poker and then dealing at a casino. So within probably 3 or 4 weeks, I was like, yeah, put me in the poker room. Don't put me on those roulette tables anymore. So I pretty much stayed in the poker room for pretty much full time for like a year and a half. And then I became a super and I stayed there for about another year and a half. I stayed there for about 3 years. And then I left and I worked around Europe in different casinos. And then I went into online poker. That was about 18
How
years
do you
ago.
make the leap from one casino to working around Europe? Is there like a scout who's like, I see what you did there, kid, with that penalty. Come on, I got other places for you around the continent.
Well, back then, there was probably a lot of countries that didn't have casinos in them. So England did, so we had the skills. We had a lot of people.
So people would from other countries, just from Luxembourg, come over and be like, hey, we want to have a
Yeah, they
casino.
didn't have anyone in their country.
Why did you pick Luxembourg of all
It's
the
one of my-
places?
it's one of
in
my
Europe?
favorites.
The country of Luxembourg.
Is it not a country?
Yes,
it
it
is,
is.
right? Okay, good. I'm American. This could be.
It's a very small one, yeah. Yeah, a lot of countries wouldn't have had like expertise in casinos and gaming, even just dealers and inspectors and things like that. So they'd go to England to source their staff. So I've lived in the Ukraine, I've lived in Tel Aviv, I've lived in Holland, although that was an illegal casino.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did that pay well?
Yeah, but then you get fired for losing as a blackjack dealer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Wow.
I guess being
Fire
if
you
it's
for
an
losing. I was,
underground casino, if you lose, I mean, getting fired is probably the best case scenario.
while they were underground, they were accepted a little bit like everything else that's kind of accepted over there.
Oh,
Like you didn't get raided every day by the police and get put in jail for the night. You know, it was kind of accepted, but technically illegal.
Did you have a sign on the door?
I think there was actually.
It said like salon on it, right? Like it said like.
It was fairly open. It was a nice place. You went in, there was a bar, there was a restaurant. It wasn't like in somebody's kitchen in the back room, you know.
So when did you first get involved with the PokerStars tours? Because you were working on like the UK EPT and the Australias before you came to the EPT, right?
Yeah, but even before then, I was working for Thomas Kremser as a floor. So probably season 2, I think, was season 2 Dublin.
Yeah, there was a
But
Dublin.
that was probably the
season
first time I worked on EPT because I was like a poker manager in the Merrion Casino in Dublin. So PokerStars came with Thomas Kremser and his crew, and then I worked with him on that event. And then I worked for him for a couple of years. And then I worked on the UK EPT and Estrellas from 7 years ago. And then pretty much EPT directly after that.
Well, Toby, we wanted you to know we're big fans. I love the way, maybe I shouldn't speak for these guys. I love the way you run tournaments. I love your demeanor out there. I love the way you handle situations when they come up. You're always grace under fire. You've been a part of some of the weirdest bubbles
Yeah.
that we have ever seen. There was twice in Barcelona.
It was back-to-back Barcelona bubbles, which were
Yeah.
utterly weird because I think it was season 10 when we had the guy who didn't show up for day 3.
Mhm. And no one knew what to do. We were all running around going, oh my God, we've never had this before. What do we do?
Yeah, I mean, and obviously, whatever decision you make is going to be controversial and is going to, some people are going to say you did the right thing. Some people are going to say, no, because you thought that the right thing to do was draw attention to the fact that someone's not here and is going to be all in and out on the next hand.
Yeah.
And yet still there were 3 all-in and calls on that hand.
Right, any one of those people, and they all doubled up, but any one of those people could have gone out
Yeah.
before the guy who didn't show up. And they always say that like hindsight's 20/20, but even in hindsight, I can't imagine that being done any better.
From my perspective, no. I mean, it's all about information, and that table had information that no one else had. You know, maybe some tables nearby can see it because they're
Right.
close proximity to the table and they can see what's going on. So I mean, not everyone has the same information. So if not everyone has the same information, it's not a level playing field. So that was my level. That was my way of thinking. So yeah, we stopped the clock and we announced to all the players, you know, that on this table somebody is all in. And
And then
now everyone has this correct information.
Yeah, next year, how much did you want to strangle Dennis Phillips for throwing an additional bubble prize?
The guitar.
Into the mix, the guitar and the
seat in the
Florida
seminar
that made
Yeah, I was happy to break the guitar up in like 7 pieces.
That's what I said.
I wanted
I was
to
like,
do,
just
you know?
smash the guitar.
Smash it up.
Here's your bit.
Dish it out,
Here's your
yeah.
bit.
That's right.
Well
You
done.
can have the strings.
That would have
you
been
can
much
the-
easier. That
Wasn't
was
it like 7 all-ins, 5 eliminations, split bubble prize,
Who knows?
impromptu sit and go to win the guitar? I
Have
mean,
you ever had a more complicated bubble than that, where you had to have a post-bubble sit and go?
No, it's definitely the most complicated bubble in history. Yeah. No, I don't think in my history. I think just in history.
History of the world.
Poker, yeah, of the
Can
world.
you think, other than those 2 instances, of any other bubble that was nearly as controversial as those 2?
Probably only one and it wasn't really controversial. It was in Spain at the Estrellas Poker Tour, probably like 5 or 6 years ago. And it was controversial because the dealers are supposed to tell you when, I've lost a player here, so and I have to know how many players are remaining to actually make the bubble. So I'm dealing with some quite serious problem on one table, and I'm 3 or 4 people off the money. And this problem took like 5 or 10 minutes on this table.
The serious problem the other table is this guy had bought in with money he had stolen from his auntie.
So I'm dealing with this quite complicated problem on this one table, and the rest of the dealers are dealing, and this blogger guy comes up to me and he whispers in my ear, "By the way, we're in the money." I was like, "What?" "Yeah, they've lost a player, he's lost a player, they've bust out." And I'm like, what the hell would you mean that? So I had to kind of stop what I was doing there and stop the clock and kind of admit, "Oh, well done, we're in the money." And then try to find out who actually won some money.
Piece it together
because we were
after the
actually
fact.
in the money and we'd already lost. I can't remember exactly the situation,
Wow.
but we'd already lost 1 or 2 players. So yeah, that made me look a little bit kind of useless.
That is one situation where Toby Stone missed the stone bubble. Now, that, that is something you've handled these bubbles very well, and so it's pretty apropos that your name is Toby Stone. The stone bubble is something. So we were hoping that you play a little game with us that we are calling. Hold on.
The Stone Bubble.
You play the stone bubble with us. Here we go, Toby Stone. So we want to get your opinion on what is the stone bubble in various other situations, okay? What is the stone bubble on the number of flushes that you would attempt to flush something down the toilet in a public restroom before you just have to give up and walk away?
3.
The Stone Bubble.
3 flushes is the stone bubble. What is the number of times? What is the stone bubble on the number of times it is acceptable to hit the snooze in the morning?
15.
The Stone Bubble.
15 is a lot. Wow, that is. I'm gonna have to change my numbers after. By the way, this is not an opinion. This is the real official.
Absolutely,
answer.
and currently you're 2-0, Toby.
That's because I set my alarm an hour and a half early though, so I can snooze it 15 times because I know what I'm like.
Well, let's find out more about what you're like. What is the stone bubble of the number of times you can get bumped from behind while you're standing in line before you say something?
Twice.
2 times.
Stone Bubble.
What is the stone bubble on the number of times William Kassouf would be allowed to say "like a boss" before you gave him you would give him a penalty?
Unlimited times.
Unlimited
The
times.
Stone Bubble.
What is the stone bubble on the amount of time that someone can spend in the shower before you start to prune?
25 minutes.
The Stone Bubble.
Number of eggs in an omelet.
I don't eat eggs, but 3.
The Stone Bubble.
He's nailing every single question.
What is the stone bubble on the number of text messages you can send to a significant other before they're in the house? Unanswered.
2.
That is
Stone
absolutely correct.
Bubble.
What is the stone bubble on the number of times you allow someone to ask after Kate the dealer before you inform the police?
2.
2 times is...
The Stone Bubble.
Just 2 more to go here, Toby. What is the stone bubble on the number of Walking Dead / Game of Thrones spoilers you will allow before you slap a bitch?
1.
1 is correct.
Stone Bubble.
Wow, that is the first time anyone has gone 9 for 9.
I have one more.
Oh.
I have one more.
Wow, that'd be amazing.
What is
Come
this,
on.
What is the stone bubble on the number of times? Excuse me. What is the stone bubble on the number of drinks you have to have before you get this tattoo?
Oh my god. It was 0 actually.
Oh no,
Yeah.
0
Stone
drinks. The
bubble.
stone bubble. Perfectly sober. Toby Stone, thanks very much for being with us. We appreciate it, man. We know that you don't love being on
Cheers.
camera, but we love having you.
The
Thanks, buddy.
perfect score. Toby, thank you very much. Great to have you on the show.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Cheers. See you later.
The stone bubble.
Confirmed. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Portamassa Casino and the final table, the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour Malta. This is how it stands right now. All about the 9.5 million stack of Mats Carlsen. His two opponents, Alexei Boyka and Dmitry Yurasov. And I believe we might have just come back to start the level with a hand.
Matt, what did I miss last level?
Lots.
Seems like some S went D.
Yeah, well, you remember the problems that Ola Shemian had trying to get a handle on this. Our 59-year-old retired Maltese resident, originally from Sweden, Mats Carlsen. People cannot figure him out, and that combined with him just hitting some big hands.
Why do you think no pro showed up to this event?
Because of him?
That's right.
A gut shot and a backdoor heart dream that would be horrible, actually, because Boyka's got the ace. But that's how it looks to Mats Carlsen right now. Nearly $500,000 in this pot. It was raised up by Boyka, just called by Mats.
I think backdoor hearts are fine for him.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're going to word it like that.
No, you're absolutely right, because he would, yeah.
He would not have a flush.
He would not have a flush.
He would just still have aces.
He would have a draw if only there were more cards.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Still not quite there.
Getting there, though.
Canadian stud is what I've learned today.
Ooh, Sam Greenwood.
Yeah. So still the pocket aces ahead.
If you're Boyka, this is exactly the kind of board you want to have with aces. Pretty unlikely your opponent has two paired. Not much else out there that can crack them.
As is traditional, going to take a little while making his decision. Finally reaches for some chips. 870,000 in the middle.
575.
That's a significant bet right there.
Yeah, 575. Getting greedy. Hoping that he can get the call from Carlsen on a draw. But would be entirely happy if he's sitting on a made hand, because he might get another street of value out of it.
He's so cute. Called it 2 days ago. I said this guy's my new favorite player. He's this season's Hossein Ensan.
Yeah, is it what much behind do you have?
Greedy.
1.6, 1.7?
I mean, he is in the position now where he can just be like all in and then maybe get a fold and then maybe hit his hand if he needs to.
Well, I'm sure you heard the conversation with Maria saying, you know, this is when he now, as this mega chip lead, 114 big blinds is playing here, he can start exerting pressure. It just depends if he chooses to do so or just stick to the game that has got him thus far.
I mean, not only is it 114 big blinds that he has, but he has 114 of a total of like 150 big blinds in play.
Yeah. Yeah, we're used to seeing people with big stacks, but when the next guy is, you know, you drop from over 9 million to 1.8 is your closest opponent, you must be just thinking, I wonder if I can just get this done in the next level. 1.865 for Alexei Boyka, 1.54 for Dmitry Yurasov. We are playing 1 hour 30 levels. This one we're at 40,000, 80,000 with a 10k ante just to bring it to speed because we kind of landed straight into this hand. Level 28, hand 55 of the day.
I mean, if I was Carlson here, I'd be really tempted, yeah, just to call. I mean, of course you call and then you miss and then you're left with just 10 high, but man, there's so many chips. There's a lot of calling chips there.
I mean, that's the thing is, you know, you could, well,
it doesn't.
It still doesn't
straight,
make it.
does it?
That's the thing is, you could literally just play the slots here. You could just go just go on a calling rampage, because as long as you hit enough times, you are always going to be the player that can cripple the other guys and send them home. Not for long, not forever, but with such a huge stack, you can certainly play around a bit.
Have you ever made an open-ended straight draw in your life? Because I haven't. Like, I've literally never made one. I make flush draws occasionally, like 1 out of every 20 times, maybe.
Do you know what? I hit one back in 2002. It was December the 7th. I made a note of it.
Yeah, and the guy open folded.
Oh, yeah, yeah. In fact, you know, he could have checked, but he just folded. He just somehow knew. Yeah, strangely annoying. Incidentally, congratulations to D. Menor, who knocked me out of the bounty. Death by quads. Queens versus jacks. He flopped quad jacks. Well done, you, sir. Got my bounty. Joe, are you still alive or are you done?
I'm done.
You're done?
You saw me. I just, once I lost that humongous
pot.
I
saw you lose the huge pot. I didn't know that you went on to die. So I guess that's all 3 bounties collected. Well done, boys and girls. Hope you've enjoyed playing the bounty bonus with us this stop. Still got the free roll to come later on. We'll talk to you more about that as we get closer. Stay tuned. Stick around.
Also, chill out. Also, don't wake my friend. He's dead tired.
Nice.
Yeah, there we go. A little value. We knew that was coming. Although one of the open-ended straights did get there. The Jack 10 got there. Should be a pretty easy fold with 10 high for Carlson.
It doesn't feel like he's done any of his real crazy stuff in a while. He's been pretty much playing it as one would, you know, a person like myself would look at his situation. He's pretty much played what I would expect. He's not done anything. It's been the other players trying to catch him out or trying to beat him in his own game that seem to have suffered. He hasn't done anything too untoward.
I mean, he could be looking at this quarter pot bet and thinking that maybe there's some room to get creative here. I think there's very little chance Boyka folds this. Boyka's done a great job to get called by a 1-pair hand here. I don't think he expects to get called by a busted draw very often. I'm wondering if this is meant to induce.
2, 4, 5, 7, and 8 going in play. Thank you.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, gee, I don't know.
We've got exclusive access to the thought processes inside Matt Carson's
head. There we go.
Nice little pot there for Alexei Boyka, up to 3.8 million, 48 bigs. Very much Dmitry Urasov kind of drifting into the slipstream behind these guys. 1.45 versus the 3.875 million of Alexei Boyka and the 8.5 million of Mats Carlsen. Dmitry was very visibly more, I don't want to say shaken, but perturbed and frustrated by some of the confrontations in that previous level. Just could not seem to get it right. Wow, have a walk, why don't you? There you are. See, it's not always raining in Malta. You know what it is, Joe? It's the kitten that grew up to be a bear. Am I right?
Yes.
Correct. Like a windmill ever turning, like a wheel within a wheel. Carson with the King 5 suited on the button, which of course is first to act. Now we're three-handed. Mind you, the average stack, 4.6 million. 8.5 million for Mats Carlsen. Doesn't look that impressive. We've coloured him up too much. He hasn't got the full tower, the full wall of chips that really that huge chip lead.
I thought it was too soon to bring out the 1 million denomination chips.
No.
Whatever.
I do the wrong colors all the time. Sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Wrong color again.
250 people left in the bounty
cheaper that way.
bonus. Good luck, players. So, limp from the small blind, and Mats Carlsen checks his option, heads up on a 9-7 deuce double diamond flop. Carlsen is connected in a very small way. Bottom pair. Not much else to get excited about. But as Joe said, he's got enough chips to just keep on calling through as many streets as he fancies.
I mean, it's not a great strategy overall.
No. But again, against pros, sometimes your just best bet is to just make some hands and let them do all the hard work. Don't put yourself under any stress.
I could call. I could raise. Be careful.
Be careful. You just don't know.
You just don't know.
As I walk off laughing at myself in an empty room. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, no, there's one of them missing. The jack. The jack. That's the one I forgot about.
Dodo.
250,000.
Boyka semi-bluffing and semi-bluffing.
Overcards in the draw.
All right, buddy, but what are you going to do when you face another bet on the Riv? What are you going to do with that Riv bet?
He's going to call it.
I hope he doesn't. This guy makes a straight.
I would be very surprised if Mats Carlsen does call any further betting here. I think we're in for a wait and then a bet and then a fold. Being asked what's the password for the free roll. Aha! We haven't given it out yet. Do stay tuned. 9:15 tonight, Central European time. Stick around in our live broadcast. We will bring you that password. Alex says, hi, Joe and Matt, because it's the last, can I please have something that has EPT on it? Have your screen. Take a screenshot now. There it is in the background.
Get it.
Top right your screen now. Grab
It's
it.
just the PT. No, the table, though, and then flip it. Oh, the right side. Sorry, I was looking at the left.
He calls
Oh,
it.
he did
I
call.
am very surprised. Wow, don't show him.
I guess he was... He shows the 5. The bottom end of the straight. I thought he was just calling with the pair of deuces, honestly.
Yeah, me too. Two of us here, totally unable to spot just one of the many basic hands in poker. I guess he had to call. So that sees Boyka start moving up. We see that Mats Carlsen down under the 100 big blind count. I know obviously the levels have gone up, but he's lost a couple now. Dmitry Yursov must be feeling awfully lonely down here in the 1.5 million pile. And it's a long climb back. It'd be interesting to see if Boyka starts trying to isolate Yursov, but it's just too tempting to just keep sitting back and let Mats Carlsen splash it around. People are worried that Mats is tilting. I don't think he's tilting. I think he's just playing, perhaps he's playing too many hands. But I mean, actually, once you realize he does have the straight there, even though it's the wrong end of the straight, why on earth wouldn't he just call it down there?
He should have just showed the deuce, though.
Yeah, I don't like showing, but I guess he wants them to know he's not being a complete loony. Queen Jack. Connects now. The 6 right down the bottom of this flop for Yursov. I love people in Twitch. Whisper me the password. We haven't given it out, but it's coming soon. Oh yeah. Wow, and once again, Dmitry Yursov has to let it go. He was just well beaten on this occasion, but I'm sure he is just feeling like this is a slippery slope he cannot cling on to.
I mean, he has lost close to 20 big blinds over the course of this level so far.
Yeah.
Guess what, kids?
So, as always, at 9:15 Central European time tonight, play our $2,000 added EPT Live free roll. Weirwood, W-E-I-R-W-O-O-D. Is that a sword or something? I think that was in the quiz I did with Luca, actually. Weirwood. Means nothing to me immediately, but that is your password. Top left of the screen, top left of the screen.
Sounds like a poison.
Weirwood. It's like a werewolf. It's a spoon, and then when there's a full moon, it turns into like a wooden spoon.
Weirwood.
Yeah, it's not very threatening. It's just one of the freaks of nature.
Hey, look at this. Mats Carlsen not in a hand.
Yeah, interesting. He's taking the break. This one was limped through. Blind on blind. Hand over.
Weirwood could be just like what the Game of Thrones' worst sword is made out of. Remember how in all video games you always start off like a wood sword?
Yeah.
I almost put the wrong color out again.
Minecraft, Zelda. Lots of wooden swords out there.
A Hollywood guy on Twitch says, this is such a joke with the biased commentary, the total daft players on this table, and nothing insightful added.
Biased commentary? Who are we biased about?
I'm not sure. I mean, us liking people, I guess, is biased.
I think I like all of these people. I like them all as humans. I like them all as players. I am definitely enjoying the fact that Mats has the big stack, but that's not because I necessarily want or need him to win. I'm just enjoying the dynamic.
I do want to add something insightful, for real, though.
Go on.
Like, legit insightful.
Go on. Ah,
right?
See that.
Do you, okay, you get it?
Yeah.
Does it help if I repeat it?
Do you know what? I got it the first time. It was so clear. Third time can't hurt.
Just in case.
You're welcome, Twitch.
I don't want to sound biased, so I'll just say Boyka collects chips.
Oh, man. Like, put him down. Unbelievable. Just
wait,
on and on about
sorry.
Boyka, 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 Boyka. It's all I ever hear. I'm sick of it. I'm like, why don't you marry him? You're watching EPT Live. Hand 62 of the day. A good speed, actually. I must admit, I was a little bit worried about Boyka, who everyone knows I love, being a little slow, but he's been trademarkedly slow, but not hideous. Please go and hit the guy around the head with a frying pan slow.
Lady Kings.
Lady Kings for Boyka. Is he going to get any business?
Khaleesi and Cersei. They give me some weirwood.
Yurosov getting freaky from the big blind with the 7-5 off. That is not a flop that I'm guessing the 5-7 is going to pursue in any particular vigorous fashion. Flop a boat, why don't you? Being asked if I'm going to do any commentary with my mic muted. Yeah, thanks a lot. I made one mistake. All the other buttons I pressed worked.
Flop a boat, don't get paid. You're like, I want to flop good, just not quite that good.
Yeah, can I have a good one, but like just dial it down. Just dial it down a couple of notches. So there is Boyka. 28 years old. Unbelievable. Over $300,000 made on PokerStars, including a scoop title last year.
Is a scoop title and another scoop final table, I think, this year, too. Yeah, the high, the 2100 no limit hold'em. He made $88,000 in that in a four-way deal.
Jack 10 diamonds. We like this. That's a nice attractive hand that I can very easily get myself into trouble in any tournament situation. King 3 off in the big blind. Let's be honest, he has defended with way worse.
As well he should. We're three-handed. Boyka manages to catch bottom pair. Carlson with 2 overs and a backdoor straight draw. John Delano says Weirwood is what a lichen wakes up with in the morning.
Oh.
Do I have a rim shot? I must somewhere. Yeah, hold on.
I think the moment might... No, some people might say the moment had passed, but...
Oh, good for you!
Okay, wow, 2 pair. And of course now the gut shot. Got to be a little bit careful of the suits, but let's be honest, who does? If you're trying to find a good reason to play a hand that really isn't very exciting, ignore the flushes and just think about the gut shot.
Gimme, gut shot, gut shot.
Gives him now the reason. He bet out after the flop. Now he's got a little bit more reason to keep on firing.
I feel like we're witnessing the beginning of a slide here from Mads Carlsen.
Yeah, I think Carlsen is definitely overplaying stuff, but the thing is, it's the style that's got him this far.
You can't blame him when he's run so hot, you know what I mean? You think that that's how you're going to run for the rest of the tournament.
And you just sense that these guys have realized we just need to give him enough rope that when he makes these second best hands, he just kind of hangs himself out to dry. Like I had to do in my shoes last night, that are still a little bit wet and quite uncomfortable. $650,000 to call. Will he do more? Nope, just keeps on letting the line out. 2.37 million and now a 4 on the end. So the 3's counterfeited. Kings and 4s now for Boyka. Zilch show for Carlsen. Other than momentum, which a lot of the time would serve him well, but his opponent has just got way too much of a connection here now.
Well, he's actually counterfeited now.
What, so, just like I said out loud literally 3 seconds ago.
I know, but it's not an unfoldable hand at this point. That's all I'm saying. Like his kicker's garbage. It's actually non-existent. He's playing the kicker on board. And so if Carlsen decides to get funky with his chicken, there's a chance he could get a fold.
Really? Okay.
I mean, he bet twice now.
I mean,
I don't think this is a snap call with top pair, no kicker.
C3 bet 900.
Joey, you could be a genius.
I win.
C call.
No, he calls.
I win.
Pretty close to a
He
snap
does
call.
kind of snap-ish call it.
And I think maybe against another player, he takes a little bit more time with it, but just the way that Carlsen's been playing recently, he's just been kind of firing away.
Nice.
And that is a huge swing for the first time in a really long time. We have to go, ooh, because Mats Carlsen is on his way down for the first time in a long while. Now Alexei Boyka top of the table with over 7 million, 5.5 million for Mats. Dmitry Yurosov still the smallest stack with just 16 bigs, 1.3 million. Remind you, we're at 40,000, 80,000 with the 10K ante. 64 hands into this final table today. Don't forget the password top left of your screen, by the way. We've already now announced this for the free roll tonight, 9:15 Central European Time. Yurosov must just be absolutely jealous, just licking his lips, wishing it was he.
That he could occasionally take a pot from Carlsen.
Yeah. And now Boyka properly on the attack.
Look, everybody who's saying that it was two pair and not top pair, no kicker, it's the same thing. It's kings and fours with a 9. If he was up against any bigger king, he loses. If he's up against king 10 or king jack, it's a much different scenario when the 4 pairs the river. And yeah, he had a pretty good read on the situation. I just think against another player, he doesn't necessarily snap call there.
A raise from Mr. Carlsen. And Alexei Boyka is going to call this one. We're off to the flop with 580,000 in the middle. Boyka's still ahead. Just on the ace high, backdoor diamonds.
I'm sure you just said it, Matt, but it's just now hitting me that Carlsen has lost almost half his stack.
Yes.
At this level and is no longer the chip leader. It's just like sinking in finally.
Yeah. Been top of it by a considerable distance for so long, it seems kind of weird, but we described perhaps a turning point. It's not right, Moth. We're not panicking. It's just a kind of such a key point, having been top of the table for so long. Boyka also, worth pointing out, is like, you know, right up the nostrils of Mats Carlsen, like you know, he is here, staring constantly the side of his face. It's not inconceivable that he might be getting some information out of Mats Carlsen's body language. I don't know that he is. I'm not suggesting that's definite. I'm just saying I think he's in a good spot here to really be studying one of his 2 opponents.
Carlsen gets a little bit back. Feels pretty good to be stacking chips again, doesn't it, buddy? Huh? You really show that gum who's boss.
Do you know what? I can't eat the same piece of gum for that long.
Oh, I can.
Really? It comes a point where I just like, do you know what? This is serving no purpose now. Boyka out of it. Mats and Dimitri with the opportunity to go at it again. The queen high, queen deuce for Carlsen. Being asked if the Swede shirt is salmon or peach. I'm going to go with salmon. It's kind of halfway. A raise and a fold, and another one for Mats Carlsen. 6.27 million plays 6.42 of Alexei Boyka, closing in. While Dmitry Yurasov just keeps drifting away. 14 bigs for him now.
Man, Mats Carlsen's going to sleep so well tonight.
His head's going to hit the pillow and he's just going to be gone. Just going to be off.
Open SSL on Twitch says he chews faster when he's behind. I'm not sure he always knows when he's behind, but that's an interesting observation.
King, queen off. Nice.
200. 640.
Siga.
Dmitry.
Boyka.
He may as well shout, frustrated. So it's ace-8 versus king-queen.
Oh, this could be a little bit of trouble for
Yeah,
Boyka. His
king.
frustration may continue.
King and an 8, both present, hitting both players. Carlsen ahead with his kings, and the queen kicker.
Carlsen continues the top pair. No way Boyka can fold right away.
Big bet. 470 in the middle, and he bets 350.
I like his erratic bet sizing.
Yeah. I don't know how considered it is, or whether he just makes a number. I don't know if he's an absolute genius and every single chip has been super poured over, or whether he's just changing up as he goes.
Like, I think on that hand where I thought maybe we could get a fold out of king 3, I think I would have liked to see him bet more on the river when he's bluffing in a couple of spots, but he certainly knows how to get paid when he has it.
$1.17 million in the middle. Checked again from Alexei Boyka to Mats Carlsen, who is not gonna stop betting.
You're gonna bet like 3/4 pot again. 8/11 pot.
$800,000 to call. Pair of 8s and your...
I mean, it looks like a bet that doesn't want to get called. It looks like a please go away bet. His body language says please go away. I mean, I think he genuinely is fine to get a fold here, but what he doesn't know is that he's value betting.
And again,
I mean, I'm sure he knows he's value betting, but like...
Yeah. He, as you say, he would be happy here for a fold and a win, whereas a lot of players would want to take it for another street, get more value, let the other player hang themselves. But again, I think this is the kind of stuff that is unusual for us to see, that is tripping the pros up.
I mean, into to second what some folks on Twitch have been saying, I mean, he is strong now, and he is not chewing his gum.
Interesting. And let's be honest, if our audience have spotted it, you'd like to imagine that Boyka's spotted it.
If he hasn't, he will.
We shall test this theory out a little bit more. And that gets Mats Carlsen back on top. Having dropped it for a couple of hands, we see he is now back up to 86 big blinds, 6.88 million. Alexei Boyka just shy of 6 million himself, and then Dimitri still bottom of the table, 1.15 million, 14 bigs.
That's mine there. Yeah.
Action on Dimitri finally finds himself with a juicy starting hand.
All in.
All in with his last 14 bigs.
All in. Wow.
Just now needs to find someone
What
with
do you
a
have? About 1 million?
and to take him on.
1 million. 2. 1, 2. All right.
This could be juicy, Joseph.
I don't see
First going looks okay.
this not getting called.
Not the best, but they're good.
He's like, I don't care, just figure it out.
I don't need your commentary, I just want your chips.
I call.
He calls, and he has dominated. This slide for Mats Carlsen
Yeah.
could
Oh,
continue.
yeah, good hand.
Good hand, GH. Domination
That's a good
Nation, the
hand.
ace-king over the king-queen.
How many big blinds was that shove for? Like
Okay.
20?
No, 14.
14, okay.
Carol Dama.
So this will see Yurosov sit back down with 2.35 million unless something goes horribly wrong on the board.
Hallå.
In which case it would
Han gick
bump
all in.
Carlsen back to the top of the table.
Det är ju nötterna. Ja, han älskar. Nej, han gick all in.
Yurosov looks like he is thinking, I got a bad feeling about this. So far, so good. He's got diamonds locked up.
Yeah, very few ways out of this other than just hit one of the 3 queens left in the deck for Carlsen.
Oh, man, that is so gross.
But the diamonds are on his side. 11 outs. Needs to hit an ace or one of the diamonds remaining in the deck.
Yes, Mats, you are going to win this hand more than likely.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dmitry Yurosov takes a horrible beat. He is going to be our 3rd place finisher.
Still a class act, shakes hands. He must be terribly frustrated.
Yeah, and that's massive for Mats Carlsen.
We're heads up, ladies and gentlemen.
192,650 euros for his incredible performance, 3rd out of the 468 starters. And
go for
as
the
my
toilet.
colleague
Gonna take
Joseph
a-
Stapleton says, we are heads up now. It's going to be Alexei
Sorry,
Boyka
the toilet
and
first.
Mats Carlsen fighting to be
Yeah,
the
yeah,
champion of this Malta main event.
Do you think Mats Carlsen would rather be lucky or good?
Yes, because I need.
Doesn't have a choice in the matter.
Once an hour. Wow. All right. So I'll go see the way
Alexei Boyka,
Oh,
Mats Carlsen heads up for the 2nd to last EPT title ever. 99 big blinds for Carlsen, 73 for Boyka.
Yeah.
So
Let's put it up on the screen for you.
Yeah, let's just review that. This could be really, really interesting because Alexei has shown that he's starting to pick Mats Carlsen's game apart. We've still got 52 minutes left on the clock. We're going to take a 15-minute break, but join us after that break as we try and get down to a champion here at EPT Malta.
Round to Hussein Ensan, an EPT 11 Barcelona finalist, Queen 10 in the small blind.
I go all in.
And he shoves.
Hossein in the membrane.
I call.
And Dominic Panker calls, and he has Ensan dominated.
Good luck, my friend.
Youngest guy at the table versus the oldest. This is the same way it'd go down in the streets, man.
Ensan looking for a 10. There's a 10, but a king as well.
Well, the good news is that Ensan doesn't have to go runner, and at his age, I would not recommend it.
He's got 2 outs. And now he has no outs. He's drawing dead.
Good luck, my friend. I wish you first place. Thank you very much.
I hope I don't disappoint.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Good luck, man. Good luck.
Jean Monturi's first to speak here. Ace 9.
My name is Monturi.
raises to 215,000. Schilhabel has folded. It's Zapatero's button. He's out. The other Frenchman at the table, Valentin Messina, is in the small blind.
Bonjour.
Dominic Panker's got kings.
This is why you don't try to pull the plug on Skynet. Skynet pulls the plug on you.
Panker shoves. And Monturi hasn't snap folded.
I don't even know if he's getting the right price here. What's he getting, like 2 to 3 or something? Are you supposed to call the ace-9 here? It's like 13 more big blinds, but is Dominic going to be worse than ace-9 very often? I guess it might be worth it when you consider you can knock someone else out, ladder up, and be in a better position to win the entire tournament.
Wow, Monturi calls.
So it's RoboCop versus Terminator. I had that game for Super Nintendo. Don't worry, Poland, you'll be getting Super Nintendo in the spring.
Panker's king's a 71% favorite here, but he is the player at risk. Now, he ran phenomenally well on day 5 in all-in situations. Let's see if he can keep that streak alive.
Oh, yeah, he can.
He flops a full house.
Now, hold on, everyone. It's not over yet.
Olivier Busquets. Spokojnie.
That was our show. Do you think Dominic watches our show?
We know he watches our show, but Monturi does not do a Busquet. He does not catch running aces. Panker doubles up.
It's awesome.
Panker's dream of becoming only the second two-time winner on the tour, still alive. Line still 5,100. Action on Monturi. Ace, king of clubs.
Well, that's a pretty looking hand.
That's a raise to 210,000. Round to Messina in the small blind. He folds. Dominic Panker's in the big blind. And he's got ace queen.
Oh, Dominic, man, that's not going to be good for business. Somehow he's not 3-betting.
He just calls. The flop is queen high. Panker outflops Monturi.
It was Dominic's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday.
Monturi continues for 325,000.
Have a good day.
The Frenchman does have a gut shot. But Panker is going to make him pay. This is a raise to 850,000.
Wow, raising ace-queen for value. Thin value raise on the flop. And he's going to get it.
Wow. Monturi calls. 2.2 million in the middle. Panker's got 2.5 million behind. The 8 on the turn changes nothing. Panker's now an 84% favorite. And he sticks the rest in.
He thinks he's almost always going to have the best hand here, and he wants Monturi to pay to see the 5th card.
Monturi folds. Panker back up to the better part of 5 million. Messina with 9-4 suited on the button.
Fun fact, 1994 was the year Valentin Messina had his first kiss. I don't know, I'm just making that up.
I never would have guessed. Well, he raises his button, makes it 325,000. Panker's got 10s in the small blind.
And Dominic's going to be 3-betting here more often than a hypochondriac checks WebMD.
So this is a re-raise to 850,000, and Monturi's got queens in the big.
Oh, no.
Really bad news for Dominic Panker.
4-bet alert.
And 10s is not a hand you're going to get away from often in a 3-handed game.
Nope. I see Dominic getting away from this less often than Carmen Sandiego gets away from the gumshoes.
So Monturi's made it more than 2 million. Messina has folded. And now it's do or die time for Dominic Panker.
In this case, probably do and die.
No! He folds!
How did he do that? He's genuinely either not human or has got a live telemonturia the size of the T1000.
An incredible laydown.
I'm speechless.
Monturi on the button. Ace, queen of clubs.
Another purdy hand.
A raise to 425,000. Messina in the small blind. Folds. Panker in the big blind. Has pocket nines.
Again, I see Dominic re-raising here almost always, and I don't think he can re-raise fold this time. I think there's a really good shot we see it all go in here.
Panker counting out a 3-bet.
Each of those green and black chips worth more than 3 starting stacks.
1,050,000.
He totally looks like he's been chowing down on that RoboCop baby food mix.
Hi, Maureen.
Monturi shoves on Panker.
Hi, call.
And Dominic calls, and we have a classic race underway. A race that Dominic Panker needs to win to survive.
Kid's been running real hot on the days before this one. He's been winning all the hands he shouldn't. This one he actually should.
He's a marginal favorite with 5 cards to come. Well, he's still ahead after the flop.
Nines are holding.
Six cards Dominic has to fade. More now.
Oof, 10 cards to fade now.
Dominic does not want to see an ace, queen, or 10 on the river. It's a 10. Dominic Panker eliminated in third.
Monturi gets there the hard way.
Poker School Online is the place to learn poker or improve your poker skills. To join, simply log into the PokerStars client, visit the school section, and choose your school password. Poker School Online is packed full of free poker bonuses, allowing you to practice and play in real money games on us. Take part in our regular monthly promotions where you can win seats into bigger PokerStars tournaments. There are free scratch cards where you can win daily tournament tickets via scratch and match. Each day, you'll have 2 free cards. Just scratch off the cards and you could win a prize. Another popular challenge is our beginner's bankroll promotion, allowing you to work your way through our poker missions, improving your game, and earning your free poker tournament tickets along the way. And if that's not enough promotions for you, there are unlimited tournament tickets and $5,000 free roll tickets you can earn via our Refer a Friend promotion. Simply refer a friend and you'll both receive prizes. Once you've built your confidence, it's time to compete in the Poker School Online. Skill leagues with $44,000 in prize money up for grabs every month, with up to $5,000 going to the winner. And if improving your game is what you're looking for, we have poker courses from Hold'em to Omaha, cash, sit and goes and tournaments, along with quizzes to test your newfound knowledge. There's live poker training where you can watch pros play poker in real time, view their hole cards and ask questions directly. See the live training schedule for the next session. Our poker forums are always buzzing with questions, advice, and tips. You'll find all types of players from beginners to pros discussing all areas of poker. Now you've heard what's available, it's time to get involved. Simply join Poker School Online. You may even be eligible for our welcome bonuses full of tickets and cash. Welcome to Poker School Online.
I win!
He calls in 2 seconds.
Kings for London.
Not a good feeling.
And he's finally done it!
Johnny's moved all in.
His last 23,700 move across the line. King 8. Did he have to make that move?
Didn't have to, but he probably made in his head. He'd probably said, right, any ace or any king, and I'm moving in here.
Tom Parker Bowles has got jacks, and he's obviously giving it some thought.
I think he's got to call here. He knows Johnny's an aggressive play. He's probably making this move with ace 8, ace 10, small pair.
Ace queen. Come on, ace queen. Ace queen.
So, here we go, it's a showdown. The jacks against the king 8, just one overcard for Johnny Lodden. Not looking good for him.
Tom shows 2 red jacks.
Come on, jack's no good.
Johnny's catch a king to stay alive. 3 of clubs.
So, no help on the flop. Running cards to make a straight or that king. Oh, now he's got a flush draw. He's also paired his 8.
Any 8 or any king.
8 kings clubs, all good. But the 6 diamonds is a blank. And Tom Parker Bowles will take out Johnny Lodden.
Shh, I've seen this before on the Nature Channel.
He'll get there. That's right, Jason. He is the greatest in the world. His nemesis, a vacuum-sealed bag. I think you'd have an easier time just trying to win new ones off people.
You think Phil will be used to unbagging chips by now?
He used the scissors to make a tiny hole so he could continue using his arms. Ah! This guy is never not aggressive.
Hello everybody, welcome back again to the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour final table here in Malta, and we are heads up. This chap, Mats Carlsen, has made it all the way through, and he's going to be shaking hands in a minute as they go on to fight for 355,000 euros.
Heads up for all of the cheddar. Hello, my babies.
That's Joe Stapleton. I'm Matt Broughton. Thanks for joining us. And there is Alexei Boyka. 8 million in chips for Mats Carlsen. Alexei with 5.8 million. Still got 52 minutes left on the clock of the level when we saw Dmitry Yurasov knocked out with a bit of a nasty beat. He wasn't having a good time. He wasn't having fun. And there he is, in fact. Obviously, he picked up some tidy cash for his finish, 192,600 euros.
Well, now he gets to look on while perhaps his friend can take down the unstoppable rebel force that is Mats Carlsen.
Now you're going to have to help me with the big and small blind because I get confused when it goes quick. Yeah, I'm gonna continue to put the wrong one. Yeah, I know.
Don't worry about it. Every time you got a button.
Yes, I'm the small. Yeah, I know that. Yes. After a while, I mean, you get confused.
Don't worry.
Ante?
We're here to help you.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Okay.
He has won, Mats Carlsen has won nearly $180,000 in live tournaments. Ranks 168th on the Swedish all-time money list. So, though he is very much considers himself the non-pro, is no stranger to poker wins. Just waiting to get all of our procedures taken care of. Quickly vacuum the table. Now they get to shake hands.
All right.
Great job.
Cheers. Yeah, for you.
How's that? That's nice.
And here we go.
So what was the chips count? What do you have?
A little bit less than 6.
6. Yeah, okay. Now.
Alexei Boyka certainly more
About
accomplished.
8.5 then, I guess.
More
9,
experience.
8.5.
Very accomplished online player, Alexei Boyka.
Yeah, got some scoop titles to his name. Some final tables there. Got about $300,000 worth of profit from his online play with PokerStars. Play on PokerStars. 5th at the EPT 12 Barcelona 10K high roller.
There are only 2 more EPT trophies to ever be awarded. One tonight, the second in Prague. Then that's it for the EPT.
Don't worry though, we continue just with some different logos and a new name.
Okay.
PokerStars Championship coming in 2017. Some familiar venues, some familiar country stops, but also some new places for you boys and girls to come and play with us.
It's all about the new. Poker in 2016. Or 2017. Whatever. You guys know the meme. Come on.
Sylvia says, I've been watching quietly all day. A bummer the Brits went so early. Now I got a root for Carlsen if he can keep his head. Yeah, that last session, certainly a right old roller coaster. He went from having a huge chip lead to slipping down somewhat. Now back top of the table, but with nothing like the chip advantage he held earlier on.
King Eye no good. First blood, Boyka.
Check, check. Ace high wins. Also, I would suggest that no one make any plans for tonight because right now we're looking at a 75 big blind stack and a 97 big blind stack. So unless there's some huge car crash cooler that everyone overplays, this could go for many, many hours.
M.I. Shroomer, 47, asks, will there be stops in Murica? There very well could be. I'd say the festival happening in New Jersey next week
I will try to
is certainly a good sign.
Yeah, don't forget, PokerStarsLive.com is the place to go if you want to find out about the event taking place in Atlantic City, 29th October to the 6th November.
All right, 2 there.
So 1-1. Carlson takes that one down with a 3-bet.
No, it's wrong gun. This colors. This the colors.
Mecca Master asks, have they discussed a deal at all? Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, as you know, whenever we have discussions between the players, we always bring it to you. Total transparency, everything is done out in the open, so no deal discussed at all. Kree's thinking Boyka will crush him so bad.
Munfreud asks, what is the PokerStars nickname of Alexei Boyka? That would be the name that he uses online to play poker under.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question. We do have that name, actually. It's Ale6K. ALE6KA. A little play off his first name. That was raise and take it for Carlson. This poor dealer, at least let him get a flop out there. He can't keep up. Coloni says Carlson is nervous AF. It's entirely possible. I'm sure he's more stressed than nervous, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, it's not like this isn't his first ever game of poker, but this probably isn't the be-all, end-all for him. You know, if you're a poker pro, to take down an EPT and have that title and trophy probably has more of an impact on you and your life than perhaps for Mats Carlsen, who's just loves playing poker.
Carlson defends, misses this flop. 8's still good. Eight's still good. Eight's still good. Still good. You're watching EPT Live.
C3 bets 200,000.
200.
200 into 340. Now, we commented in the last session about Mats Carlsen changing his bet sizing, and this will be interesting because this is where you wonder if Boyka is going to always get maximum value out of his opponent.
Carlsen calls with the nothing, which is something I've seen the pros do many times before. I'm not willing to criticize just because Mats Carlsen did it and he was wrong.
For sure.
So this is the only tournament still going on, right?
No. There's still the high roller going on where they are heads up. Pierre Noville got about 2 million in chips up against Stefan Jedlichka.
Wow, oh my goodness.
Yeah, with 5 million chips. Theo Jorgensen, I can tell you, bust out in third place, got himself 150,000. So that is still going on out there. Fantastic from Pierre Noville, and also incredibly impressive from Jedlichka.
I mean, look, Pierre Noville this time last year was getting ready to play the World Series of Poker main event November 9. Now he's heads up for a high roller title, and that somehow is dwarfed by the fact that Stefan Jedlichka won the 2K local tour high roller in Barcelona, won the 2K local tour high roller here, and now he is heads up in the 10K high roller? That is disgusting.
Consistency.
That is incredible.
Very impressive. Pick this one up. Matt's raised it. 200,000. Got the call. And now on an 8-6 deuce rainbow flop, he continues for 300,000.
Boyka behind, but with the better draw.
He gets there. I mean, of course, now Carlsen's up and down, so I don't imagine we won't see well, I'm guessing we see a bet here, having fired out pre-flop and then post-flop. Now, of course, more reason to bet out.
But we know he is drawing dead to a chop.
Yeah, but he doesn't, Joe, and that's the key thing. High Rise is missing the action. Don't know what to say.
Nice fold, buddy boy.
Yeah, so that's interesting. You would just think, well, I was wondering if it's just too big a connection, just too tempting for him to just see that last card, but he does indeed let that one go.
We've seen him be pretty liberal with the calling when he's got a draw.
Yeah, and they are very deep. Again, even now, Boyka is ahead, 7.1 million, plays the 6.8. But that represents 89 bigs and 83 bigs, respectively, with 40 minutes left on this level. So, interesting that with that much in front of him to play with, he does still let it go rather than continue to draw.
Raises to 160,000.
160,000. Yeah. No, thank you, Sid. Joe, you love a spin and go, don't you? I know you're.
Is this going to be a needle?
No. No, it's going to just be a cunning way of linking us into the spin and go to the Bahamas. Don't forget, you can come and join us for the first ever PokerStars Championship event. Match any of these hands with your winning hole cards during a real money spin and go. It needs to be, and these suits matter, pocket tens, hearts and spades, pocket aces, spades and clubs, pocket threes, clubs and diamonds. Take a screenshot or boom the link along with your hand ID to hashtag EPT win. 5 winners are going to receive 3 $10 Bahamas spin and go tickets. And if you aren't in a position to make a note of those hands, all you need to do is take a look at the EPT Live Twitter output feed, where we will put that graphic up on the spin.
Yeah, come on, my babies. Try to win your way to the piece of pizza that I leave outside my hotel room every year.
What, at the PokerStars Championships Bahamas?
That's right. Somehow this has gotten to the turn.
Yeah, check on the flop. A check from Boyka and now a check from Mats Carlsen. Take it to the river. And Boyka has got this with the 5, unless Carlsen can bet him out of there.
Bet him out, bet him out. But it's Boyka doing the betting, so Carlsen's going to have to raise him out. 275 into 420. Thinks he can get called by ace high, or I mean, we've seen Carlsen's willing to call with a nothing, so pretty confident Carlsen had nothing there.
Again, there is a chip difference now, 7.5 million to 6.5 million, but super deep. Super duper deep. 38 minutes left on this level. Remind you, we are heads up. The penultimate main event to be recorded in the history of the European Poker Tour before the PokerStars Championship kicks in 2017. Spin and go to the Bahamas. Come join us. It'll be a big one. I predict plenty of parties, fanfares, fireworks. Is that Joe Stapleton in the back left? Oh no, it's Raf. Sorry. So both players checking through. Carlsen connects with his 8 on a jack, 8 deuce, 2 spade, flop, spadaroo. And now a 5 for Boyka. Might induce some activity and explosions.
Today plus 200,000.
Shows the best hand and takes down the pot. 580,000. $88 big blinds, plays 84. Still Boyka with the slight advantage, but again, so deep. 35 minutes left on this level. Couple of questions in Twitch. Don't forget, with the spin and go to the Bahamas, hashtag EPT win is where you need to direct your screenshots, and boomed hands do include the ID, so we can validate your entry.
Now Matthew Broughton.
James Hardigan.
I felt the need to come back because I saw a tweet from Megan Joyce saying, wait, James is not in the booth. Did Stapes and the Waster not think he could show the proper amount of bias for Boyka? Can you please explain what this is about?
We were being attacked for being biased towards Carlsen, which
bias in favour of Carlsen?
In favour of Carlsen.
Right, I see.
Which we said no. We've said a few times we're enjoying his presence when we were three-handed. It was an interesting change of dynamics having him kind of throwing the pros off their game. And then as soon as we were charged with that, immediately Boyka started doing really well. So then they were saying perhaps it was like a dummy bias. We were supporting Carlsen. I don't know what was going on, basically.
Well, all I will say is how impressed I've been with both players, but let's not forget that Mats Carlsen came in with a pretty big chip lead, and at one point was a 3-1 chip leader. However, Alexei Boyka started today as the short stack. He came into this final table with just 19 big blinds, and now he has the chip lead heads up at this EPT Malta main event final table.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tale of both Alexei's incredible rise and, to a degree, Mats Carlsen's fall. But I keep on mentioning that though we see the dynamics change, they're both so deep. Unless there's some overplayed car crash, you do get the sense that this is going to chew away for a while. I'm glad that Boyka is not super slow, because when we had more players at the table, I was a little bit worried that if he indeed made it to heads up, we were going to be in for like really slow play. But this is all moving along at a decent pace.
No, and the pace has been great so far.
Yeah.
Boyka obviously was ahead on the flop, the turn, and indeed on the river. Two pair. there's not much doubt in my mind that he's going to value bet river here. Remember, he raised it pre after Carlsen just completed. He continued the 9-high flop, checked the turn, but is certainly going to bet river. 1.2 million in the middle. 750,000 is the bet from Boyka, and I can't see Carlsen paying this off with King 7.
Well, you missed him make an attempted hero call with Queen High. And Joe did point out, we've seen plenty of pros do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It didn't work out for Carlsen.
It's the kind of thing that pros have been doing against Carlsen, and it's been costing them.
Well, I not necessarily made a prediction, but I certainly thought that Boyka would now use all of his experience to just make these value bets and just get every last chip out of Carlsen, and whether Carlsen can resist these river bets, because Carlsen was hitting the cards a lot and he was getting paid off, and now his opponent kind of just playing that game back at him. But he's got away from it, and he's got away from a few where I think he is just genuinely tempted to look him up.
So Boyka puts a little bit of distance between them, 7.8 million near enough for the chip leader. The Belarusian playing around 95 big blinds, around 75 bigs for Mats Carlsen with 6 million chips. And that is the trophy that one of these two guys is going to win. Pretty significant difference in prize money, the better part of 100,000 euros. The runner-up, 261,730. The winner, 355,700.
And no discussion of deal, nothing, not even the glimmer of a discussion.
My understanding is when they went on that short break to set up for heads up, I think Carlsen floated the idea, but I don't think Boyka had any interest.
Yeah, we do keep talking about the Carlsen's history and some of his achievements, but there's no doubting that Boyka must fancy himself here, even before he managed to claim that chip lead.
So funny, and we mentioned it on the stream earlier today when we interviewed Dmitry Urasov, who of course is a good friend of Boyka's, and Urasov felt that he was the favorite coming in. He was an accomplished player, he was second in chips, but he said, if my friend Alexei gets a double up, if he gets chips, he is going to be a threat. He is the danger. And sure enough, he's got chips. He's now in front, and he's certainly the favorite to win right now.
We also know that, you know, Carlsen has said about how exhausting is finding all this. So from an endurance point of view, you do think the longer this goes and the more pots that Carlsen loses, the faster that slippery slope could actually just get a grip of Mats and drag him off into the darkness.
Yeah.
A bit like the ghosts in the film Ghost.
Queen Jack against King 4, gut shot for Boyka. 2 live cards for Carlsen. Carlsen now with a gut shot of his own.
See, and I think these are the situations where Boyka can just make some chips where Carlsen keeps finding himself with just enough to want to put some chips in, and if Boyka can just keep squeezing a little bit here, a little bit there, I think once that chip deficit is working against Mats Carlsen enough, I think Boyka's just going to be able to get them all off him.
So Boyka rivers the straight. Great to see, by the way, that nearly 9,000 people played in today's EPT Live Bounty Bonus. And checking the lobby and stars, I see that nearly 19,000 players have registered for tonight's free roll, which will start at 9:15 local time. That's 2 hours 15 from now. Weirwood is the password. It's on the screen. Weirwood is the password that will get you into tonight's game.
Last chance to play before we leave Malta.
Value bet of $500,000. Quick fold from Carlsen on to the next hand. What will be hand 79 of the final table.
Funny, because even these hands where Mats is forced to fold, though Boyka's not getting any chip value, the value of just constantly winning pot after pot after pot is going to start nibbling away, I would imagine, at Mats's psyche.
Just to clarify the spelling of Weirwood, for those of you who are maybe watching on a mobile device, lowercase W-E-I-R-W-O-O-D. E-I-R-W-O-O-D.
Do you know what that is?
It's another Game of Thrones reference, Matt.
But
That's
do you-
been
but
the
do you know
theme
what
all
it
this
is?
week. It's something that stuff's made of.
Oh, it is. It is a physical object. I didn't know if it was the name of something like, you know, and the sword weirwood that turns you into a cappuccino if it hits you on the shin.
Oh, it's the trees. You know the weird trees with the red leaves?
Right.
It's a weirwood.
Unbelievable.
They've got like faces on them and stuff.
They always do. Queen Jack 10 on the flop.
See, this is a situation where even though Boyka's got the worst hand, I think he's going to win it.
Yeah. It feels a bit like, especially after the hand I referred to back where Carlsen tried to make a hero call with a queen high. I think unless Carlsen has a good connection, he's going to struggle to win. So now you're saying Boyka's going to win the hands where he's got the best hand and he's going to get maximum value.
Yeah.
And all these little throwaway hands are going to go in Boyka's direction. I don't want to feel like we're doing a disservice to Carlsen, but...
No, you're being far too biased in favour of Boyka, in my opinion. As he bets 100,000, and sure enough, he manages to get his stack up over 100 big blinds. It's 8.1 million, playing 5.7 million. And around 25 minutes left on the level.
Spike D has got the perfect Saturday going on. He's got some beers, he's playing some games, and he's watching EPT Live. You're welcome.
Well, finally a hand for Mats Carlsen.
But wouldn't you know it?
Unbelievable. Raises with ace-10, but Boyka has 10 deuce and folds to the raise.
That's just rude. It takes two to tango. It's no good having a premium. You need an opponent with something to fight back and lose with.
So the next level, which will follow the break at the end of this one, will be 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. It's not going to make that much difference, to be honest. It's still super deep, and that's just virtue of the fact that we saw 4 players eliminated during the first 2 levels.
I did tell everyone to cancel any plans they had for this evening, because there's no reason that we can't end up just sitting here at midnight.
Inform you about the schedule, gentlemen.
Oh.
At the end of this level, we will pause the clock for 1 hour and 40 minutes for kind of dinner break. So, for logistic reasons, for the...
Oh, because I would rather play, but okay, but is it...
Yeah, I'm ready to play.
But
Actually, it's a schedule like this for the
that's okay, no,
for the
that's all
logistic
right.
and
Okay.
the TV set and all the
All right.
stuff. So we have
That's
to,
fine.
We have to make it.
So
All
how
right.
long is it?
It's going to be 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Can we make it shorter?
I'm going to ask. I can't promise anything, but I'm going to ask.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, we are scheduled to take a 75-minute dinner break at the end of this level. Players didn't seem overly keen on that idea, very keen to continue playing. I imagine that Boyka feels he's got momentum right now. He must be particularly keen to carry on.
Yeah, see, that's interesting. And I don't want to be like devil's advocate, but again, we've spoken before where we say about how we want to have as little impact on the tournament as possible from the production point of view. But I guess that's a really massive impact to have if the guys have got a flow and then we say, well, actually, all the camera guys need a sandwich.
Sure, but I mean, it is something that was in the schedule at the start of the day. They were informed that at the end of the 3rd level of the day, there would be a dinner break.
True, but if they both don't want it, I mean, they're the players.
It's a tough one, though, isn't it, Matt? Because when these plans are made and when the schedule's put together, we don't know where the tournament's going to be. We could still be four-handed at this point. I'll be honest with you, I did not expect to be heads up on the 3rd level of today.
No, for sure. No, we did speak last night. about how this is going to be a pretty long day through. A lot of players, a lot of chips. Just didn't expect there to be at one point one guy with over 100 of the big blinds. Such a huge amount.
Oh, that's interesting. A rare 3-bet from Carlsen. Certainly, well, the first one I've seen.
We don't need to take a break if we speed up a bit. If we bomb it.
Well, that is true.
Yeah, that's a fair point. If only you didn't take 5 minutes over every check and fold.
Festival here in Malta drawing to a close. Once we've crowned the champion in the main event, once we've crowned a champion in the high roller, that will be the conclusion of the penultimate stop on EPT season 13. Remember, we go to Prague just before Christmas as the European Poker Tour joins forces with the Eureka Poker Tour for another great fortnight of action. And then it's on to the Bahamas for the launch of the PokerStars Championship in January 2017. King 9 against 6-4. Gut shot for Boyka. Nada for Carlsen.
Best 400,000.
So interestingly, Carlsen just completed pre-flop. Boyka then raised it. Carlsen played the flop in position and he's bluffed the flop for 400,000. And now Boyka's paired his 9 to go with his gut shot. He's got a complete lock on this. He's checked it again.
Best 900,000.
$900K. Boyka's going nowhere for sure. Wow, when Matt said they were going to start playing faster, he really meant it.
Yeah, maybe Boyka just went, oh, actually, that's a fair point, mate. All right. Tick-tock. Slowed down Boyka at all here. Would he take a check in this spot?
I'm sure he'd happily take a check back, but equally, I don't think if Carlsen decides to empty the clip here, he's going to get away with it. If he does fire again, I'm pretty sure that if Boyka's calling turn, he's calling river.
Yeah, he has just let Carlsen basically run the show from the off on this particular hand, bar the original opening raise.
Oh.
And people are pointing about the chewing or not chewing tell. When he has a hand, he doesn't chew. When he has the hand, he chews. Not got enough examples to know whether that's a genuine way of getting through Carlsen.
Oh, I really hope for his sake he gives up on this. Just check it back, just check behind. I know you've got no showdown value, but 5 is a really bad card.
He looks like he's got a plan, which scares me. Henchman is saying this might work.
Right.
Yeah, he's given up. I think that was a wise strategy.
Yeah.
So Boyka wins a decent-sized pot.
I'm doing the 5 is not too good. I mean, what can I don't have a queen.
Well, at least he recognised the 5 was not a good card to try and bluff on the river.
What, you call all in?
I don't know.
But they didn't look very convincing, I have to say.
Look at the disparity now, 9.5 million for Boyka, 4.5 million for Carlsen. Better than a 2-to-1 lead
I was bad.
for
Very
Boyka.
bad. Impatient.
How much do you have now?
Huh?
Do you know how many chips do
Yeah, yeah. 150 and 250. 450.
Thanks.
450 about.
Mm-hmm.
Megan Joy says the PokerStars Championship launches at the
I
same
get
time as she'll be
impatient.
celebrating her
I don't get
10th
any
wedding
advice. I
anniversary.
get impatient.
That means I get Everyone Loves a Chop Pot merchandise,
Oh, my
right?
luck has
She's
come.
married. I'm done reading her tweets. I'm gonna go back and unfavorite most of them too now.
Wow. That's some harsh
I
retrospective.
feel lied to.
I mean, did she ever give you the impression that there was something was going to happen with you guys?
Well, yeah, she tweets to me all the time.
And that's all it takes for you, isn't it? That's as good as a down on one knee
That-
proposal.
More like Megan No Joy.
That's correct. That is correct. Okay, then I can calculate. Then I know myself. Okay, the stand. All right. All right, upwards and downwards. Oops.
So, Joe, you've missed negotiations over the dinner break. Players were informed.
There was a dinner break?
Well, there's meant to be a dinner break at the end of this level, but the players are reticent to take it, and they feel that if they speed up the game and if Carlsen goes for it, they're saying they'd rather just take a 15-minute break at the end of this level.
That's it's always shocking to me when they do take the full dinner break. I would just want to get it over with. I mean, I assume Carlsen is a man like me in that he's just so stressed out. He just wants this to be over one way or the other.
Sure. I guess the issue is that dinner was scheduled for the third break of the day. We didn't know we'd be heads up at this point. We didn't know what the stacks would be like at this point. So it's just trying to be flexible.
What time is it even?
7:15.
There's no clocks in here anywhere.
It's a casino, Joe.
I forget that sometimes.
You do know where you are, don't you?
Malta. Malta Pass.
Boyka calls with 4 deuce. Carlsen checks his option with 10-6. Boyka pairs his deuce.
Boom.
That's the problem with the way the play's been in the last 30 minutes is like Boyka just gets enough of it and he's just chipping away and chipping away. I don't know how many he has won against how many Carlsen has in the last, I don't know, say hour, but I think it's a pretty heavy favorite across.
It was a crazy game of Boyka. You guys registered for the free roll in case this goes the distance?
Actually, that's a very good point. I must
Yeah.
say, after the bounty bonus, I kind of... 45 people left in the bounty bonus. Good luck, everyone.
Meanwhile, 21,000 players have registered for the free roll, so seats are running out.
Can you imagine if you were watching like a soccer game and the commentators were playing like a tabletop soccer game at the same time?
I might watch. Michael Zajac says, Joe, I tweet at you all the time. I'm not accidentally leading you on, am I?
Oh.
Oh, him too now?
Oh, man, because Joe is always saying about this sweet guy he's got, like, just ticking over in the background.
And also, Megan's trying to work her way back into your good books. She says, the irony is, if Joe saw me in a bar, he wouldn't give me the time of day. He is way out of my league.
That is untrue.
That's not true.
Matt saw me approach several people at the bar last night.
Some of which I'm not sure whether they were male or female. I know. It just really just...
I wouldn't approach her maybe because of the wedding band. But that would only be after Matt stopped me. He'd be like, but, look.
Oh, I thought you were calling me a wedding band. I took the wrong... When you said the wedding band, I'm thinking, why? What would that?
The wedding ring.
Right, gotcha. That makes more sense.
Ring you.
Jane Windsor's going to go for exercise.
Oh.
She says, when I come back in 45 minutes, I want to see Carlsen back in the lead.
You never know your luck.
We'll see what we can do. He's going to win this one uncontested. John Smith says, guys, can you tweet the hole cards needed for the spin and go competition? John, just follow at EPT Live or check at EPT Live's timeline, and you will see the graphic that you require. You have got until midnight tonight to enter that competition. Our last ever edition of Spin and Go to the Bahamas.
Also, John, take a shower. You're filthy. You haven't showered once all summer. Your parents are coming this weekend. Take a shower.
You can tell all that just from one tweet.
Told you, I can read a lot from these tweets.
Certainly do.
Wink.
Fuck off. You're getting annoyed now. I'm getting annoyed.
Yeah, Carlsen feeling like he's on the ropes. He's still got 54 big blinds.
Yeah, but when you had 115, it does demoralize you a bit.
Good point. Oh, look at Matt Broughton providing a public service by, well, retweeting.
Look at Matt Broughton trying to get
hands.
followers. Just kidding, buddy. I know you don't care about followers.
I always feel guilty when we do these events and people follow me. It's like, you know what? I just put jokes and memes and things. I don't really give anything of myself to it. It's just an easy way to get stuff on Facebook ready for me.
Am I right to assume that if you tweet a joke and it's not like a meme, it's something that you've written? Like if you don't give credit or a photo, or is it sometimes just a joke you heard somewhere?
Oh, sometimes it would just be something somebody said to me that tickled me.
Okay.
Oh no, I tend to just retweet stuff if it's somebody else's genuine output. Oh.
Yeah, both players with second pair. Obviously, Boyka's kicker playing.
Ominous on the back of the hole. I'm getting angry statement.
You did what on the back of the hole?
Boyka bets 150,000, and Carlsen calls. Seven on the turn. Carlsen checks a second time.
Boyka checks behind.
And the river is an ace. Pairing the board.
Boyka's got to like his hand.
If Boyka value bets here, does Carlsen pay it off?
Carlsen may bet at first.
Good point.
He gets a little wonky sometimes.
Creative is the word you're looking for.
Yeah, creative, sure.
Yeah.
Full of wonk.
Gonna be 400 odd.
Well, it's a legitimate spot for him to value bet. Gets called, and Boyka takes yet another pot off Carlsen.
Is that what we would call a value cut?
And the gap widens even further. 128 big blinds for Boyka, 46 bigs for Carlsen.
Wow. Still plenty.
Yeah. Yeah, 46 is not even close to the danger zone.
Well, we're in the last 10 minutes of the level now. Remember, blinds will go to 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Should squeeze in a few more hands before the break.
Look at how fast that dealer shuffles, huh? Best dealers in the world on the EPT.
By the way, it's been agreed with the players that we're going to take a 15-minute break at the end of this level, and then if we get through the next 90 minutes, that's when we'll go to dinner. They want to keep playing, so they're going to keep playing.
Yeah, excellent.
Carlsen, suited ace, ace four of diamonds, raises to 200,000. Oh, he's dominated. Boyka's got ace jack.
Domination nation. Let's see a 3-bet, eh? Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, I hope for his sake Carlsen doesn't blast off here.
625.
Well, you said it, Joe. You might just be looking for an opportunity to just make this happen or make this end.
Yeah, I think that even our less experienced players are going to know that this is a perfectly fine hand to take a flop with in position.
that in general, when you blast off, you're going to get snapped by hands that have you crushed like this, and pretty much everything else is going to fold or like maybe get called by king queen, and you're even not that big of a favorite. So best case scenario is not even very good.
600.
But who knows? Like we said, he's creative.
I'm just worried that he's getting frustrated, but he elects to call. Okay.
Good.
Going to play the flop with the advantage of position. Obviously, if there's an ace on there, he's pretty much doomed.
I would be worried about, yeah, him catching an ace and then blasting off. Not too much trouble he can get in here.
Yeah, queen, 8 deuce with 2 spades. Boyka still with the best hand, ace jack high. And Boyka has the betting lead, but he does not continue. He checks to Carlsen.
Probably perfectly happy to let Carlsen bet, call, that sort of thing.
Wow, John Delano tweets, do you hear that, Mr. Carlsen? It's the sound of inevitability.
My name is not Carlsen.
That's such a sick burn. I don't hear the inevitability, though. Do you guys? Are my cans working right?
Can't you hear the sound of it?
I think it's the wind.
That I've been hearing all day.
I know, I asked this question genuinely, okay? I'm not trying to be unkind. Is this a bluff, or is Carlsen value betting ace high?
Yes.
I think, as usual, he just wants this hand to be over, so I'm going to say bluff.
Okay, fair enough.
I think it's a bluff with the insurance of an ace in his hand and some backdoor ways out of it. He just maybe wants to take control of a pot. It feels like he's been such a passenger for so many of the preceding hands.
Painted himself in a corner here because he's basically got a pot-sized bet behind. Now he finally picks up a diamond. Does him no good.
God, you're right. I hadn't even noticed that. He's got 2.56 left, and there's 237 in the middle.
So Boyka happy to check call with the best hand. Boyka has now picked up a gut shot. He still has the best hand. He's still a 4-1 favorite.
It's so funny we keep talking about how he's got plenty of big blinds. Now all of a sudden,
yeah, yeah.
If he loses his pot right now, he's down to 31.
Well, it's a 3-bet pot, of course. Carlsen checks behind. We're going to the river, which is a blank, the 7 of diamonds.
Yeah, 4 diamonds, no good.
And I imagine this will probably go check, check. Boyka does have the best hand, ace jack high.
I mean, Carlsen might take another stab on the river. We've seen him do that a lot.
He's got showdown value, though.
Yeah, that's true. There have been a couple of spots where you'd expect him to just call off, and actually he's tried to turn it into a value spot.
Okay, so Boyka has checked it.
At least he's not chewing his gum.
So yeah, it's slightly awkward, isn't it? 2.4 million in the middle and 2.56 million behind.
We've seen him make a lot of like not super strong bluff attempts in these spots, I feel like.
Twitch seemed convinced Carlsen's going to make a bet here.
What kind of bet can he make?
I know. What would he make if it was a value? Yeah, if it was a value bet, what would he put out? Put out $1 million as a value bet if he had a hand?
He's been doing like a quarter or a fifth pot in these spots.
Did he just announce all in?
Yeah, he did.
Wow. He bluff shoves the river. And Boyka now has a really difficult decision.
It's a difficult decision. Is this a convincing line?
So let's get this clear. He was the original raiser. Boyka 3-bet, did not continue flop, and Carlsen bet the flop, but then checked back the turn, now shoves the river. A pretty big overbet.
Not just an overbet, but for his whole tournament life. Like, you wouldn't believe he would do this on a bluff, but what can he have?
And that will be the question that Boyka is asking himself, knowing that if Boyka calls and has the best hand with ace-jack high, he has won the tournament.
I mean, you can see it in his eyes. He's picturing himself winning the tournament right now.
To win the tournament with a hero ace-high call.
We've seen it before.
For sure.
He can see it. He can see the trophy lift. Carlsen looks pretty comfortable. I mean, as far as him looking comfortable is concerned.
Smitty says the shove's going to get through. Well, Boyka's going to take his precious time over this one.
Yeah, I think we'll allow him this one.
So let's just get this right. If he folds, Carlsen will have 4.9 million, Boyka will have 9 million. So he'll still have a significant chip lead. If he calls and he's wrong, I'm looking at this from his perspective.
Yeah.
He put in another 2.5 million. So he'd be down to 6.5 million, and Carlsen would have the chip lead again.
He's getting, what, 2-1 on this call, just about?
Nearly. Close enough.
He's been thinking about it for the better part of 2 minutes. It's just that temptation, isn't it?
Just, if I'm right.
Call and I'm right. If this is a bluff, and it does look a little bit bluffy, if ace high is good, specifically in this case, ace jack high, I've won it. It's over. Joe O'Connor says it's like Steve O'Dwyer in that super high roller all over again. He can pull this off.
It's true. This bet is fishier than the surf and turf and surf again.
Too American, mate.
Such a huge decision. And by the way, when this hand started, there was 8 minutes on the clock. We're now ticking into the break. This is going to be the last hand of the level. It could be the last hand of the main event.
Anybody want to call clock?
Never. Yeah, I think if there's ever a time to take as long as you want, this is it.
I mean, how is Carlsen just sitting there so comfortably, though? I'd be freaking out.
The same point, he's made his decision, he's made his move. It's all on his opponent now. There's nothing he can do.
I'd be like, just do what you're going to do already, though.
Probably a sense of relief for him.
There's no place in the 100 agreement. I have an announcement for you regarding your prize pool. This event has a total of 83 players, which created a prize pool of 8,000.
Bold move from Carlsen, whatever the outcome of this hand. And Alexei Boyka coming up on 4 minutes in the tank.
This is brilliant.
Looks like he's about to burst out laughing.
He does not.
It's a break now, yeah? It says 15 minutes.
Oh, be quiet.
It's 1:15, yeah.
Carlsen confirming the length of the break, but I just think don't say anything. Don't give anything away.
One player to a hand.
What do Boyka's instincts tell him? He's been thinking now for the better part of 5 minutes whether to call here. Hero with ace-jack and potentially win EPT Malta. He calls!
Nice call, he wins.
It's over.
That is the last hand of the tournament as Alexei Boyka makes a superb hero call, which wins him the title, the trophy, and the first prize of 355,000 euros.
I misplayed the heads up.
What a call.
What a turnaround.
What a move.
Well, this heads-up battle was all about Boyka.
I got fed up.
He crushed Carlsen.
Nice goal.
And he is now an EPT champion.
No, I played
One of the last.
Okay. Well, that was a good call.
Credit to Carlsen. Come on now.
Queen.
Let's not forget what an incredible job he did for most of the day.
Well, I'm happy anyway. I may have played bad heads up, but
You both play really.
yeah, the heads up I played bad, but I'm not used to it. But up until the head up, I'm very pleased.
Too right.
Thank you.
Well done.
Every reason to be pleased, every reason
Yes,
to be
thank
happy,
you.
and we've enjoyed watching both these guys. Over the course of the last few days, Mats Carlsen has entertained us. We've seen him own the pros. Roman Koronev and EPT 12 Prague runner-up Gleb Tremzin both on Alexei Boyka's rail. He joins the elite circle of EPT champions. And remember, he came in as the short stack today. 19 big blinds. He built it up to the chip lead. His friend Dmitry, who finished third in this event, also on his rail to witness his victory. Wow, what a great hand to end it.
Just amazing. Amazing decision. What a huge call.
5 minutes in the tank. He made the call, and it was just like Steve O'Dwyer in that super high roller at the PCA. He took it down. So no deal. He wins 355,700 euros, and Mats Carlsen, the amateur, for his runners-up finish, gets 261,730 euros. But it's all about the winner. It's all about the man who'll be presented with that trophy, Alexei Boyka from Belarus. Let's hear from our champ. He is down on the tournament floor with Joe Stapleton.
Alexei, you just won one of the last ever EPT titles. How are you feeling right now?
I'm super excited. I didn't expect much when I was 6 stack at 6 marks table, and I just don't have many words to say because it just feels amazing and crazy.
That was plenty of words, and we can see the smile on your face finally. That's a good thing for the cameras. We appreciate that. Was it tough playing against your friend and see him go out in third place?
Yeah. I was disappointed because it was like a dream to make heads up, but that's how it was. So I could do nothing about it. But I'm really happy that I managed to win heads up.
And speaking of tough, you eventually figured out Mats Carlsen. How'd you manage that?
You mean the last hand?
Well, yeah, the last hand specifically. I mean, that is one of the sickest calls we've ever seen. What was going through your mind on that hand, and how did you eventually come to make that decision?
I don't know. It seemed kind of semi-standard to me because he was not representing a strong hand, and actually it was supposed to be a dinner break after this hand, and I was figuring out that it's possible that he was tilting and just tried to make a big bluff in the last hand, so I made this call.
I said it's one of the sickest calls ever. He says it's just standard. Those are the words of a champion. Let's get a big round of applause for EPT 13 Malta champion, Alexei Boyka. Nice work, buddy.
So Boyka has taken down the main event, and it only took 3 levels. I thought we were going to be in for a long day today.
I feel really bad. I told everyone to cancel their evening plans. I am so sorry.
So Boyka is the champion. Congratulations to all 6 players who made the final table, including the 3 amateurs who all cashed for significant sums. But as we say, Alexei Boyka is the man of the moment, winning the title for Belarus.
Welcome to the winner's presentation for the EPT Malta main event. 468 players took part in the amazing event, and after 5 days of play, we have a winner. Here to help me present the trophy is EPT manager Cedric Below, the manager here of Casino Portomasso, Marco Yellen, and of course, tournament director Thomas Lamash. Before all of that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our second place finisher, Mats Carlsen. Before we hand over the trophy to our deserved winner, we have Marco and Cedric who'd like to say a few words.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I must say thank you to PokerStars, to EPT for this great event. We spent 12 days together, and congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you, Marco. I would like to second Marco that it was a superb festival, 12 days of poker action. the last stop of the Italian Poker Tour, more than 80 events here. So I want to give a big thank you to Porto Maso Casino, to all the staff involved at the event, and of course a big thank you to all the players who came here at the festival. I think we will see most of you in Prague, hopefully, for what will be the last European Poker Tour stop. Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is only one thing left to do. Give that man his trophy. Alexei Boyka, everybody.
Thank you to Nick Vasquez on Twitter for reminding me that both EPTs this season, Barcelona and Malta, have ended on a river all-in and call, so much better than all-ins pre-flop. Two epic hands from two consecutive tournaments, which bring the Malta Festival to an end. A reminder, there's a full summary of what happened here in Malta at the PokerStarsblog.com. Give the guys a follow on Twitter as well, at PokerStarsblog. Let's get Joe back in the booth. It's come to an end, guys. It's all over. On to Prague now.
Goodbye, my babies.
Yeah, thanks for being with us. Do come back and see us in December.
Absolutely. Just before Christmas, we'll bring you the last ever EPT. Join us in Prague, Tuesday the 13th of December. My thanks to everyone who tuned in. Thanks to all our competition entrants. Thank you to everyone who tweeted. Thanks to the entire production team for their hard work. For now, from Matt Broughton, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Malta.
Until I find out where these feet belong. Last night my head was spinning around. I can't keep falling on the ground. You can't hold me down. You can't hold me down. I thought I knew what I wanted to be until I met you. Found it hard to see. You can't hold me down. You can't hold me down. Last night